Chapter 151, The Bounty Hunters. Oh joy, another half-dead bounty left at our doorstep. How nice. The hat mutters as he picks up the note left on the badly beaten Greater Plains Nagasha woman to turn it around and find a poem on the back. Roses are red, violets are blue. I like you. Let's fuck. Soul of a poet, your stalker. Think it's the girl you threw into a wall? Vexa? Mr. T asks. Bet your ass it is, the hat remarks as he turns the poem over the other side. Poetry skills aside, she at least knows I'm not a cheap date. 100,000 credits for this woman, the price a child molester responsible for several maimings in her escape from the law gets. They really know how to pick them, Mr. T remarks as he hefts up the heavy woman and tosses her over his shoulder. It takes a little axiom to do it without strain. You need to talk to your girl. Saying nothing after one gift is a little off. Twice is just plain rude. True enough. You sure you got that girl? The hat asks, and Mr. T nods as he grabs more of the Nagasha's tail. Yay, just remember to call in backup if you start getting in over your head, lover boy. Mr. T says, and calmly drags the pedophile through the doorway and into the stasis chambers. When the Nagasha next wakes up, it will be in a jail cell in the jurisdiction of the people she hurt. He adjusts his hat and slightly turns the clasp on the band and activating the tracking beacon, but not the distress beacon. A slight tug of his jacket and he feels the hidden weapons move a little and starts walking forward. His eyes scan the area, and he notices the reflection of a large figure not too far away. A few steps, and he quickly darts around and swings around the corner to cut off Vexa's little retreat. You were a lot bolder in the arena. I was trying to pin you down and conquer you. Wooing is so much stranger. It's hard. The living 10-foot weapon of teeth, claws, plasma-resistant fur, and sheer muscle in a ridiculously female form protests. He can barely see her face past her gigantic chest, and he knows that through that fur she's blushing. A blooded killer and arena fighter, and she's shy in front of a boy she likes. Wow. Really? So just talking to me is hard? Yes, but you're doing it now. Just fuck already, another Crimson Hewer screams from nearby. Can it, or I put you through a bulkhead. The hat barks at them. What does? One of them asks. It means be quiet or I get violent. Threaten a girl with a good time, why don't you? Is all the response his threatening brings them, and he sighs in frustration. Twice now, you've left propositions on the bodies of beaten opponents for me. It's clear as day you want me. So there's something you need to know. Here it comes. One of Vexa's friends from nearby gushes, and the hat slowly turns to glare at them. Keep it quiet or you're going out the airlocks and I'm not going to do the courtesy of opening them first. He threatens them. No damaging the station, smartass. A voice clearly out of the EFL says from nearby, and the hat scans the area. And where the hell are you? He demands crossly. Near. How many people are watching this? A lot. Oh, that really helps. Actual numbers, soldier. Sir, I don't know, sir. If you think this is bad, then I could... Vexa begins. No, we're hashing this out now. You've made your intentions clear, so I need to make mine clear as well. The hat says, and Vexa nods. All right, the long and short of things is that myself and the rest of the Chainbreaker crew will be leaving in a few months. If you want an actual long-term relationship, then you'll have to come with us on the ship. Holy shit! Is he proposing to her? One of the nearby Crimson Hewers exclaims. Excuse me, Vexa says before suddenly charging off and barreling right into the nearby group with a roar. The hat just casually walks up and doesn't bother turning the corner to directly witness the violence, but he's got a good view of it through reflective maintenance panel on the far wall. There are claws out, but no weapons. Some blood seems to be flying, but it's otherwise a friendly match. No weapons have been drawn, so he's fairly sure it's friendly. Need some help in there? The fight instantly pauses, some of the girls mid-swipe at his call. Vexa says. Anyways, the crew I'm on moves to where the work is, and our stay on Octar and Spin will be our longest yet in any one place. There's nothing anyone can do to keep me from leaving with the Chainbreaker, but there's nothing stopping you from coming with us. The ship has a lot of internal living space that we're still upgrading from when it was a slaver ship, but there's room enough for many, many people. But you're bounty hunters, nowhere near as fun as being a mercenary, Vexa says, stalking over and leaning over the corner to see him below her. A bounty hunter is a mercenary that's much more proactive looking for work. We don't wait for the jobs to come to us. We go to them. We've taken mercenary work and helped clear out entire camps, bases, and even organizations in a single night. We've hunted animals so gigantic that they're credible threats to starships, to say nothing of how often the criminals of the week that we hunt are not to be underestimated. Vexa's a crimson hewer. She won't give that up. One of the girls shouts as the small crowd of black and dark red furred canadors rush up to crowd the mouth of the alleyway they'd been brawling in seconds prior in a show of solidarity. What exactly are the Crimson Hewers? I know you're a mercenary clan, but what does that even mean? The Hat asks. Well, it's an extended family, some by blood, most by adoption. The younger girls dye their fur black and red, and the elders are allowed to express their own colors. We're together. Nothing's as strong as a Canador, so we stay with Canador. Everything and everyone else just breaks, Vexa explains. When we wear our armor, we're unified and ready for a war, because that's what Canador are for, another of the Crimson Hewers exclaims. We're ladies of battle and strength, taking only the best jobs and the ones that interest us. We're unbeaten in the field. Anyone crazy enough to try are laid low in response. Except for me, it seems. The Hat cuts off whatever bit of self-aggrandization is coming next. These girls are no doubt fresh recruits. He should have known as Vexa was looking for patterns to paint on her armor. A veteran would already have those kinds of patterns, no doubt. I heard about that. The older girls took a look at you guys and came back all smiles just a little while ago. What did you do? What I had to, no more, no less, the Hat remarks. Why are we even doing this to begin with? It's Vexa that's fixated on him. Because we swore to share a husband, and if you won't help me get our husband, then you're out of the deal. Vexa snaps at the complainer. That's unfair, she whines. No, it's fair. The Hat adds in just to stir the pot a little. The whole half dozen of over-muscled murder machines pause and lean out so that all of them can get a good look at him. He offers a cheeky grin. These girls aren't in their armor. It'll only take a touch of axiom to completely even the playing field. Then his considerably smaller size puts him under most of their attacks and the advantage squarely in his corner. Why don't we just grab him and go? There's 7 of us. 1 of him. You volunteering to lose a limb then? The Hat asks casually as he reaches up to tap the clasp on his hat as he adjusts the headwear. A single button is pressed for a single moment. The message is sent. Send them in quiet. Go on, he's not that tough. One of them goads. Yes, he is, Tang says from nearby, and the Hat smirks. He really is, Dong remarks from somewhere above. You boys are getting quick, the Hat remarks as he suppresses a laugh. How many of you are here? Vexa asks and the Hat shrugs. More than 2, Dong remarks and Tang chuckles. Ladies, the Hat begins. As amusing as all these arguments and posturing is, we do need to get to a point. One I'd like someone to make sometime soon. I suspect it's Vexa who's been leaving the bounties outside the chainbreaker for me to find, as well as the poetry. You have my attention, and if nothing else, good manners dictate that I offer you a chance in exchange for those gifts. Do you want to take it or not? Yes, I want to take the chance. Come on, we're going on a date, Vexa explains before quickly grabbing the Hat by the arm and dragging him off. Dong and Tang follow closely, but she only carries him to a nearby bar, where she sits him on her lap and orders a hard drink for them both as her clan sisters crowd around. Looks like a whole lot of nothing, Tang remarks from above as Dong observes from the shadows of a doorway across the street. Maybe, maybe not. They're not the smartest bunch, but who knows exactly how stupid they might get with some drinks in them. You have read the medical scans on Canador, right? Dong asks into his communicator. Bossman made it required reading when Onyx joined up. 1 mega kidney and a liver. That's all she wrote for toxin resistances. We haven't tested them, but they're suspected to be weaker than our own, despite Onyx keeping up fairly well with our food. She avoids the hard stuff with a passion, something these girls aren't doing. In a galaxy where youth is a choice of fashion, the difference between the young and old is experience alone. Tang remarks in a slightly wizened tone. Dong just snorts in amusement. Well then, behold as 7 bimbos aged 20 years before our very eyes. The men snort in amusement and watch as the hat buys the next round and throws it back with ease even as the girls start plying him with stories. Seems to be going well, Tang remarks. Think they actually understood the terms he set out? Dong asks. Who knows? I have a hard enough time figuring out human women. I'm not even trying to understand literal aliens. Let alone land shark lion bimbos. Can I just say that I love how word salad the descriptions around the galaxy are? Word salad? Weird way of saying completely freaking insane, Tang remarks, and Dong smirks. The older and more experienced crimson hewers watching their juniors and giggling like schoolgirls? No, I haven't. What's it look like? Tang asks, and Dong mentally concedes that asking if the sniper saw something is in the camp of a stupid question. Okay, fair enough. What's your opinion on them? They're not in armor, and from what the hat was able to get out of these girls, that's a good sign. They're not crimson hewers if they're not in some kind of armor, meaning that these girls are not only peaceful, but intending to stay that way. Actually, that's just for the junior crimson hewers, the reckless young girls who haven't even seen a century of combat, a new voice says over the communicators. How long have you been listening? Dong asks. The entire time. What? You think you're the only ones worried about your own? Your little rule is harsh but fair. After all, expecting a warrior to abandon their way of life for a bit of entertainment is just foolish. But asking the girls to leave isn't, Tang asked curiously. Crimson hewers sex divide all the time. So long as the traditions are kept, then you can be a crimson hewer by yourself and entire systems away from the nearest clan sister. We're a way of life, much like bounty hunting. Or being undaunted. Tang, I hate it when we're not the only smart ones around. Dong laments to the amusement of their watchers. Dude, shut up, Tang says over the laughter of the elder hewers. The horizontal, 230 vertical. Dong says, and Tang looks to his right and up as described on the double clock. I see her yellow fur, jet black highlights, prominent scar across the lips. Tang reads out and the laughter stops. Very good. How'd you spot me? The crimson hewer asks curiously. The levity is gone. Look to your left, ma'am. You'll see a reflection of a reflection. In that reflection is a shadow. Ah, of course. I was told exactly where you are, but you're still hidden enough that I missed that. Well done. It's only practical. Speaking of practical, it looks like the hat is getting a practical lesson on how grabby young Canador women are, Dong says with an amused tone, and the laughter comes back over the comms. There's a slight vibration in Dong's pocket, and he pulls out a smaller, much more limited communicator. Text only. I got their frequency, Bike. Chapter 152. This is the edited version because the original one is not safe for work. If you want to read it, please go to the original Reddit post. 7. He already had 7 children on the way. It seemed that his initial introductions to his wives had led to multiple pregnancies. They hadn't informed him until now because they were anxious about how things had unfolded. This was understandable in some ways, but it was also frustrating because he needed to be aware of such important matters. He had hoped to gain some more time, but it appeared the girls were already prepared. After receiving unexpected news from Ambassador Hlela, Herbert had entered a state of personal panic and called in numerous favors to get everything ready. The men in the EFL and a few local helpers were his biggest support. It was reassuring to know that the girls weren't expecting everything to happen all at once, and that they preferred larger gatherings where they could feel comfortable. This was good news, something Herbert felt more capable of managing. Herbert walked into the room where 5 women were waiting. The system the girls had devised was straightforward. 5 women with him each week, rotating until after 20 weeks he had spent time with everyone. No pressure, right? Emira, Barizi, Thara, Miti, and Neely. This is going to be an interesting evening, isn't it? He said as he entered the room. 2 Yaoyi and 3 Diziden, a diverse group of women, each with their unique backgrounds. He hoped the advice he'd received would be helpful. He paused, contemplating where to begin. The concept of attire was universal, yet the Zedin preferred styles that complemented their natural dark hues. Their outfits were minimal, accented with silk and lace that highlighted their features without overwhelming them. The Yaoya, on the other hand, favored bold makeup to emphasize their striking appearances. "All right then, who's first?" he asked, attempting to project confidence. Sir Philip had emphasized the importance of confidence. The women exchanged glances and made subtle hand gestures. After a brief moment, it was clear who had been selected. "Time to get ready," Barisi said softly, and Herbert chuckled. "Quite a transformation from the reserved person I met that day," he remarked as he approached the bed and began to adjust his attire. "Don't compare me to anyone else," Barisi replied, turning to face him. "I'm prepared and here for this." Herbert smiled. "If that's the case, then let's make this work." "Actually, I have a little something for you," Barisi mentioned. "Oh?" Herbert responded. "She brought something special from the Dauntless. Something that might help with our plans," Barisi explained. "We're all going to use it," Thar added. "If it works, this could be significant for everyone," Neely noted. "We might see a positive change across the galaxy." "All right, let's get started. But first we need to warm up," Herbert said as he approached Barisi and greeted her warmly. "We need to make this a memorable evening." Barisi hesitated. "Wait, we need to use this first. It's supposed to help." Herbert nodded and took the item she handed him. It had a distinct smell, suggesting its unique properties. "They also said it can help make everything feel better," Barisi continued. "All right then, let's give it a try," Herbert agreed, positioning himself comfortably. He gently applied the item, ensuring everything was in place before they continued. As the evening progressed, Herbert focused on making sure everyone felt comfortable and respected. The interactions were filled with mutual understanding and a sense of purpose. After some time, Amira stepped forward. "Let's move things along," she suggested with a smile. Herbert responded with a light-hearted comment. "Of course." The evening continued smoothly, with each interaction being respectful and meaningful. By the end of the night, everyone felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. "Great job, everyone," Thera remarked with a smile. "Yes, biology does most of the work," Herbert replied. "Now who's next?" The girls exchanged signals, indicating their next steps. Herbert felt a sense of relief and fulfillment, knowing that everything was progressing as planned. Chapter 153, The Pirates. Miles quickly goes over the documents and internally sighs. Of course, the stories of conquering heroes would skip this bit. The tedium of running a kingdom. Things had sounded like such a good idea to turn this planet into a little dukedom for himself and his girls. But apparently the boys under him had been the smart ones. There's just so much to freaking do. Yes, farmlands are being set up in the parts of the continent formerly occupied by those mass-murdering witches. Yes, there was even a tourist pull there, due to people wanting to see the battlefield where Franklin had straight-up murdered two of the world's biggest nightmares on freaking livestream. But nope, even with him and Agenda and Vooney working hard at this, there was the debates as to who among their applicants for a farm would be getting what farm and what they would be planting, and the proper prices and where the buildings would be set up, and the infrastructure and on and on and on and on. It's so much easier when you can just shoot your damn problems. He grumbles and there's a snort of amusement from nearby. He looks over to see that Agenda's just relaxing. He looks the other way and Vooney is gracefully reclined and sipping something that would taste like a Shirley Temple at worst, most likely. Neither is working and both give off the air of being done. "All right, what did I miss?" "Delegation, my dear delegation," Agenda says with a smirk. "We're passing on the duty to those in charge of certain areas. It's why there are lesser nobles beneath the highest ranks. No one person can run an entire nation by themselves, not even a small one. There are too many peoples wanting to do their own things, too many laws and regulations, too much everything. So you cut up the work and assign it to those more suited to it, or those who clamor for more power. Or maybe someone needing both direction and well-suited to the area." Miles realizes, someone with popularity there too. Someone like Franklin. "You're still on the farms? Goodness me, my dear, you need to pick up the pace or you'll find yourself buried under the tide." Vooney muses with a giggle. "I suppose it is kind of obvious to pass off this area to him, not just for the fact he reshaped the land there, but also that he's on a bend about finding peaceful uses for Axiom. What was that about anyways? He went from looking at everything imaginable to focusing more on building and restoring things. Not that it's not absurdly useful, especially his city-building abilities, but it's a strange change from a man I spotted literally playing with fire. It's about how he killed Butcher Bitch. Butcher Bitch? Butcher Bitch? Wait. That is what you refer to the late Yvette Carbon as? Vooney asks, as Agenda snorts in amusement. Yes, we called Yvette Carbon and Gem Finnell, Vooney supplies. Right her. During briefings, we referred to them as Butcher Bitch and Thunder Thought, respectively. Anyways, when Franklin straight up executed the Butcher Bitch, he was in a heightened state of awareness. Time was moving slower in his mind. This made it so that his every move was meticulously planned even as he went. So when he killed her, Vooney realizes, 10 seconds to us, 10 minutes to him. He didn't even blink as he guided the agitated Axiom into every bit of her body and reduced her to a charred skeleton. The way he says it, it was the dirtiest way he could possibly kill someone, and the only way it could be worse is if he found a way to draw it out longer. Miles explains before putting the pad to the side. Now the bit that has him spooked is that part of him wanted to. Those two crazy witches showed all the messed up ways Axiom can hurt someone, and he gets it. He knows the appeal, and the fact he gets it has him spooked. Then it's probably best that he does get that area, Agenda muses. Few better ways to take that sort of deal than to make something good out of it. If the man puts his dedication there and makes a breadbasket out of that battlefield, then not only does Vuxa get well fed, but he'll likely sort his shit out as he works. An excellent point. Now how do I do this? Miles begins, and then pauses as Vooney saunters over to sit with her massive breasts covering his back and reaching over his shoulder. Just here, like this. She purrs in his ear, and he can't suppress a slight shiver. We'll sort out the ceremonies and such to make things nice and official later. But first we send the parcel of land over and let him know he's soon to be a baron, so he better get moving on building an estate, Agenda remarks as she picks up a nearby datapad and quickly taps a few things out. Might encourage the silly boy to start taking more wives soon. The man's still effectively a bachelor with so few women in his life. It would be shameful if it wasn't so exotic. Vooney sniffs before giggling. I wonder what the silly man will make for a crest. He'll be entitled to craft one as a newly ascended noble, but all the major shapes and iterations have already been in use somewhere in the galaxy. It's always good fun to go on a scavenger hunt when a new power puts up their grand symbol and you look into what else the symbol's been up to. Oh, please, knowing him and the rest of the guys, they'll go on a scavenger hunt for the most controversial symbols in and out of cruel space, and then give me a choice between the symbols of shit like the Nazis or that of a band of notorious slavers or rapists or something. Considering the simplicity that your people, the Undaunted, are trying to do by having a, what are they called again? Ah, yes, a T within a U as a symbol. Didn't you say that could also stand for the Ultramarines, whatever that means? It was a bad joke brought on by spending too much time listening to the Nerd Squad. It's a reference to a wargame setting that's in a competition with itself and its fan community for how awful it can be. Awful as in poorly written, or awful as in a terrible place to be? Vooney asks. Mostly the latter, but the former tends to crop up too. I only know about things a bit. Everyone's horrible, no one trusts each other. No matter what you do, it won't get better, and things are already so bad it beggars belief. Sounds like some of the more wretched worlds rumored to be in wild space. Vusa was on the long, slow road to becoming such a pit before you all intervened, Vooney says with a touch of sadness. What are they like? Generally, they're ruled over by one or two complete lunatics with obscene amounts of power, and often a cult dedicated to slavishly indulging their most depraved whims. Imagine if Carbon and Finnell were the undisputed queens of a world, and you're getting the general idea. Agenda spits out as she puts her datapad to the side and visibly calms herself down. You've been to such places, Miles realizes before mentally berating himself for bringing something like that up. My homeworld was made into one. The Dark Cabal could get far-reaching with the hell they brought to others. What happened to it? Miles' curiosity drives him onward on the grim subject. After a few years where they culled the strong from the weak, they loaded the ones they liked up into ships and made us open fire on our old home. It's a blasted ruin. What's left are dead cities, burned forests, and pummeled mountain ranges. I'm sure it's healed somewhat, maybe even been restored in full. Time has a way of wiping away all accomplishments, both good and ill. You've never gone back? Number it was a backwater to begin with. Easy prey for the Cabal. Just 2 explosions and we were completely cut off from the wider galaxy. How do you humans say it? Fish in a barrel? Yeah, that sounds about right, Miles thinks. What about our planetary defenses? Could they stop that? Number not as they are now, and you're missing some important bits in the plans. Bits that I've taken care of, am taking care of. Hidden communication pylons, emergency caches across the planet, fallback shelters, and unregistered weapon stores. Without a large army, we need cunning, and cunning is often just preparation put to good use. The fortresses on the water, Miles realizes. They were loaded with weapons, but the steam from the orbital laser's flash cooked everyone inside. Once it cooled, it would be a simple chop job to break them down into working anti-vehicle armories, and even easier to hide them all over the place since they'd be tougher than hell and could be literally just buried in the backyard or lost in a river or pond with just a touch of waterproofing. Portwind, Scaleway, and Shellgather are all armed to the teeth. Each of their boats has the firepower to knock fighter craft out of the sky. Each of its peoples are armed at all times. They have a new tradition to go around with at least a rifle. Their homes have more and the children practice for sport. Agenda explains before smiling. If anything even close to the Dark Cabal comes to Vuxa, they won't find a victim. They'll find their grave. I'm impressed. I knew you were up to something, but you kept it too close to the chest for me to casually pry it out. How long have you been planning something like this? Vooney remarks. When you don't have a choice but to obey, when all you do is go from one hell to another. You have a lot of time to think. A lot of girls just tried to forget. But I remembered and I planned. I'd fall asleep thinking that if we had just one rifle or pistol in just the right girl's hand at the right time, or maybe just one cannon mounted on just one air car. It's a habit I never lost. Agenda says with a huff. I wonder. Miles thinks out loud as the mental image of a 3-dimensional minefield fills his head. It would likely be a small swarm of kamikaze ships. Press of a button, and it could strategically relocate itself and launch or return for storage so as not to be a menace. You know, we could probably start a friendly competition. See how many defenses and offensive options we can pack into one world without remaking it into a gigantic superweapon. Make this little planet straight up impossible to invade? I like the sound of that. I want my daughters, granddaughters, and great-granddaughters to have nothing but wonderful, long, and loving lives. Unfortunately, I can only make one place safe for them, so it will be here, on Vuxa. Well, that's certainly planetary security covered. It would take a fortress world to match it, assume. Also a mystery solved. Such a productive day. Vooney muses as she relaxes a little more. Mystery. Why so many of the Dark Cabal's traders went into piracy? No other options, so they simply used the skills they were forced to master and remaster until it was their speciality. Are atrocities like the Dark Cabal common in the galaxy? What Miles is really asking is if there needs to be more units of hunters splintering off from the Undaunted to take out some galactic trash. Common is not a good word. The galaxy is too large to use a word like that. But in general, there is usually 2, perhaps 3, or even 4 such organizations operating at any one time. The galaxy is a big place, and if only one in a few million true blue monsters gets even half a chance to do something so horrific as found a new Dark Cabal, then it's all but guaranteed to happen eventually. There are just too many dark corners where the cruel can fester and build power, too many gullible idiots and easily stolen weapons. Too much, everything to stop anything from happening, really. All you can do is control the local area, protect what's close to you, and prepare in case something spills over from elsewhere. Vooney explains at a bit of a length. I see. So that was a yes. So I just had an idea to reinforce Vuxa a little more. It's basically a small fleet of unarmed, but well-armored drones. We give them explosion-prone engines and basic programming to converge in certain areas and to return to base. If we catch wind of trouble, we deploy in the path of the enemy, and if they sense anything, regardless of IFF, then they accelerate to full speed right at it and ram. Effectively, a minefield in space. That won't do much against more paranoid foes who'll just shoot them down from afar. No, but it will slow them down somewhat, or at least distract them long enough for us to get a better handle on the situation. It will also cause ruinous damage to the more brash and headstrong enemies that may come knocking. Very true. Chapter 154. Not exactly hidden. Koga breathes in deeply as he moves his hands slowly through the mudra. His hands in the seal of the thunderbolt as he thinks. As he moves them into the seal of the great thunderbolt, he considers further. He had known his great-grandfather for his entire life, a man that had always seemed so small, so weighed down by the world. Grandfather Takamichi had always been so very sad. He had seen the world shift so very, very quickly, and at times he could not recognize his own home. Only in shrines and nature and when surrounded by family did he seem to know where he was. The stories had been both awe-inspiring and so very, very sad. There was so much Koga could never forget. Not from his grandfather, not from the last true ninja in his family. Old and while still loving life, he was clearly expecting it to end soon. There was a weight to a man that not only knew how to kill you with ease, but had seen so much he could scarcely explain it. Koga shifts to the seal of the outer lion and recalls the look of distant, bitter horror whenever his grandfather would speak of Hiroshima. How he had felt his spirit break as thoroughly as the city had been. How the world was changing faster and faster, and he would never really find himself in it again. Then he would grow quiet and refuse to speak for an hour. Days later, he would speak of such again and grow quiet once more. His fingers now in the position of the inner lion, and Koga lets out a deep breath as he pulls his mind from his distant grandfather and towards the forest itself, or rather, the will of the woods. He quickly forms the outer bonds mudra, followed by the inner bonds. He needed it. This thing, it was effectively a kami. To feel the breadth of its awareness was nearly mind-numbing. The closest sensation he had ever felt was that first, and so far only, look backwards to earth and seeing just how small everything he had ever known was. He empties his mind and completes the next three mudra, the wisdom fist, the ring of the sun, and the hidden form. He exhales once more and feels all his stress and discomfort exit with the inner wind. In a single movement, he rises and pulls his glasses out of his breast pocket. He then starts walking back to the hidden village, or rather, the not-so-hidden village, as a straight path complete with stairs had been made from the village to the edge of the forest. Visitors were welcome, but only so long as they came in peace. As for the village itself, it was 104 buildings total. The vast majority were small houses. They were maybe the size of a bachelor apartment, each with a small fireplace for cooking and warmth, a bedroom and personal storage room. A communal latrine served as the 102nd building, and a food storage house and a communal meeting building were the 103rd and 4th. The last one was the largest by far. That was the easy part. The rest would be built by hand. Something to teach, something to learn. He quirks a slight smile at the sight of Jethurla and the new kid that literally wandered in the previous night. Muxmoro was a curious, inquisitive sort that wasn't traumatized, wasn't hurt, wasn't even unhappy. He just really, really wanted to be a sorcerer because they were so cool. The little brown-haired spit of energy had promptly declared Jethurla his new best friend, and all the men the coolest people to ever, and was really happy to be here. Koga's fervent hope was that Mux would be the standard for students to be, rather than Jeth. Still, the two kids were being kept on task as a forge, and Smithy was being slowly built by hand. Stone by stone, branch by branch, handful of clay by handful of clay, it was all coming together. The muscles of the two children being hardened by labor without the aid of axiom and basic lessons being taught as they work. Bernard, one of his Koga ninjas from their time in zero gravity, was currently explaining the importance of good manners, with the very simplistic logic of it costs you nothing but can buy you a lot. The forge itself was taking shape. A little circular chimney for hay, coal, or charcoal to burn in and superheat whatever ore they find. Then they'll gather it from the bottom and test it all before forging it together with more heat. Simple, practical, and something to work at as a skill. Something they could be proud of and could show off later in life. Practical too, with just a touch of axiom. Down below on the next level down were several fields for vegetable crops being planted between the massive roots of the titanic trees. Carnivores the apoc may be, but that doesn't mean there isn't enormous use for plant matter, the least of which to feed the humans or to bait out creatures you wish to hunt. A whisper in the air informs Koga that his musing is timely. A hunt has been successful and a large paratok has been felled. The enormous scavengers are the local equivalent of boar, but bloated to the size of an ox. Without axiom, they'd be like hippos. Harmless looking at first, but obscenely dangerous by any metric. The beings are quite round, almost appearing to be balls with a shaggy rug tossed on them at first. Then they unfold powerful but stumpy legs in charge. A combination of tough hide and tougher fur make them nearly impenetrable in battle, and its sheer bulk allows it to shatter the limbs of anything it fights, which then leads to its next meal, as these scavengers are as omnivorous as any boar. Tomed examples of the race are a food staple in most apoc cities, and no village is complete without at least a small ranch of the creatures. He makes his way quickly to the side of the plateau where the triumphant hunters are quickly ascending. His eyebrows go up in surprise as the paratok carcass is hurled at him with a laugh. But the axiom flows easily and he catches the enormous beast. The power flowing through him renders the enormous thing seemingly weightless, but still an absurdly awkward thing to carry. Where its fur isn't shaggy and matted with leaves and mud, it's instead very short and fine, ill-suited for gripping. The stump limbs ending in hooves, however, offer plenty of grip, and he sets down the enormous thing. Well, actually, he tried to hold it to the side, but stronger or not, it's still heavier than him by an order of magnitude, and it's a minor miracle it didn't knock him over, axiom or not. Was that supposed to accomplish something? He asks as the hunting party returns. They have several smaller bits of game as well. Local fowl and some long feathery serpents. Just making sure you're on your toes, Sensei. Nothing heinous, one of the cretins says, and Koga shakes his head in annoyance. Right. Well, you all said you had hunting and skinning experience. Time to give me and the men down below a crash course. Oh, sure, it's easy enough. The real trick is to make sure you don't puncture things. It's all about cutting, not stabbing. Good, because we need to be careful with these things we haven't. Do you think I'm an idiot? I've not only got practice with dressing carcasses, but I've looked up this thing's anatomy and a couple of how-to videos. I'll play around plenty, but when lunch is on the line, I make sure I get things done. Then by all means, show us how it's done, oh, master of the meat. Oh no, we need a grill or a spit for that title to stick. Flame-kissed isn't bad, though. Sure enough, in less than 30 minutes, most activity around the small community has stopped to witness the butchering of the paratok with Jeth and Mux front and center, both grossed out but neither willing to look away until the other does. Now, kids, the reason I'm showing you all this with the knife work is that axiom makes a lot of things too easy. The forest does provide, the wood is on your side, but at the same time, you need to really appreciate just how much it does for you. Dale, the nephew of a hunter and trapper, explains to his borderline captive audience. He had just finished gutting and carving one of the few fowl that had been caught after the big job of the paratok being dressed was done. But how much does the axiom help? I mean, it's in everything, right? So how can axiom not be used? Mux asks, and Dale chuckles in understanding as he holds up the second of the 3 fowl they caught. See the scurry bird? Dale asks, and both boys nod. You remember how it took me a few minutes to gut and pluck the other one? They nod again, and he grabs the carcass by the sides and runs axiom through it visibly. The guts fall out, the feathers molt off, and the feet and head just tumble off. There, one perfectly plucked and gutted bird. See how easy the axiom makes it? Then why are you even bothering with knives? Why not use just axiom? It's better anyways, Jeth asks, and Dale smirks. Is it? Dale asks, and Jeth and Mux both nod. In response, he holds the third scurry bird carcass out to them. All right, then. Both of you use Axiom to pluck and gut this last one. You saw me do it with the knife. You saw me do it with Axiom. It should be easy now, right? Yay, of course. It's something like... Mux says, grabbing the carcass, and he and Jeth hold it between them. There's a surge of Axiom, followed by a slight bang, and both boys are covered in gore. What happened? Jeth demands in a shocked tone. I'll explain while we clean you two up. Hey boys, the snakes are edible, but not on normal menus, so it's an exploratory bit of butchery here. I'll be with the kiddos, Dale says, stepping out from around the large stone he'd been butchering the beasts on. I'll help. This is a learning moment, Koga says, and both men herd the children towards the river so they can wash up. I don't get it. We did the same thing. I focused on what I wanted and moved the power. What went wrong? Jeth asks after a few moments of rinsing gunk out of his hair in the cold water. You didn't know what you were doing, Dale says as he splashes some water on Mux, who's full-on waded into the shallows of the river. Yay, but wait. You said this is a teaching moment, so there's something hidden here, Jeth says with a confused look on his face. Oh no, we're not doing that. That kind of teaching is more for philosophy and moral dilemmas. They're to get people to think more clearly while nudging them the right way. What you two did wrong is that you forgot that for as many options as Axiom gives you, it's just a tool, a fast working and powerful tool. Yes, but in the end, only a tool. Koga answers. There's no actual difference to my slowly carving things up with a knife or using the Axiom to flinch and prepare it. It's just faster with the Axiom because I can do everything at once. Most things you can do with Axiom, you can do another way as well. And if you know those other ways, then it's very, very easy to do it with the Axiom. I spent a lot of time skinning and gutting things growing up. My family has a strong hunting tradition. Because of that, I generally know what the inside guts of an animal look like. And with Axiom, I can make the right cuts in the right places with ease. You saw me just shake the bird, but I made dozens of cuts, plucked every feather, and chopped off both the feet and the head. I just did it all at once. Is that why we're helping to build that furnace by hand? Mux asks. That's it exactly. If you know how to make things by hand, then Axiom speeds it up immensely. Koga explains. But how often will we need to make furnaces? I mean, they're useful, but aren't they just another tool? Meaning a step that can be skipped? Jeth presses. The furnaces themselves? Yes, but a furnace is made up of a stern and steady wall, just wrapped up tight and with holes in the right places. You're also learning how to build walls, and you're building muscle too, Koga answers. Why do we need that? Jeth asks, and Dale chuckles. Because if your muscle is strong to begin with, then you don't need to use Axiom as much to become strong. Also, a healthy body leads to a healthy mind. Sometimes working your muscles can help you think. In fact, after dinner, I'm going to walk you both through some exercises designed to do just that, to clear your head so you can think better while also strengthening your bodies, Koga says before grinning. Actually, that sounds like something we should get the entire town doing all together. Something to begin and end the day with. Some basic PT every night and morning? Sounds great, Dale notes as he reaches out and plucks a bit of gunk off of Mux's horn. Chapter 155, The Butler Did It. I do hope your tour of our fine vessel has not been a disappointment, milady. However, we are still under a touch of strain to catch up to a galactic standard and have attempted to compensate with sheer reliability and redundancy. Sir Philip says in a genial tone, as he leads Lady KyleKKent around the Dauntless. It is the first of its kind, crafted in the most horrific of circumstances, and is effectively a rough-and-ready prototype, I understand? Lady KyleKKent says, and Sir Philip simply nods. Thank you for your patience, milady. While these sections of the vessel are of a higher standard in the forms of the luxuries as one of your stature is accustomed to, they're also tragically lacking as well. The carpet, for instance, while functional, lacks proper adornment, it is just a simple pale blue affair. Regardless, there's a charming robustness to things that is not to be ignored. Oftentimes, those who wish to display their wealth end up merely displaying how poor in taste they are, not realizing the value of things beyond a price tag. Lady KyleKKent says. She was strangely at ease among these surroundings. There was something, knowing about Philip, something accepting and comforting to her. She was, of course, being taken for a ride. A slight tilt of the body, a genial smile, a lilt in the tone, and the slightest touches of eye contact at just the right moments projected exactly the sensation that Sir Philip desired. One of a genial, unjudging grandfather, of the old man simply happy to be around someone, and not at all a manipulative old spider that was a veritable wolf in his youth. He had done his research on the woman. She, like so very, very many politicians in the wider galaxy, had utilized restorative comas for aesthetic reasons. Vanity had rendered her perpetually young. She was nearly 3 times his age, and despite everything, he still had so much more in the way of wisdom and experience. It's true what they say. It's not the years, it's the mileage. Although I must confess, Lady KyleKKent says after a mere 10 steps later. Confess what, madam? Sir Philip asks, just waiting to hear what wonderful opportunity this woman is about to give him. You humans have so many rumors swirling around you. I've seen some things firsthand, but I just can't help but consider you all as trets. She admits, and Sir Philip almost groans in his mind. Of course, it would be something simple and not juicy. Could you perhaps explain why, madam? I may be able to illuminate the important differences. Sir Philip offers as he mentally goes through the long list of races that could be considered offshoots of trets. The entire bipedal mammalian classification of sapient life, for a simple and easy-to-remember example. Well, the races on the BMO category that are noticeably different have actual differences. It's impossible to mistake a Goab or a Canador for a tret. The Aramenta and Yaya are unmistakable as well. But humans, you just look the same. All your differences seem to be cultural and internal differences, which I think it's fair to say I can't be expected to have seen. So you're looking for something to truly differentiate the peaceful tret peoples with us humans? There are several ways to do things. However, all of it can be easily faked, with but a few exceptions. Oh, and how would you achieve that? Many peoples have a hard time separating the two. Not to mention there are so many different polities of tret that there is little, if anything, culture-wise that could differ you. There are warrior trets, artisan trets, religious trets, trets that carry weapons all the time. I believe I understand. However, perhaps something that you could never imagine from trets? Sir Philip asks. It's a common enough issue that many alien races simply don't believe in humans. However, he still needs to find some quick and easy ways to dispel such a myth beyond a full-body scan or outright eating deadly substances in front of aliens. And as Mr. Jackson has complained about, sometimes that's not enough. Such as what? Something that may be a danger to you? However, if you want to see solid proof at just how different humans are from tret, I could bring you to a portion of the ship that is not for casual wandering, no matter your status. Oh? What's this sudden dangerous place? The trooper mess hall on Thursday afternoons, Sir Philip says, and she seems taken aback. A mess hall? What is a mess hall? A large dining room with kitchen right next to it, Sir Philip says, and gets an annoyed look from Lady KyleKKent. How is such a thing dangerous in any way? She demands, and Sir Philip smiles. If you'll allow me to lead the way, madam, I'd be honored to show you, he says, and she gives him a stately nod, to which he bows in response. This way, please. He leads her down a hallway and into an elevator. 2 levels down, and they're in far more Spartan settings. This is a part of the ship more designed for the people that work here. If you're not being escorted by a soldier in good standing, you will find yourself most unwelcome here. And why is that? Simple enough. This is where more delicate, sensitive, and important things occur. It's also where many soldiers speak and act freely so that they may relax. If the area is not sensitive, then it's likely to be dangerous. Furthermore, most if not all soldiers will treat all strangers here as intruders and attempt to apprehend everyone they do not recognize. And what makes this place so dangerous? Milady, this is an inner sanctuary for many of the men and is filled with areas we protect. It's dangerous because quite a few of our soldiers are looking for an excuse to be overzealous. For every soldier you hear about going out and stumbling into trouble every 5 minutes, there are another 10 going mad with boredom. Unfortunately, we can't filter out the men fast enough for them to grow comfortable, and there are, of course, increasing concerns with some of the elements we've run into. Caution is wise, but caution slows the processes, and soon enough the greater harm may come from restraint rather than recklessness. It is a difficult balancing act, to say the least. Really, I can't imagine it being so terrible. I mean, really. You humans may be reactionary, but far from insane, Lady KyleKKent says, and Sir Philip gives out a chuckle. Insane, no, but we are a chaotic lot, he says before they turn a corner and come up to a large closed and sealed door. It's standard procedure to keep this bulkhead closed. Otherwise, what's on the other side could... Sir Philip's explanation is cut off by a huffing lady, KyleKKent reaching out and with a twist of her wrist setting the door to open with axiom. His only response is an amused smile as he knows what shall occur next. The sounds of shouting, things breaking and hollering of excitement and confrontation pour out like a wave. What is happening? Simply put, this is the Thursday afternoon brawl. It's a method of venting aggression, and so long as there is no permanent damage to the participants or the items here, and the mess hall is clean upon lights out, then Admiral Cistern has given it his blessing. The man understands exactly how trying stillness and a lack of entertainment is for a great many soldiers, and in this mess hall there is a great venting of that frustration. Sir Philip explains with a brittle smile. It's all quite barbaric, but needs must is needs must. These outbursts are nearly inevitable, and by having these simple but effective rules, it's quite possible to at least get some kind of handle on the stupidity. Oh, how bad! Die, heretic! A deep bellowing voice cuts off Lady KyleKKent's protest. Shall we? Sir Philip offers, and at first she looks uncertain. And then her resolve hardens, and she begins to move, all but leading the way herself. The noise very, very quickly leads them both to the nearby mess hall, and immediately Sir Philip casually picks up and moves Lady KyleKKent to the side to avoid the splatter of something bright red and smelling of spices. The woman, for her part, is utterly shocked to see the riot in progress as an outright army of men, hundreds strong, brawl with nary a care in the world. For chaos, one of the men bellows, and Sir Philip scans the room. Ah, so it appears they're up to that form of silliness. Behold the forces of an imaginary imperium and the forces of an imaginary primal force twisted to wickedness. I don't much understand the appeal myself, Sir Philip says, gesturing from one side to the other. Ah, but we are in time to view numerous physical attacks. Behold a football tackle and the responding sacrifice throw. However, as our triumphant thrower rises, he's met with what's known as a drop kick. This is utter madness, Lady KyleKKent mutters as she sees more men literally throw themselves into the fray. Actually, madam, that was an elbow slam performed on the drop kicker, an overly flashy punishment technique that if dodged can lead to a great deal of pain for the user, Sir Philip remarks. How are you so calm? She asks, trying to latch onto the beacon of sanity and reason in this crazy place. It's simple, really. You see, this fight, while enthusiastic, is still quite friendly. People who are struck are given a chance to retreat without asking. Those staying out of the fight and egging it on are not being dragged in. No weapons have been drawn, be they official or improvised. And look at their faces. Despite the minor bruising here and there, there's nothing but smiles all around. They're having a wonderful time. And though it's not the sort of fun I find myself pining for in my dotage, I do understand the appeal and rush of a good old-fashioned tussle, Sir Philip explains with a slight smile. How is this meant to prove anything to me? Lady KyleKKent asks, and Sir Philip smiles. You can be assured that these men are acting mostly on instinct and without a script. Unless you are seeing something I am not. No, this is pure chaos and madness. Excellent, Sir Philip says with a smile. Now, if you could please feel out the local axiom, it should prove quite illuminating. She gives him an odd look for a few moments before turning back to the enormous brawl in progress. Then after a few moments, she lets out a gasp of surprise. There's barely any axiom, she gasps. Yes, indeed. All that movement and energy and excitement without any grasping of the axiom. But it's not possible. I mean, When calm, a person's axiom pattern will fade into the background, but this is not calm, Lady KyleKKent protests. And if the species evolved to act without axiom, then nearly half of all security systems wouldn't be able to detect you. She whispers in shock. Oh, bad form. This isn't some absurd wrestling ring. Enough with the overblown techniques and bring your fists up, Sir Philip suddenly calls out. She gives him a baffled look. I apologize, but the German suplex was simply absurd. What about it was absurd? It was a fairly well-done grappling move that uses the fact that you humans are effectively stuck on the ground to turn the terrain beneath you into a club. Lady KyleKKent protests, and he gives her an odd look. It's overly showy and inefficient. You want to bash someone against the dirt? Very well, kick them in the back of the knees and throw them downwards. Less risk, equal reward, and much more easily done. Perhaps in a lethal fight to the death, but in a more showmanship-filled brawl like this, a more flashy technique is called for. It's not about downing one's opponents, it's about looking good. I apologize. I am unused to a pervorous audience when I explain things. I had forgotten momentarily your people's tendencies towards an appreciation of displays of power and ability. But of course, if you can end a fight by merely presenting your tail, then it's a victory upon the first stroke. Lady KyleKKent says, snapping out her tail feathers behind her as an enormous white fan that is but a moment's worth of concentration away from being a massive blade as keen as any razor. Intimidation is a wondrous weapon and a potent tool in the possession of the skillful. Now, hopefully, this shameful display has both convinced you of the truth of ourselves and revealed the difficulty in differentiating ourselves from the Tret peoples. Yes, the differences are undeniable, but nigh invisible until placed into practical effect. The sheer amount of men, the propensity to devouring inedible toxins, the lack of axiom. A very unique species, and one of the more aggressive ones in the galaxy, but equally a reasonable one. It hasn't escaped my attention that the greatest concentration of human chaos was within a section far removed from anyone that could not endure it, and sealed further away for good measure. Lady KyleKKent notes with a slight smile. I do hope this hasn't dampened your enthusiasm for sharing your life with Admiral Cistern. Are you joking? A Tret while calm, a Canador when excited, or perhaps more comparable to an Apuk, albeit lacking horns and tails. The mystery as to how and why you get on so well with the fiercer races is most thoroughly solved. Excitement. Of course, fierce in battle, fiercer in bed is a general rule. Madam, please, I know that we are surrounded by crudity and savagery, but could you please refrain? Sir Philip pleads, and she breaks out into giggles. Excellent. Chapter 156, The Bounty Hunters. Move it! Move it! Move it! She hisses in a cast as they pull their prey through the water as fast as they can before the prize drowns. They breach the surface of the small room, used to store materials in the dry, and open the bag. Out flops the oddly heavy Triet, and he's already making good work on the binders around his wrists. The fact he'd resisted the sleeping toxin some 2 minutes into its use was astounding, but hadn't meant much as he was already in the sack. Sorry, darling. Don't worry, though. You'll learn to love it. After I've squeezed a few daughters out of you, you'll bring me quite the payday, and then you're off to some silly tramp that doesn't know the benefits of love them, and leave them. Men are just too high maintenance for a career girl after all. She all but purrs down at the struggling figure. He had fine-boned features, almost aristocratic, and a healthy tan with strong limbs. He clearly took pains to take care of himself and had an adorable amount of hardness under the tiniest film of softness. Jessa, he wasn't alone. Do you think Mills, one of her lesser Aka sister states, girls all fin, no finesse. That was the problem with recruiting in a new place. You couldn't get the best of the best you had to get the silt on the bottom first before you could filter out something worthwhile. We went through 3.5 districts in seconds flat. No one could track us through that. He's ours, Jessa states calmly. The squirming little prize tries to say something through his gag. Oh, you have something to say? He nods. I'll give you one chance then. If you scream or spit at me, it's going back on, she says, and she removes the clot hand. He gasps for a moment to get his breath. Oh, thank God, it's been bothering me for so long, Itchy says with a gasp before rallying himself with a wide smile. You've got something on your face. Just sort of under your cheekbone, on your left side, he explains as her hand comes up and she scratches a bit. I took a laser shot to the face, and the scales are still replacing themselves. Jessa says, utterly off balance by the completely casual conversation from her kidnapping victim. Oh, okay, wait, that's all shark scale. Damn, that's gonna hurt. That shit's sharp, Itchy remarks. What? No! AKA scales run axiom through them, so they cut or refuse to as needed. Almost every race has this. Why would you think that? Wait, you want to have sex with me? You're cute and forceful. If you weren't a mad bomber with a 320,000 bounty on her head, I'd give it a shot. He proposes, and it takes a moment for what he actually said to sink in past the sheer dissonance of his utterly carefree tone. You know my bounty. Wait. Why are you so calm? Jessa asks, and he squints at her. You are one Jessa Fleet scale, right? Itchy asks, and she nods. Then I have no reason to panic. Everything's going according to plan. Oh, really? And is being kidnapped and trapped in a tiny room without a breathing apparatus to escape into the water part of that plan? She asks incredulously, and he nods. There's something up, but it's a Tret. He was surrounded by Tret, and that's all. No way things could be according to his plan. What is his plan anyways? Check the perimeter, get the girls on alert. Something stinks. Jessa orders the spined Aka to her left. Oh, come on, sister, he's bluffing. You can see him shiver with the effort of the lie, Mills protests. Actually, I'm shivering from the cold. We're very, very far away from the warmer waters, Itchy remarks. Unless someone would care to warm me? I'm cold to the touch, lover boy, Jessa notes as she examines him. Short-sleeved shirt made of thin plant matter in jet black, pants made of a thicker plant matter with a tight, almost armor-like weave and a pattern that suggests brown and green vegetation. Thick boots laced at the front, armored in the toes and with the pants tucked in. The only thing odd is his belt, or rather its buckle. It's made of kutha and has strange markings worked into it. While the metal alone is worth a lot, there's a definite flow of power. But nothing had happened. You know, if you want it to come out, then you just have to say so. What does that do? She asked, pointing at the belt buckle. They're called pants. They cover my lower body and provide protection from minor damage and the cold. Not that. That, she points again. A belt, it helps hold up the pants. What the depths makes you think it's a good idea to provoke a woman like me? Jessa demands. Because I've got you right where I want you. Oh, really? She asks. Move it, move it, move it, she hisses in a cast as they pull their prey through the water as fast as they can before the prize drowns. They breach the surface of the small room, used to store materials in the dry, and open the bag. Out flops the oddly heavy Tret, and he's already making good work on the binders around his wrists. The fact he'd resisted the sleeping toxin some 2 minutes into its use was astounding, but hadn't meant much as he was already in the sack. Sorry, darling. Don't worry, though. You'll learn to love it. After I've squeezed a few daughters out of you, you'll bring me quite the payday, and then you're off to some silly tramp that doesn't know the benefits of love them and leave them. Men are just too high maintenance for a career girl after all. She all but purrs down at the struggling figure. He had fine boned features, almost aristocratic, and a healthy tan with strong limbs. He clearly took pains to take care of himself and had an adorable amount of hardness under the tiniest film of softness. Jessa, he wasn't alone. Do you think, Mills, one of her lesser Aka sisters, states, girls all fin, no finesse. That was the problem with recruiting in a new place. You couldn't get the best of the best you had to get the silt on the bottom first before you could filter out something worthwhile. We went through 3.5 districts in seconds flat. No one could track us through that. He's ours, Jessa states calmly. The squirming little prize tries to say something through his gag. Oh? You have something to say? He nods. I'll give you one chance then. If you scream or spit at me, it's going back on. she says, and she removes the clawed hand. He gasps for a moment to get his breath. Oh, thank God, it's been bothering me for so long, Itchy says with a gasp before rallying himself with a wide smile. You've got something on your face. Just sort of under your cheekbone, on your left side, he explains as her hand comes up and she scratches a bit. I took a laser shot to the face, and the scales are still replacing themselves. Jessa says, utterly off balance by the completely casual conversation from her kidnapping victim. Oh, okay, wait, that's all shark scale. Damn, that's gonna hurt. That shit's sharp, Itchy remarks. What? No! AKA scales run axiom through them, so they cut or refuse to as needed. Almost every race has this. Why would you think that? Wait, you want to have sex with me? You're cute and forceful. If you weren't a mad bomber with a 320,000 bounty on her head, I'd give it a shot. He proposes, and it takes a moment for what he actually said to sink in past the sheer dissonance of his utterly carefree tone. You know my bounty. Wait. Why are you so calm? Jessa asks, and he squints at her. You are one Jessa Fleet scale, right? Itchy asks, and she nods. Then I have no reason to panic. Everything's going according to plan. Oh, really? And is being kidnapped and trapped in a tiny room without a breathing apparatus to escape into the water part of that plan? She asks incredulously, and he nods. There's something up, but it's a Tret. He was surrounded by Tret, and that's all. No way things could be according to his plan. What is his plan anyways? Check the perimeter, get the girls on alert. Something stinks. Jessa orders the spined Aka to her left. Oh, come on, sister, he's bluffing. You can see him shiver with the effort of the lie, Mills protests. Actually, I'm shivering from the cold. We're very, very far away from the warmer waters, Itchy remarks. Unless someone would care to warm me? I'm cold to the touch, lover boy, Jessa notes as she examines him. Short-sleeved shirt made of thin plant matter in jet black, pants made of a thicker plant matter with a tight, almost armor-like weave and a pattern that suggests brown and green vegetation. Thick boots laced at the front, armored in the toes and with the pants tucked in. The only thing odd is his belt, or rather its buckle. It's made of kutha and has strange markings worked into it. While the metal alone is worth a lot, there's a definite flow of power. But nothing had happened. You know, if you want it to come out, then you just have to say so. What does that do? She asked, pointing at the belt buckle. They're called pants. They cover my lower body and provide protection from minor damage and the cold. Not that. That, she points again. A belt, it helps hold up the pants. What the depths makes you think it's a good idea to provoke a woman like me? Jessa demands. Because I've got you right where I want you. Oh, really? She asks. Yay, really? He answers simply before grinning. It's been a couple minutes since you heard from Mills, hasn't it? Normally that sort of thing would take a few seconds, but it's been nearly 3 minutes. She actually glances back and into the building. He's right. Too much time has passed, and it's much, much too quiet. She ducks under the water and makes a quick check of the area. She's alone. Her small team of 6 girls is gone. She rushes outside and looks through the currents. A couple of Mara nearby, local lowlifes, she's seen them before. Nothing to worry about. The area is quiet and calm, unnaturally so. Hey, what? The Mara with the bluer hair calls back. The depths are going on. Where is everyone? Jessa demands. What do you mean, where's the depths? The second Mara asks before looking around and is seemingly shocked at the lack of activity around. What's going on? The first one asks. I don't know, but it'd be stupid to stick around and find out. Let's go, the second one says, and the 2 girls swim off in a hurry. Oh, some help you 2 are, Jessa mutters before quickly swimming one way then another. Then she rushes back into the apartment's safe house and towards the dry room. Starting to figure it out? Itchy asks her the moment she surfaces. He's free and sitting comfortably with his back against the far wall and his hands behind his head in a relaxed pose. What's going on? What have you done? She demands, and he chuckles. Now, what would be the fun of telling you? He asked with a smirk. What are you? She demands in a fury. Nothing's going right, and it all leads back to him. She was so sure seconds ago, but now... I'm a demolitions specialist, he says. I'm the guy who makes things go boom, he says, pulling out something from behind his head and smoothly moving to sit forwards and hold out the glass jar full with a clear fluid to her. Will that? She asks suddenly, aware of just how dangerous he could be. Care to find out? He asks, and she considers for half a second before swatting the glass jar out of his hand. It shatters on the floor harmlessly and spills out the water he'd scooped up with it. That could have easily been a chemical explosive. No, it couldn't. I don't know where my girls went, but I'm not falling for you little mind games, Tret. You're here, surrounded by millions of tons of cold water on all sides. This one little room has air scrubbers enough to keep you alive, but you can't leave. You can't even breathe on this deck without help. Lady, we're on a space station. We're all getting help to breathe. Returns a thoroughly unintimidated Itchy. Yes, but you need extra help. Keep telling yourself that. You may even convince one of us eventually. He returns and she ducks back under the water again and swims away before immediately returning to spy on him. I'm not stupid, he says simply. She goes still, just under the water and listening hard. Your ear is still poking out of the water and your hair is spread out over the area. She departs again and this time checks the communicator. This is too much to be a coincidence. This is too much to not be planned by someone somehow. The Tret has admitted that he's bait and there's no telling just what. She shakes her head as a feeling of utter lethargy overtakes her and things seem to go woozy. She floods her system with Axiom and fights off whatever just happened. How had that happened? Has someone tainted the water? There are so many filters that there's movement behind her, and she turns to face whatever's coming, only to come face to face with a massive suit of blue and green armor that immediately grabs her by the shoulder and punches her in the head. Then a strange current pushes out from the armor, and her head swims even further until darkness overcomes her. Several minutes later, the massively armored arm of the class of armor, nicknamed the Walking Sub, waves to Itchy, and he nods before diving into the water next to it. The huge suit points to another walking sub that's unfolded along the back and open to the water. Andrea and Roth quickly help him into the suit, and it seals up before draining of water and filling with air. Well, that was entertaining. Is everything on the up and up? We got the prize, and her lackeys are sleeping off the tranquilizers nearby. If this went any cleaner, the water would be soapy, Bike says over the comm. System and Itchy nods with a grin. Bit of a shame, this one. The mermaids are cute, Itchy remarks, and there's the sound of scoffing and annoyance all around. They're called Aka Dumbass. Bike answers, and from the readouts, he's actually in the other walking sub. Hey, quick question, can the girls hear me? Itchy asks, gesturing to Andrea and Roth. We can, Roth says, and Itchy gives them a salute with the armor. Well then, let me just say thank you for all your hard work today. Clearing out the local area and playing lookout is an awesome contribution on a job like this. Oh yay, you girls gave us room to move around and have fun, and also acted as extra sets of eyes on the problem. Short of doing all the work yourself, you couldn't have contributed more. Bike compliments them. And God knows we don't want that to happen. I happen to like playing mind games and stomping around in power armor. Itchy jokes somewhat. You would, wouldn't you? Bike teases. What's that supposed to mean? Oh my God, you two shove a sock in it. Grab the damn bounty and haul her to airlock 94 before she drifts into the filters or something. Pukey commands them over the comm. And both men chuckle as Bike quickly leads Itchy around and pulls the unconscious and thoroughly tied up Jessa and tosses her over his shoulder. You know, synthesizing bulk amounts of riot control poison is more than a little weird. It shouldn't have worked that well. Roth notes out loud. Well, this is the fun part of taking apart most criminal gangs or hunting bounties. There's always a weak link to exploit. Granted, that's true of most everything. However, there's... Itchy's explanation is cut off when something big swims overhead. Elidris, what's she doing here? Bike asks curiously. What am I doing here? What are you doing here? The furious leviathan of a woman demands, and both Roth and Andrea instantly scatter. Gone in an eye blink. Stupid bitch grabbed me to use as a rape toy and then intended to sell me as a slave. So we're returning the favor and selling her to some people that really want to get their hands on her. Fair's fair, Itchy calls up as the enormous 10-bodied Lidris slowly drifts down. She's nothing like the thunder thought of Vuxa. There's no madness or disunity in her many faces. Just 10 identical angry faces from 10 different angles. For a moment, he briefly wonders if this is 2-on-1 or 10-on-2. "You're bounty hunters," she hisses in rage. "And if we are," Bike challenges, inwardly grinning as the IFF shows that Dong, Pukey, and Mr. T are approaching in the other walking subs. "Then you die," she spits. "Bring it," Itchy remarks immediately. She brings it in a screaming charge of fury to the impertinent Itchy, who catches the blow and skids across the floor. Unfortunately for her, water tends to more even out the weight of things, and a walking sub is power armor designed to let someone fight sea monsters in hand-to-hand, and she's just not as big as a whale, or rather she's not much bigger than a killer whale, and that's several size categories too low to easily deal with a walking submarine. "Spikes," Itchy orders, and instantly gripping spikes extend from his boots, and an unholy screeching sound rings out as he stops dead, and then grabs onto the attacking Lydris and tosses her away. At the internal pressure from his own attempt to move, the suit retracts and extends the spikes as needed, allowing him to turn but rendering him all but unmovable. "Get going, Bike. I got this," Itchy says as the furious Lydris charges at him. "See if you can get her talking, bragging, boasting, threats and stuff. She's scared off Mustard's girls, but they're not really the leg breaker type, so maybe they're just playing safe," Bike says as he engages part of the walking sub, and wings pop out the sides and mini turbines spin up. It's loud, it's obnoxious, and it lets him go like a bullet, even as Itchy catches the Lydris. However, she seems to change her mind part way and makes for Bike. But Itchy holds on tight to one of the bodies, and the whole serpentine monster woman whiplashes back. She goes ballistic, and in seconds, nearly 50 nails are scratching against the armored face plating on the walking sub, and the others start scrambling for the latches. Seconds later, he's torn out of the modified civilian-grade power armor and being screamed at by the thug. In return, he slams the axiom through his system and then the top of his head to slam it into her face and pours the axiom in. The stunt works as it strengthens the connection between the many separate bodies of the Lydris, and all of them reel as one as his one brutal headbutt is suddenly 10. Her grip slackens and he pushes downwards in the water and hooks into the walking sub with his feet. He quickly pulls himself in and reactivates the suit. Moments later, he's tasting sweet, recycled air once more. Prep emergency rebreather. He orders the systems, and a device he bites down on is raised to his face. The bite activates it and it unfolds to cover his mouth and nose while stretching around to the back of his head to magnetically clamp together. It's not a moment too soon as the Lydris has regained her senses and is screaming as she tears him out of the armor again. "I'm going to rip you limb from limb." Unfortunately, due to the rebreather, he can't answer with an appropriately snippy bit of sass by explaining that she's going to try, so instead he just grabs her by the hair and slams her face into a brutal uppercut. End result has him holding a blood clump of hair and 8 Lydris bodies grabbing onto him and pinning him to the deck plating as the 10th screams in pain and fury. 2 bodies are each holding down a limb, and the second to last body is helping check the injured one for the extent of the damage. "You're fucking dead, Tret. I'm going to rip off your limbs, and if you have the balls to survive, I'll be putting those to good use in your new career as my personal dildo." She hisses at him before lowering to his level with her injured head as she glares at him from 20 eyes. She then pokes and holds down the button to activate the tiny speakers in the rebreather. "Any last words?" "Only that you missed an operative word in your threat, sweetheart," Itchy says, and she blinks in confusion. "You're going to try to rip off my limbs." She scowls at him in a fury, and he's ripped off the deck, and they start to pull in every direction. "Maybe I should take this little mask off. See how confident you are, without a gasp to breathe?" Seeing as how she's not pushing the talk button, he can't give her an answer. She'll understand nor even see his smirk. All her eyes are on him, not on the 3 suits of revved-up power armor walking up behind her in near silence. Water does wonderful things. Blunting impacts and allowing things to walk more quietly is but one of them. "Now," She begins before one of the three bounty hunters behind her grab on and activates an electrical current defense. She starts to twitch and throws him away as she screams. He spreads out his arms to slow the movement and starts swimming fast towards the twitching Lidris as another of the power-armored bounty hunters rushes up to the heads and unleashes a series of low-grade tranquilizers. The Lidris breathes it in and falls unconscious quickly. Good stuff. It's almost universal down here, Itchy notes. Works quite well on the gills, Mr. T remarks calmly. That's why we deployed it. A low-grade soporific inhaled through water. Sleep-wake is used all the time in underwater riot control, Pukey remarks as he starts scanning the girl. Mir's not. Nothing over 5,000. She's a thug that left well before things went to hell. Itchy presses the talk button on his rebreather just as something starts ringing in the side pouch of one of the bodies. I'll get that. He quickly swims down to the ringing device and picks it up. It's a waterproof communicator. The caller is labeled simply Boss. He puts it on audio only. Hello? Who are you and where's Mers? I'm afraid the big girl's a little worn out, dead tired, and will be sore in the morning if you catch my drift, Itchy says with an enormous grin behind his rebreather, even as Pukey face palms softly enough to not be caught by the communicator. I see. Well, once she wakes up, tell her that I can see you through the cameras, smartass, and she better be alive or I'm gonna eat your heart. She threatens and Itchy squints to try and see if he's actually reading the title right. It does say Boss on the communicator. It's just some sleep-wake. She could breathe it for hours straight and be fine. Good, now get out before I kill you. Okay, who exactly is threatening me? Itchy asks. If she could actually see them, she'd know there were at least 4 people nearby and a 5th making a clean getaway. I'm the woman watching you right now. Are you? Give me a name, lady. A random threat from a random voice over a communicator isn't very scary. I am the Lady of Dark Waters, acting queen of this section and ruler of... And what are you when you're not playing pretend? Itchy demands. The call cuts off. It could have been a legitimate threat. Pukey rebukes Itchy. Not likely. She claimed she could see us but then forgot about you guys. That's beyond bizarre. This was all a bluff. At most, Mers is the leg breaker of a minor gang leader, one that has a lot of bluster, but not the sense to use threats they can back up. She knows where we are, but doesn't have eyes on us, so she's tracking the phone, Itchy says before holding it out to Pukey, who places it in a small container on the side of the armor. It's supposed to be for picking up seashells and bits of coral, but it works for a waterproof communicator. Right, either way, we're in hostile territory. Get back in your suit and start moving. Pukey orders and Itchy nods before frantically swimming. By the time he's back in the suit, he can't help but notice that he's so cold his skin is ghost white. He ups the heat somewhat and the walk back has him biting back curses from the sensation of pins and needles as he warms back up. Chapter 157. Rack and Roll, Shadows of Centris. So how the hell did we end up in this one again? I was looking at parts when the bag went over my head. Reggie asked curiously. He's speaking in English for a little extra security. Hell if I know. One moment we were browsing for ways to upgrade our new toys and now we're tied up back to back to back with bags over our heads, Amadi notes. So we're back to normal, aren't we? Koa asks. The hell about this is normal, Reggie demands. I don't know, stumbling into insane conspiracies every 10 minutes is pretty much our current mission statement, Amadi notes. Ah, so billable hours. Got it, Reggie says with sarcasm, absolutely dripping from his tone. Do you have somewhere better to be? Koa asks. Let's see. Danger, stress, frustration, and no doubt a great deal of stupidity. No, not really. How about you guys? Reggie remarks blithely. Pretty much the same. You guys ready to escape now? These ropes are chafing a bit, Amadi asks, and there's some chuckles and nodding. In response, Amadi sends a surge of axiom that slices their bindings. Excellent. Let's kick some ass. They pull the bags off their heads and examine their surroundings. Small room with padded walls and a single light over their heads and a vent. Weapons gone, location unknown, and an unknown opposing force, Koa notes as he stands on his tiptoes and reaching up for the vent above. Reggie, see if you can unscrew that. You do know going through the vents isn't going to work, right? Reggie asks, even as he stands on the knee that Koa offers him and is then hefted up by the legs. He reinforces his fingers and uses them as an impromptu wrench and quickly rips off the vent cover. Fans, grills, and a lot of dust. We're not going out through this. He's lowered to the ground and Koa lifts up the vent cover. Steel for knives. Remember the recent addition to our basic axiom training? Good thinking, big man. Getting ourselves some toys will greatly help our chances, Amadi says, and he pumps a large amount of axiom into the metal. All three men grab onto it, and the metal shifts. Moments later, all three men are wielding trench knives and nodding. All right, next question. Where's the door? Reggie asks, looking around. Good question. Let's make one, Koa remarks, putting his hand on one of the nearest wall and feeling it out before thumping his hand against it. He frowns and steps to the next wall and gives it a thumping. Same noise. The third wall, however, has a very differing sound, and he grins. He charges axiom through his arm and knife and stabs deep before wrenching to the side. Found the door? Reggie asks. Yep. Koa remarks as he digs his axiom-enhanced fingers in and rips the way open. They see the back of a wall and Reggie shoves him to the side and quickly looks up and down before tapping it a few times. All right, the spot to exit is here, Reggie says before kicking the wall hard, and a panel snaps off its rivets to slam into a nearby wall immediately present. He steps out and glances down the maintenance tunnel. I think we're in a ship. Maybe more than just ships have maintenance hallways, Amadi remarks as he slips out. You're the mechanic. Show us the way. Koa says to Reggie, who nods, and he starts heading to the left. We've got a few minutes at most. We didn't see any cameras, but that doesn't mean there isn't some kind of silent alarm going off, Reggie remarks as he leads the way to a ladder, and they climb up a level and start heading straight until they reach a computer terminal. He activates it, and it asks for a password. In response, he opens up its access panel and hard resets the computer and causes it to restart several times in quick sequence, and then it boots up and asks to start in safe mode. And we're in. There's a few moments of silence as Amadi and Koa look out for Reggie as he gets into the system and smiles. All right, we've got good and bad news. Bad is that we're on a ship in orbit. The good is that these people are retarded, and I've managed to make an administer account for us. Password is password in English, enunciated through galactic trade runes. The account name is? Koa asks to make sure there's nothing too stupid happening. Boy's the English word, but in galactic trade runes. It won't show up on a list, though, so just use the enter name function instead. Reggie answers and the larger man nods. Do we have a name for this ship and a way to contact our people? Amadi asks, and Reggie resets the terminal one more time before logging in on the new administrator account. This is the Cherry Crush, and this terminal can access the communication arrays. But if we do it, we will be instantly figured out and possibly blocked unless we control either the bridge or the main communication pylon on the ship. What about enemy forces and their levels of awareness? Do they know we've escaped? Koa asks, and Reggie starts typing out. I think we've got a few more minutes. No alarms are active for now, but that may be soon to change. There are about 50 accounts on this system, and aside from mine, only 2 have administrator access. We can assume that to be the captain and a shared mechanic account for effecting repairs and system updates, Reggie says before turning back to the terminal and grinning. We're in luck, though. Our gear isn't very far away. I've got a program on my communicator that should be useful for times like this. Good. Let's get moving. They may not know where we are yet, but it's more a matter of time than anything else, Koa says, and Reggie nods before logging off. Right, let's go, Reggie says, putting the panel back in place after quickly fixing the mess he made. Delicate touch there, Reg, Amadi notes. If we play our cards right, then the Undaunted add another ship to our registration. Sure, it might be a little hard to do since we're right on Centris rather than out in the boonies, but we still have a chance to take this sucker as a prize. Another toy in the stable is a good thing. Not sure that the Cherry Crush is the name of a ship you want in the Undaunted. Amadi notes as Reggie leads them up another level and along the maintenance tunnel. We can rechristen things easily. Reggie dismisses the concern as he leads them up and then thinks, okay, we should be about there, but we've got a chance of being spotted so be ready for a fight. Got it, Koa says as Reggie undoes the latches to the maintenance hallway and moves the panel to the side. Let me take a look. I'll put up an illusion to shield us, Amadi says as he fades from sight, then gently nudges Reggie to the side. Reality seems to swim, and Amadi fades back in a moment later. We have a veil. The three men slip out of the maintenance hallways and replace the panel to hide their tracks. Reggie quickly rushes them up to a nearby door and starts going at the control panel to the side and quickly logs in and opens the door. They all slip in and close the door behind them. The knives are tucked into their belts as they quickly fan out to search the room. Over here, Koa says after a few moments. Amadi and Reggie quickly show up next to him, and they take a few moments to tuck their gear away. All right, I hadn't gotten the time to really bring out the new toy I'm working on, so I've just got a pair of UZ submachine guns, 2 replacement magazines each, my sidearm fully loaded with an extra mag, combat knife, and the new knife. I've upgraded to a shotgun myself, pump action, 15 cartridges of buckshot, and 15 solid slugs. I've also got 3 types of specialist rounds, Bolo, Piranha, and Dragon's Breath at 5 each. Also got my sidearm and spare magazine with the 2 knives. Amadi explains as Reggie puts his larger rifle together and pauses. I still have my sniper rifle, 1 full magazine in, and 3 extra for 28 shots of high-precision death. Sidearm and spare mags and the knives like you two. Also, what the hell are Piranha and Bolo shells? I know Dragon's and Incendiary, but the others? Sharp buckshot and 2 balls connected by wire respectively. They're great for causing a huge amount of damage to the meaty bits or confusing the hell out of most defenses. The Bolo doesn't always work, but this'll be an interesting field test. Stick to what you know works. We don't know if we're dealing with idiots or the hardest of the hard, Koa says as he flips up the shelf to look in the one beside where the weapons and equipment were stored. Reggie and Amadi get the idea and they quickly open everything they haven't already opened and quickly get their hands on a laser cannon. A weapon that quickly turns out to be a short-range flamethrower and no less than 8 separate shield belts. They slap on the belts, Koa pockets his UZI and hefts the laser cannon. He checks the power pack and nods. All right, this one is a 5-shot then minute recharger. Damn, more of a door opener than a proper combat weapon. All right, we'll be moving under stealth and then heading to the communication pylon. From there we speak to the Dauntless and organize a hit from the outside and make the systems go down at the best possible time. Any objections? Amadi asks. Only that we're not already doing it. Let's go, Reggie says, and there's nodding. All right, veil up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Amadi says, and they rush out of the room even as Reggie opens the door. He points back towards the maintenance hallway, and they bundle in before heading up towards the top of the ship and sneak through. This is too easy, Koa mutters. Don't jinx it, dumbass, Reggie snips. It wasn't a jinx, though, and there's only a single crew member by the pylon, and Koa wraps his arms around her face, and Amadi jumps on and grabs her head to knock her out instantly. Keep her down and quiet, Reggie says, accessing the pylon and using his new account. Wait, what the hell is that? Focus, Koa orders him, and he turns back to the task at hand to report their situation to the Dauntless. Also, she's a Drin. Their antenna can pick out electrical and magnetic currents, so they're often employed as technicians and mechanics. Makes sense to me. If I could do that, then I'd be able to find half the problems on any ship in minutes, Reggie says calmly before grinning. Awesome. Command's on the ball today. We just need to hold on for the go-ahead, and then I play merry hell with the ship systems. Then I'm on protective and Amadi's on camouflage, Koa remarks as he quickly checks the laser cannon he's looted again. A quarter of an hour later, Reggie gets a signal and manually erases an approaching ship from the sensor array and gives the people on that ship not only the complete layout of the Cherry, but access to its internal comms. It's over in minutes. Koa carries the unconscious Drin mechanic to the rest, where she's safely tied up, and all 3 of them witness the Cherry Crush docking into the Dauntless from the main bridge. They leave the ship with smiles all around and encounter Admiral Cistern as he enters the docking bay. I see you 3 are luring in ever larger targets. Thank you for the new ship, although it's only fair I give you 3 an option to back out now. Deliberately sending you 3 out to smoke out conspiracy and kidnappers is more than a trifle unfair. Sir, this one came to us. It happens no matter what. And if it does happen, may as well be on duty when it does right? Reggie asks, and Admiral Sister nods before turning to Koa and Amadi. Much the same, sir, Amadi says simply. Sir, I would be doing this in my off time. Sir, Koa assures him. Excellent. Incidentally, Trooper Jackson, your METAC wives, witnessed your kidnapping and informed us of it nearly immediately before heading off to arm and armor themselves for an all-out raid. I would recommend that you do something to calm them down before they attempt to start a war with someone. Chapter 158, Love and Longing. Blades meet together and ring out like bells within the forest. She holds an apuk warblade with ease, the thick sword with hooked sides easily dwarfing her arms, and yet still dancing in her hands. He, on the other hand, seems to have a mostly ornamental blade. It's certainly dangerous, but it looks like it would shatter upon the first parry. It had not, and as such, she was now contending with a sliver of metal that flickered to and fro like the tongue of a serpent, and would tap her on the arms and sleeves. You do know that fighting like this would not work in an actual battle? Miro Noir chides Vernon, and he smiles in return. Yes, but you've refused to use those techniques for some reason. He replies with a wink to show he damn well knows why. A mild dusting of pink chases across her face as she considers the tactic of simply overwhelming him. It's the problem with finesse combatants. All you need to do is bowl them over, and you have the advantage. Of course, racing into her husband's arms to knock him over all, but guarantees that neither of them are getting up for anywhere between a few minutes to a fair portion of a day. You know very well why I won't. There's a time for work and a time for play, and we must hone our skills. Therefore, it is time to work. She chides him, and he smiles before suddenly bursting into a mass of petals and leaves. She whirls to face him, but finds nothing. The flat of his sword taps her on the cheek from behind. He hadn't teleported at all. How cheeky. Is that how we're doing this? She asks, and his impudent smile sends her heart aflutter. It's all for her, and she knows it. Very well, then. Remember that you started it. I welcome it, Vernon replies, and with a crack of snapping cloth, she blurs until she's behind him and holding the flat of her war sword across his belly. He looks back to kiss her on the cheek, and she at once wants to growl in frustration that he wants to flirt over train, and also wants to sigh as the flirting is effective. The absolute certainty of his love for her makes the whole of the universe shine so much brighter, the air so much sweeter, and even the most incidental of noises are nearly music in her ears. His warm and welcoming form dissolves into petals and leaves again, and he's standing some 10 paces away. His left hand is on his thigh, and he's thinned his profile to her with the sword extended at maximum length. The stance looks effective, but the smile is unchanged. He's still playing with her. Then she raises an eyebrow and can't help her own smile as she twists the axiom around them. The forest and world around them grows utterly still. She strolls up to him and chuckles. It had taken a bit of work to work out how he'd done it in the first round, but it was worth it. She casually brings up her sword and taps him on the cheek with the flat, only to run into his sword now in a defensive position. She blinks, and he's suddenly offering her a flower with his sword holding hers away. He's frozen with a wink on his face, but he is frozen. She raises an eyebrow in response before breaking into giggles and allowing the construct to fade as she takes the flower from his hand and gives it an appreciative sniff. Is there an off button? She asks, and he moves into a considering pose. No, there isn't, he says before smiling wider. Not when I'm wed to so wonderful a woman. When we're done training, save it for then. We need to keep our skills sharp, it's only proper. Miro Noir protests a little before mentally face-palming, a human gesture of annoyance or frustration. There's an easy way out of this, and she overlooked it the whole time. He has a hard time reading people, so of course it's all playfulness. He can't really see her frustration. Please, for me, it means a lot to me. The reaction is instant as he blinks and seems to stiffen up before nodding. Right, sorry. He takes 2 steps away while gripping his sword harder, then turning in a snap. He's back in the thin profile pose, but is balanced on it. The smile is now a resolute grin, and he's watching her with an intensity that stirs her own wants deep down. She likes his serious face. On your mark. She nods and takes a defensive stance. There's something in his gaze that tells her she'll need it. Mark. He's on her the instant the word leaves her mouth. She manages to catch the flicker of light that his blade is reduced to at these speeds, and for a moment she can make out the sword. His eyes flicker, and she follows the pattern as his sword follows it. He's not used to melee combat in the way she is. His eyes are telling her everything. Without needing to look, she parries 4 times before there's a whisper, quiet but undeniable surge of axiom, and his sword slices right through hers. She weaves away, and as he brings his sword to rest at her chin, she has the edge of hers at his stomach. Blades meet together and ring out like bells within the forest. She holds an apuk warblade with ease, the thick sword with hook sides easily dwarfing her arms, and yet still dancing in her hands. He, on the other hand, seems to have a mostly ornamental blade. It's certainly dangerous, but it looks like it would shatter upon the first parry. It had not, and as such, she was now contending with a sliver of metal that flickered to and fro like the tongue of a serpent, and would tap her on the arms and sleeves. You do know that fighting like this would not work in an actual battle? Miro Noir chides Vernon, and he smiles in return. Yes, but you've refused to use those techniques for some reason. He replies with a wink to show he damn well knows why. A mild dusting of pink chases across her face as she considers the tactic of simply overwhelming him. It's the problem with finesse combatants. All you need to do is bowl them over, and you have the advantage. Of course, racing into her husband's arms to knock him over all, but guarantees that neither of them are getting up for anywhere between a few minutes to a fair portion of a day. You know very well why I won't. There's a time for work and a time for play, and we must hone our skills. Therefore, it is time to work. She chides him, and he smiles before suddenly bursting into a mass of petals and leaves. She whirls to face him, but finds nothing. The flat of his sword taps her on the cheek from behind. He hadn't teleported at all. How cheeky. Is that how we're doing this? She asks, and his impudent smile sends her heart aflutter. It's all for her, and she knows it. Very well then. Remember that you started it. I welcome it, Vernon replies, and with a crack of snapping cloth, she blurs until she's behind him and holding the flat of her war sword across his belly. He looks back to kiss her on the cheek, and she at once wants to growl in frustration that he wants to flirt over train, and also wants to sigh as the flirting is effective. The absolute certainty of his love for her makes the whole of the universe shine so much brighter, the air so much sweeter, and even the most incidental of noises are nearly music in her ears. His warm and welcoming form dissolves into petals and leaves again, and he's standing some 10 paces away. His left hand is on his thigh, and he's thinned his profile to her with the sword extended at maximum length. The stance looks effective, but the smile is unchanged. He's still playing with her. Then she raises an eyebrow and can't help her own smile as she twists the axiom around them. The forest and world around them grows utterly still. She strolls up to him and chuckles. It had taken a bit of work to work out how he'd done it in the first round, but it was worth it. She casually brings up her sword and taps him on the cheek with the flat, only to run into his sword now in a defensive position. She blinks, and he's suddenly offering her a flower with his sword holding hers away. He's frozen with a wink on his face, but he is frozen. She raises an eyebrow in response before breaking into giggles and allowing the construct to fade as she takes the flower from his hand and gives it an appreciative sniff. Is there an off button? She asks, and he moves into a considering pose. No, there isn't, he says before smiling wider. Not when I'm wed to so wonderful a woman. When we're done training, save it for then. We need to keep our skills sharp, it's only proper. Miro Noir protests a little before mentally face-palming, a human gesture of annoyance or frustration. There's an easy way out of this, and she overlooked it the whole time. He has a hard time reading people, so of course it's all playfulness. He can't really see her frustration. Please, for me, it means a lot to me. The reaction is instant as he blinks and seems to stiffen up before nodding. Right, sorry. He takes 2 steps away while gripping his sword harder, then turning in a snap. He's back in the thin profile pose, but is balanced on it. The smile is now a resolute grin, and he's watching her with an intensity that stirs her own wants deep down. She likes his serious face. On your mark. She nods and takes a defensive stance. There's something in his gaze that tells her she'll need it. Mark. He's on her the instant the word leaves her mouth. She manages to catch the flicker of light that his blade is reduced to at these speeds, and for a moment she can make out the sword. His eyes flicker, and she follows the pattern as his sword follows it. He's not used to melee combat in the way she is. His eyes are telling her everything. Without needing to look, she parries 4 times before there's a whisper, quiet but undeniable surge of axiom, and his sword slices right through hers. She weaves away, and as he brings his sword to rest at her chin, she has the edge of hers at his stomach. How active is your imagination? Too active, sometimes, far too active, he whispers with a pained look. Vernon, I wasn't simply acting as a tourist when I wandered after earning my title. I went from world to world, plying a trade of violence and sheer strength. When I moved to Centris, it was a mere 6 months before we met. I have bested armies worth of skilled prize fighters. In many places, it was to the point that there was simply nothing to be gained in betting on whether I would win or not, but rather on how swiftly I would. She explains, and he still looks hesitant. Oh, Vernon. She kisses him gently. I'll be fine. Show me all the strength you can bring. Show me how my beloved fights. It's just difficult to get over. I may backslide, Vernon admits as they step apart, and he brings up his sword again. Then I'll remind you as many times as I must, she says before bringing her own sword up. Now show me the strength of cruel space. There's a screeching protest of metal on metal as he charges in with a brutal stab. She deflects it, but he runs the blade up, and then she has to jerk her head backwards to avoid a punch from the basket hilt that is then turned into a slam that she has to completely disengage from him to avoid. He's on her again, and right in her face in space, her sword is too large to use, but so's his, which is why he's using it as a punching gauntlet. The sword fight devolves into wrestling as they both try to wrench each other's weapon out of the other's hands and get the advantage. The blades go flying, and she launches him away. He lands on all fours and rises to take a stance with his arms in front of him, ready to both attack and defend. Feeling a heat that has nothing to do with physical exertion, building inside her, Mira Noir starts pacing with her hands in claw-like formations, and her tail slowly waving from side to side. They begin circling the area, daring one another to attack. Mira Noir rushes in first with her fingernails trailing red sparks. Too little fire for the forest to react to, but enough for Vernon to know that if this wasn't a friendly match, they'd scythe through ship plating with ease. Her first swing is a feint that she uses to bring her tail around and slam into Vernon's thigh as he moves to start grappling with her. He's knocked to the ground and rolls with it, but she's on him so quickly he's forced on the defense that she steps into, and then forces him to dodge an attack with her horns that strips him of steady footing. She grabs him by the shirt and shakes him fully off balance while holding him off the ground. Now that's more like it. She purrs and kisses him on the lips. He then starts lifting into the air as he starts flying ever so slightly to deepen the kiss. Think we've pushed enough? Vernon asks, what he wants dripping from his voice. We can have another session later today. Right now. Right now we're a little too distracted, don't you think? Mira Noir purrs as lifts her from under her rump and carries her to a nearby tree and starts kissing her deeply while pinning her to the bark. We're not going to get anything done today. Do you want me to stop? Vernon asks, pulling away a little. Her answer is to pull him right back in. Chapter 159, The Pirates. Franklin looked over the torn-up and broken battlefield of just a few weeks prior. The burnt fossils of the sea serpents, the hordes of bones and rotted meat from the zombie advance, the sheer devastation on the landscape. All of it was still here. But it was time to work. He'd staked out the best spot, and the least fertile soil in the area was a gravelly mess where little would grow, a former chemical dumping site with a hill. He crouches down and sends a pulse of axiom into the earth to get a sensation for what's there. A smile crosses his face. The chemicals may have left a burning trail of death on the way down, but it was long enough ago that even the smallest trace of it has degraded into harmlessness. Bits of old metal were rusted all the way through and would shatter at the impact of a shovel. Ancient glass was ground to sand by the slow but undeniable movement of the continents. All right, he says, looking up to a small hill. From there, that's where the house will be built. He focuses and is then standing upon the hill. Baron Smith? He lets the wind tousle his growing hair as he tries to consider. The elevation to a royal title hadn't been a surprise, but he was just sorting out too much shit and needed to stop dallying around. Why am I hung up on this? I've killed. I've killed in defense and in offense. I did terrible things to terrible people, and those two were terrible people to have terrible things done to them. They deserved it. He closes his eyes and a scorched skull looks back at him with smoldering eye sockets. He glares out over the plains. Still hung up? Mirage asks, and he turns to regard the cloakin. She's wearing clothing, which is an improvement. For some reason, she looks more carnal and inviting when dressed rather than nude. It's a strange thing. His other wives are walking up. Many of them look concerned, and there's a large-scale air transport behind them, clearly designed to house all the equipment and materials they need to start. Yes, and I don't know why. He looks away. I could spend 100 years scouring 1,000 worlds, and I would struggle to find someone who deserves a gruesome death more than those two. But that still doesn't mean it was easy. No, the problem was it was too easy, far too easy. Killing is easy. Widespread devastation is easy. By now, the rest of his wives have gathered behind him. With a wave of my hand, the world shakes. Everyone staggers at the demonstration. Sensors all over the planet register an earthquake out of nowhere that just as suddenly as it appeared, stops. By chasing axiom power, I made myself into a living weapon of mass destruction. A nuke that can get into a pissy mood. One bad day, one flare of temper, and thousands of lives can be lost. I chased the prize of axiom so hard that once I had it, I had too much. Hell, with my knowledge of chain reactions in the axiom, I could burn entire worlds. He holds his hands out in front of him. With a snap of my fingers and all this ends, I figured out how to create a self-feeding chain reaction in the axiom. I don't even know if it would stop on Vuxa or go beyond. Would it stop on the planet? Would it eat the system? Would it spread even further? I don't know. Do you really think it would do that? Smithaw asks, and he slowly shrugs. It's possible. It's very possible, Franklin says before sighing. It's too much. A pair of small arms wrap around his leg, and he looks down to see Smithaw hugging him. Get down here. We need to talk face to face. He crouches down to her level, and she puts her forehead to his. I've seen evil. I've been the victim of it most of my life. I know it when I see it. I see some of it in my fellow wives. We all have evil and darkness in us. I've done evil. You've done evil. That you're afraid of unleashing evil is proof enough that you do not let it control you. Look, she sweeps her arm out over the fields. This was a place of death and doom. Anyone that came here was guaranteed to be slaughtered for the entertainment of those two monsters. And when no one came here after too long a period of time, then they'd slip out and find victims elsewhere. Every week there was someone else screaming their last and broadcasted for the entire world to see. Then you happened. We're safe now. But is this a human thing? So much doubt and self-loathing? Yes, you're powerful. Yes, you can do incredible and awful things. I know how to rig up an axiom cascade bomb. I get one of those big enough and park it on a star, and I can force a stellar flare. Aim it right, and you can cook a world. Will I do that? It's not a weird thing to have that kind of power, Franklin asks after a moment. Behind his eyes, Smitha can see the mechanisms in his head seeming to clunk and clank together. It's a big galaxy, Franklin. We've had a lot of mad women make all kinds of horrible things. Things that have been declared illegal and immoral to use, which just makes them the go-to toys of the real lunatics. As bad as, what did you call them again? Butcher, Bitch, and Thunder Thought? Smitha asks, and he nods. Yay, those were the code names, Franklin says, and Mirage kneels down to his level with a hand on his shoulder in comfort. As bad as they were contained to just one world, Mirage says before shrugging. Besides, you think you're the first to figure out these axiom tricks? There are others. Rumors around pirate stations of some worlds that are just gone. A massive surge of axiom followed by a wave of null, like a bomb went off. That's what would happen if you use that cascade idea, isn't it? Yay, logically. I haven't done it yet. It's not exactly a skill that can be practiced. You're not the first, you're not the last. There will be others. What we need is a good person with the power to snuff out stars. Not to extinguish this one, but to swat away the hand that would, Smothers says, and he sighs. I suppose in that light it's just stupid for me to mope, isn't it? Franklin asks. You can't control what you feel, but you can control what you do with it, Mabby remarks, leaning down to his level. Now stand, dear man. You've done too much for too many to mope. Franklin rises, carrying a giggling Smithaw with him. You're right, all of you. Moping solves nothing, and there's enough people and places in the galaxy that there's no way what I've done or discovered is unique, which means the only path is forward. So have you scouted it? Can we start making our new home? Cheria asks excitedly. Her arm blades are unfolding and folding again and again in excitement. Yea, we center it on that hill, and we'll have a perfect view of our lands from one corner to the other. And like the earth barons of old, our holdings will be all we can see from the top of our home, Franklin explains. But there's no cave. How can we do things the old earth way, without a cave to huddle into and a pile of furs to sleep on? Ichi teases. Not to mention the cave paintings. Oh, maybe he'll dress in only war paint, Nietzsche offers, and Franklin just crosses his arms and regards them with a smile. I don't know. I don't think I can pull a loincloth. I mean, I can barely pull a dragon skin trencher, Franklin says, tugging at his crimson coat. The stitching is crude as he made it by hand, but it's very solidly done, as he clearly took his time to make up for a lack of skill. Now the question is, where do we put the pool? Ichi asks eagerly. Forget the pool. I want to start on the kitchens first, Nietzsche counters. All right, I know you girls said you'd take care of things to do it quick, but there's no way you can... All right, show me why you're all grinning, Franklin says, but trails off when he sees everyone's expressions. Observe, a house is born with but the push of a button, Smithaw says, pulling out a small device with a conspicuous red button on it that she dramatically pushes. There's a pause and she gives Franklin an upset look. Enough with the eyebrow. It runs real quiet thanks to sound baffling and takes a few moments to scan the area. And what is this we're speaking of? Franklin asks, having not lowered the eyebrow in question. I already said it works quiet, Smithaw says, pointing behind Franklin, who turns to see the entire cargo portion of the transport vehicle float overhead as it slowly expands. Smithaw points to the top of the hill with the device and unfolds a little touch screen from the side. A few presses on it, and the gigantic container hover further along before slowly setting down. In utter silence, pillars shoot into the earth, and the entire structure unfolds outwards, upwards, and downwards as well. In moments, the hill is crested by a 4-story manor house made of metal, and Franklin's jaw has dropped. It's just a simple mobile home for now. Nothing but hollow furniture, and we'll need to do a few grocery runs. But they're a great base point for building houses and can easily be expanded into full-on mansions, Mabby says with a purr. I've been getting a lot of the more tech-minded girls slapping these babies together so that we can build even faster. Your city-making trick is great for low-rent poverty stuff, but when you want people to settle and stay settled, you need something more solid to build off of. Most farmer houses will be these, and they'll be building their own barns easy enough. You call that thing simple? It's the size of an apartment building, Franklin protests. Maybe on Centris. No, actually not even there. I've been on Centris. Maybe in cruel space, but we like to spread out, have room to stretch our legs and wings, Cheria remarks before fluttering up on her wings. Anyways, I'm gonna pick the first room. What? Hey, Nietzsche protests, giving chase. No fair, Ichi adds in hot pursuit. Are they pirates or preschoolers? Franklin asks with a chuckle. Oh, puffed. Mirage dismisses with a swat to his chest. You're only as old as you want to be, literally with healing comas. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need a place to lay my stuff. And I need a place with a lock on it, lest the sneaky bitch make off with my tools. Mabby notes walking after Mirage, who puts on a wounded expression that she exaggerates with a hand to her chest in mock shock. I better make a move on in case they try and shaft me with the smallest one. Just because I'm short doesn't mean I don't like space, Smithaw says, walking up to their new home that was put up in moments. Am I to assume I'm going to have the biggest bed no matter what? Franklin calls up to the group. Yes! They all shout back as one, and he chuckles. He then waits a few more moments as Churia gets close to the newly situated house, and then teleports a solid 10 paces in front of her and opens the door. Interesting new house smell. Churia then promptly crashes into his back, and they skid across the smooth tile floor. She lets out a rueful chuckle and then scrambles off his back with a, "Sorry. I should have seen that coming. Teach me to try and look cool," Franklin says, standing upright. "Yay, sorry, I just need to make sure I get a good room. And may I assume one's been picked out for me already? Second floor dead center. It's got a staircase up to a third floor room that's all for you, so you can do your big man thinking and private stuff in there. Get a good brood on, you know?" Churia teases him, and Franklin sighs. "I'm never going to live this down, am I? Nope. I get into a funk one time, for weeks, and I'll be carrying it with me forever. Not really, maybe a few months, and whoa, time to go." Churia begins before Ichi and Nietzsche rush in, and she flies off to the side to stake her claim on the best room she can. Mabby and Mirage arrive moments later, followed by Smitha. After seeing everyone inside, he closes the door and then heads upstairs to the room dead center in the building. It's already labeled the Love Nest, and he shakes his head in amusement. The room is large, with a huge area marked out for a bed. Apparently the girls have a lot of plans, and from the size of it, all of them could fit on it at once. There's also a spiral staircase leading straight up in the corner of the room. It's easy to see how it folded up. It's just a series of steps hanging from a central pole. He'll have to upgrade it with a railing so he can slide down it later. Or maybe a fireman's pole. Oh, or he could do away with entrances. You have to teleport to get in. That would be cool. Well, I'm in a glass house when it comes to childishness, he notes as he walks up the spiral staircase and pokes his head into the loft studio that's apparently been set aside for him. Inside, there is plenty of room for bookshelves, computers, and all sorts of crafting tables and little workstations. Everything he'll need to dive in deep into the wonders of Axiom. He walks to the window and looks out over the fields, soon to be tilled for innumerable crops. There's more work to do, sea serpent fossils to remove, previously animated corpses to dispose of, craters to fill in, and more. Welcome home, Baron Franklin. Welcome home. Chapter 160. Meanwhile, at the LAB... All right, doctors. I make a point of arriving promptly when the words "weapons breakthrough" are found on my reports. Doubly so when it's accompanied with "for your eyes only." What do you have for me? Admiral Cistern walks into the weapon testing range to Dr. Samuel, smiling. The good doctor gestures to a large table filled with blueprints and numerous examples of what looks to be a bandolier of chrome grenades and child's toy covered in hazard tape, yellow and black with numerous small balls around it and a conspicuous red button on the side. Sir, we have 2 excellent weapons completed and several in prototype stages. A stunning and disarming weapon known as the Pulsing Ablator Grenade, or PAG, and the Mass Chaos and Area Denial Weapon, the BPB, or Bouncing Plasma Bombs. Our prototypes are the Bomb Spray, the Screamer, the Line Pulse, and the Thermal Staff. Renames pending as testing pans out. Describe these weapons to me, Admiral Cistern orders, and Dr. Samuel simply smiles. I'll be giving you a demonstration of the PAG and BPB in a few moments. As for the rest, the bomb spray is us attempting to create plasma in a more jelly-like state and glue it to a target, then have it remotely detonated at will. We're still working a lot of kinks out, though, so it's not one to hold your breath on. Dr. Samuel explains, holding up the blueprints for what looks to be a small, handheld device with numerous canisters on it. Limited ammunition, but plasma is created from agitated gases in the atmosphere. I see, it does sound interesting, though. He regards as he reads the blueprints and sees that the methods to make the plasma jelly is currently quite slow, and each container slowly produces more. Switching them out is to simply extend how much you can have at once. Very much so, sir. The Screamer, on the other hand, we're just working through some durability issues. It's a powerful anti-armor weapon that is effectively a megaphone amped up to ludicrous levels. The sound waves become capable of finding fractal-level faults in whatever equipment they encounter and ripping them apart through sheer vibration. Unfortunately, the screamer is also vulnerable to this damage, and it's ludicrously difficult to shield the soldier activating it from the echo of their attack. It's possible, but it takes such a long time to set up that you effectively have a guarded position to begin with. A lot of kinks to work out, but we've got a lot of good ideas how to do it. Dr. Samuel explains, holding up the next set of blueprints for Admiral Cistern's perusal. True enough, it resembles a megaphone in shape if not function. There are numerous proposed methods for better directing the sound or preventing the damaging echoes, but several are crossed out and a few have question marks. It's very much a work in progress. Interesting. The line pulse is? Admiral Cistern asks, setting down the blueprints and accepting the next set. Very much a work in progress. However, it's a cutting-edge shockwave that should have purposes in both construction and combat. Long story short, it's the knife with the longest reach. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get that reach very far. We're using a magnetic bottle-style solution for the plasma to keep its shape, but the natural magnetic fields of the planet and from nearby technology causes it to dissipate at random past the first 5 meters. And if you're not rocking a shotgun, you may as well just pull an actual knife to cut things at that range. Meaning this device is better suited to work as a cutting torch at the moment, Admiral Cistern says as he considers the odd device. It seems to unfold to project its blade, fairly cumbersome looking in a fight and an easy target. Perhaps it was best that it had more industrial than offensive use. Still, he had been proven wrong, and a surprise weapon where there was previously only construction equipment would be a wonderful thing to have. Now, the last of our weapons in testing is the thermal staff. It was inspired by the soldier Vernon Shea's final round performance in the Shellcracker tournament. Very clever of him to strip the local heat energy and concentrate it to both freeze his opponents and give himself a large amount of power to work with. Dr. Samuel explains, holding up the next blueprint. This device's outline resembles more a pair of rifles joined at the butt rather than a proper staff, but it is fairly clear what it's meant to do. As you can see, this weapon is made to facilitate complete thermal transfers. Suck all the heat out of an area to freeze it nearly solid, then shoot it back out at your leisure. Could that not be done with just half the weapon? In theory, sir, we're also trying to add a bit more crowd control onto it. Make it into a proper fire and ice thrower. The opposite side of the staff will build up hydration from the local environment, or be provided canisters, either works. Then this hydration could be primed to cause a massive blast of steam in an area, or frozen solid to allow greater crowd control. It could also be extremely effective firefighting equipment if it can remove thermal energy and then dampen things down to prevent reignition. Admiral Cistern notes to himself, "Oh yes, when we get all the bugs worked out with the energy storage and redirection, we'll have a solid replacement for chemical fire extinguishers. Perhaps not as a replacement so much as additional equipment. Our own experiences predispose me to desiring backups and redundancies." "Yes, that makes a great deal of sense, sir. Anyways, you know what we're working on next in the issues. Now it's time for the main event, the PAG and BPB display. The PAG, as I said before, is mostly crowd control. The worst it will do is give someone a sunburn or maybe mess up their vision for a few weeks. But it will shatter personal shields, overheat all forms of weapon and armor, and serve as a hell of a distraction. We could send these into the fields more or less immediately." "Interesting. Break it down, Doctor. How is this used?" he says, and Dr. Samuel holds up the bandolier. "Quite simple, sir. Put on the belt, pluck off the grenade and toss. The grenade uses 2 parts of technology we found out here of immense use and combines them in ways that we have yet to see for ourselves. But I do not doubt that some clever soul has their own variant. Keep going. I like to understand things fully," Admiral Cistern remarks as he clips on the bandolier. "There is a method of laser weapon attack called pulsing. This is where you rapidly shift the frequency of the laser in order to bypass shields. This results in a lower power laser that shatters standard protections and renders its targets vulnerable. The second piece of technology is the ablator, a series of low-energy frequencies that lowers the destructive capacity of the lasers in order to avoid inordinate property damage. By combining the two, you can bypass most, if not all known laser defenses, short of having cover or simply dodging the attack. By placing them in a grenade, even those protections are rendered fairly null. What's the use of an ablator? Low-powered ranged weaponry for non-lethal takedowns and disarms. It causes painful but ultimately non-lethal damage on organic targets and massive overheat in standard weapons and armor. Rendering most of them useless, if it's made of metal, it rapidly becomes too hot to hold, and any internal systems are in the red zone, if not fried entirely. Now, the most important piece is the bandolier. The grenades themselves are easily replaced, but the bandolier is what makes them combat effective. It serves as not just a carrying system, but a charging system and protection from the fallout of the weapon. With it on, you can simply disengage one of the pegs and drop it at your own feet. It then serves as a flash bomb and a thermal bomb for your opponents, but not yourself. In groups, it gets more complicated, but we're finishing up the systems for such things even as we speak. Dr. Samuel explains. I see. I take it the test dummies down the range are our targets? He asks. Yes, sir. That PAG bandolier, in particular, is attuned to both this room and the second target, so we'll be well protected as you have some fun, and you get a demonstration of the protective aspects of the bandolier. Dr. Samuel states, and Admiral Cistern nods before walking around him. Very well then, Paige out. Admiral Cistern calls and throws one of the metal balls into the chamber. It bounces once, then lets out a rapid flash of near-blinding light that's met by powerful shields between it and the rest of the room. One of the target dummies is not so lucky as it's now visibly smoking with a dull red glow emanating from the strapped-on weapons and armor. A red glow that eats through the bindings and causes the pieces to fall to the floor with a clatter. The other target is completely untouched, as if nothing had happened. Very interesting. It will certainly get attention, and there's enormous tactical use for such a thing. We'll have to develop a training course, of course, but I can see this being put to use shortly. Now, what of the BPB? This is the one I'm not so sure about, sir. It's ready, it's powerful, and it's dangerous. But it's almost impossible to control, and is more a weapon of chaos or even full-on terror. We tried to make an area denial tool. Effectively, landmines that recharge and can be remotely turned off, taking out the disadvantages of the weapon type in that they're normally impossible to reload or retrieve effectively. We pulled that off, but by pursuing an odd quirk, we accidentally made something far, far worse. It's hard to get worse than an indiscriminate weapon with an 80% civilian casualty ratio that has been banned by over 160 countries. But do tell me, Admiral Cistern remarks, and there's a hardness to his features that was much less so just moments prior. Sir, our advancements would have made the landmines easy to remotely disarm by Allied soldiers and retrieved, therefore dispelling the vast majority of both issues. But you then went and made it worse? How? Admiral Cistern will not be dissuaded. It's best if you see for yourself, sir. Dr. Samuel says, picking up the yellow and black toy-looking device. He picks up one of the balls and slots it into the side of the gun. Plasma configuration. Shields to maximum on my mark. He fires the tiny ball out of the device. Mark! The tiny sphere is now contained by force fields so strong they're physically visible as a pale blue glow. Admiral Cistern's eyebrow goes up as the tiny ball that looks more suited for ping pong sails easily through the air. Then it contacts the far wall and unleashes a plasma explosion that sends it flying to the ceiling. It unleashes another explosion on contact and ricochets to the floor where it detonates again, slams into one of the target dummies, the untouched one, and explodes again, shattering it. For 5 minutes, Admiral Cistern and Dr. Samuel simply watched the sheer chaos of a single orb endlessly detonating on contact and being hurled from each detonation until it hits something to explode again and again and again. Dear God, this would massacre a small army in close quarters, Admiral Cistern whispers. Yes, sir, Dr. Samuel says shortly. What's going on? Walk me through it? The Admiral's whisper is still easily heard over the cascade of ricochet explosions. While we were experimenting with plasma landmines that could both refuel themselves and be remotely deactivated, we noticed that at certain mixtures, the plasma had a very energetic reaction, but was very unstable. Many of the mines blasted themselves out of their testing positions, and those that were bolted down still tore at the bolts. We saw the potential for danger, so we explored exactly how much movement these explosions give. Dr. Samuel explains before holding up the gun he launched the bouncing ball of death from and presses the red button. There is a final explosion from the ball, and it simply bounces of the next wall before falling to the floor and lying still. And you found a way to create a self-throwing infinite grenade. Sir, within that sphere is an atmospheric siphon and converter array. The rest of it is nothing but storage space and reinforcement for the sphere. As it sits there, it sucks in atmosphere and converts it to volatile plasma. So volatile that an impact will set it off. The resulting explosion sends the ball flying and into fresh atmosphere where it starts creating more plasma. Then it hits something else, and the process repeats until it simply can't go anywhere, and therefore no new impacts or if it runs out of atmosphere. And the red button? Admiral Cistern asks. It deactivates all such arrays within a fairly large area. Sir, when we set out to see if this property of plasma could be weaponized, we never thought we'd get this far. We continue due to the philosophy that something understood will never be as dangerous as something misunderstood. We just didn't think we'd be making the next big war crime. That's the unfortunate truth of weapon research. Unless you hit exactly your target, you're never happy. Too small a result, and it's useless, to grant a result, and it's dangerous. Admiral Cistern states before thinking, have you been able to properly measure the explosions? We have. The concussive and thermal forces together make this a weapon to be feared. I suspect it will soon join the endless barrage in the galaxy for tools of war that are simply illegal. Please tell me that the information for these atrocities are not accessible from the outside. Sir, I disabled the cameras before I unboxed the sample here. We've erased every record of them that are not on secluded servers, and there are no copies allowed. We know we messed up and made a weapon of terror, and we're giving it all the gravitas that it deserves. You're much less enthusiastic for the BDPB than you were when I first walked in. Being reminded at just how dangerous it is does that, sir. Unfortunately, I can already imagine several uses for this weapon. Even if we can't deactivate them normally, it's still far too useful as a mass destruction and area denial weapon to fully discard. With our ability to deactivate it, it's of incredible use in taking hostile spaceships with boarding actions. This is a weapon that turns an enemy hardpoint or bunker against them entirely. Enemy fortifications will become the walls of their tombs. Admiral Cistern takes a moment and is fully composed once more. Excellent job, Dr. Samuel. Convey my compliments to the rest of the research department, will you? Also, do endeavor to keep the BPB under as heavy a wrap as possible. I want this to be a secret as long as we can manage it. Yes, sir, Dr. Samuel says and salutes as the Admiral turns and leaves the room. Chapter 161, The Bounty Hunters. You're looking to, get a what? Pukey asks Bike, and the man rolls his eyes before bringing up his communicator with a specific file already accessed. An uplink port, a minor cybernetic enhancement designed to allow a person to directly control computer programs without using things like keyboards and such. May I ask why? I'm the main computer man of the team. This means the hacking's on me. However, while I can get into most systems, those that spring up around machine cults or their adherents are so advanced that the majority of the programming hacking is purely digital. You need to project yourself inwards in ways that you simply can't do with normal control. I'm not sure I like this, Bike. What if the hacking can be reversed? With a link into your brain, you could be taken over entirely. This is an output port exclusively. It only receives and relays commands one way, and cannot receive them from anywhere but my own biology. It is a problem for full conversion cyborgs and mind uploads, but they have their own styles of protection that are being constantly updated and improved. The only way to reliably hack either like what happened with that downshift girl is for the robotic body to be compromised from the word go, and even that can thankfully fail. Bike explains and Pukey considers. All right, but remember the rule. No one goes anywhere alone on this station. I'm going with Cindy and Scally. Who are you with? Cindy and Scally. Sir, they're civilians shouldn't... Bike trails off. Ah, you're publicly going with them. Back up in the shadows? Air Farce and Onyx are in the driver's seats with a small armory and the encouragement to drop in if any of us need a friendly face. What about you? I'll bring Tang with me. The sniper duo have good eyes for detail, and he'll spot trouble a mile off while I'm under the knife. Also, if you need help, he'll be able to reach out and offer it, no matter the distance. Good. Are you also willing to completely cover up? We may be sticking closer to the synth ascendancy, but conservative gravids still control most of that sector. I can get away flashing my cyber arm and scaly his fingers, but we need to cover up or someone's going to flip. Great. So you got a spare burqa or something? I'm thinking I could go for a pale blue, and Tang would look dapper in white, Bike asks, and Pukey rolls his eyes. I was thinking more full armor with serapes and hoods. That's Air Farce's idea, isn't it? Bike asks. Yes, and we're going through with it because when he brought it up, he also revealed a whole stack of the things. Full gear with mask and a serape over top, hood up, Pukey says, and Bike nods. All right, get Tang and get yourselves in full suit up to Shuttle Bay 3. You have half an hour. Pukey receives a salute and Bike dashes off. This prompts the commanding officer to go over his communicator and inform people of a few changes. 20 minutes later, Pukey observes Bike and Tang walk into the shuttle bay. It's easy to tell who's who with Tang having his rifle already fully assembled and slung across his back. The men are wearing identical brown serapes with tan patterns along the hems. With their face masks on, though not the helmets, they look like they're in Halloween outfits. Air Farce, on the other hand, is clearly celebrating Dia de Muertos and has dressed appropriately for it. Pukey's allowing his cybernetic arm to show as well as his cannon, while Scally is covered up in low-profile armor under not only his serape, but his tied-off blanket that covers most, but not all, of his long tail about 3 feet and the tip still poke out. All right, now remember, this is as much a test as anything. Can we walk around Section 8 without being molested by the gravids? Pukey asks. And see how good we are at making friends, Scaly remarks. Am I wearing this thing right? It feels okay, but I'm not sure. Here, Cindy says, and Scaly leans down. She adjusts his collar a little and then smiles. There you go. You're such a handsome boy. We'll have to be careful that one of the local ladies doesn't grab you and run. Hopefully the hood will hide it then, Scally half whispers as Onyx snickers. If we're all done, let's get going. Time to show my man just how good I am in the driver's seat, she says as she opens the door to the shuttle before grabbing Air Farce. Come on, handsome. It's absurd that they won't let men drive into their section of the station, Cindy grumps out loud. The gravids control the airlocks. They're kind of that way, real pushy with their religion, and they cram it down the throat of any woman who'll give them a few seconds. Men wrapped up and the women with their tits and ass pushed up. Uncomfortable way to live, Onyx says from inside the shuttle as Scaly slides in whisper quiet and straps himself up to a wall harness. I am not that kind of driver. Yeah, that's more my act, Air Farce notes. You sure that's comfy, kid? We keep trying to make chairs that you might like, but my tail is a giant one that drags on the floor. I'm fine. There's a carpet down. That's enough. My ancestors thought warm stones were a luxury. Heated soft floors is a step up from that. Fair enough, kiddo. Just make sure to tell us if things start going weird. You just passed basic weapons training after all. You're part of the team now, Pukey says, taking a seat right next to Scally, as Cindy walks in and sits down comfortably. Bike and Tang come in next, with Tang maneuvering around his long sniper rifle around a bit and sits down comfortably. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to Sector 8. First, we're dropping off Bike and Tang, so our comboy can get stabbed in the head before dropping of the surgeon and cyborgs to go meet with their people as my hubby, and I have a leisurely ride around the section and map it out. Any questions? Will there be movies on this flight? Scaly asks, and there's some snickering from the men as Onyx just looks baffled. All right, which one of you clowns told him to say that? Cindy scolds them and Air Farce holds up his hand. I should have known. Closing the doors to the shuttle, Onyx says, pressing a few buttons. Who's getting a first? Surgery or spiritual conversations? Surgery it will take longer in the end, so may as well burn as much as the wait time with transportation, Pukey says, and Onyx nods as after a few checks the airlock door opens. The semi-permeable force field keeps in the air, and they fly out. The airlock then shuts behind them. "Hey, what did you mean about the gravids earlier?" Tang asks after a few moments. It's a 10-minute ride, and he couldn't last more than 2 without talking. "What did I mean about what with the gravids?" Onyx asks. "Their tits and ass are pushed up," Tang asks. "You interested in those kinds of girls?" Onyx teases from the front. "Just wondering what kind of madness we're about to walk into." "Oh, that's boring. Basically, gravidation is big on how women are blessed to have children, so drawing attention to the tools of such, the crotch, hips, and breasts, is considered honorable and proper. Meaning thigh-high boots that squeeze them, corsets with push-up bras, high heels, all of that is considered the right stuff to wear. So they're dressed like stripers. I gotcha. No, you guys dress like strippers. Excuse me. There's a fetish for everything. No matter what you boys put on a guarantee that some woman tried paying a man to take it off. Oh, for the love of... Bike grumbles as Tang laughs. Moments later, they're zooming into the transfer tunnel, and everyone inside winces as the obnoxiously bright light of Section 8 pours in. Should have brought sunglasses. Good God. More goddesses than gods around here, but you're right, this is terrible. Cindy notes as she stands up on her chair and leans out to see out the front view screen with a squint. Yeesh, I suppose white is regarded as a symbol of purity all over, isn't it? Straining out all other colors to have things starkly one way or another? Oh, you bet white's popular with the religious folk. Black's the runner-up, Onyx says before preening, which puts me at an advantage with this luxurious pelt. And the golden highlights certainly add to the majesty, Airfarce says. Save the fraternization until after we're all in the clear, until we've left the area we're effectively in enemy territory. Not to mention it's kind of hard to fuck through full body armor and a covering, Scaly adds. When did you get sassy? Cindy demands. Look, Mom. Cindy, I didn't exactly get my fingers plucked off and eaten in front of me for my own good. My video sessions with the head shrinkers on the Dauntless may be helping, and I may be shy at times. But I've been through hell. My virginity was taken just before my eye, and most of the skin surrounding it was. The physical pain is gone, but I will never forget it, Scaly says, and Cindy squirms in her seat, and everyone grows uncomfortably quiet. Thanks, little buddy, Pukey says softly. What? Cindy demands. Wait, he's talking about it willingly. This is a good thing. Terrifying, but good. If it's any comfort, buddy, had I known what that cannibal bitch had done to you ahead of time, I'd have made her scream before the end, Pukey says with a growl in his voice. Well, as a girl that lost her bachelorette status thanks to this team, I'm glad you didn't. Besides torture, it's one of those ragged edges that are really best kept away from. Sure, it can be tempting. It might even work from time to time. But sweet goddess, is it a horrible thing to do? Onyx says slowly. I was only partially serious. Torture is very much a step I never want to take. There are much, much better ways to interrogate someone than tying them down and working them over with something heavy, Pukey says. Yay, it's just Onyx mutters. I'm fine. I'm getting a handle on what happened. Besides, not only will any freak like that have to go through you guys to get me, but also, he whips out his sidearm from under his serape. They'll have to go through me as well. What you guys call the basics, most people in the galaxy would call a comprehensive course on how to break people's, things, and places. You're still on the basics of the basics, little man. Next up come the heavier toys and how to make them. We're still trying to figure out how to get a man with a serpent tail to march, but we're working on it. Why is marching so important again? It's more about unity and moving alongside your fellows as a single unit. Team tactics. Get everyone moving at the same pace and acting and thinking as a group instead of a gaggle of individuals. Our biggest catches and successes are due to teamwork. We can work together and be much stronger together, do dozens of things at once with maximum effectiveness, and completely crush our opposition with ease. Ease up on the sales pitch. He's a teen. Tang rebukes him. I don't know, dude. Kid's basically 16. Good age to start thinking about it. Bike adds in. I'm already in training. I'm not thinking about it. I've made up my damn mind. Scaly protests, and there's some chuckles. Hey, I think this is the spot, Onyx suddenly says as the people in the shuttle suddenly realize they're not moving anymore. Prelate Flora's Ascension Pagoda? Air Force translates from the map. Yay, we're going up to the third of 10 stories. It's got not only the part, but a dedicated surgeon for installing it. Bike remarks. You know, we're pretty far from gravid territory. We may be safe to take these off. We'll be testing it bit by bit. You're going to be under the knife, so let's not take too many chances. Today's tests are, will they accept what's clearly non-religious coverings if they serve the same purpose? 2 is, will they tolerate clearly armed men? Finally, 3 is with you too. Is, will they tolerate men that are unescorted by women? 3 tests are enough tests for now. True enough. See you in a bit, bossman. Bike says as he and Tang climb out of the shuttle and start moving into the pagoda itself. Chapter 162, The Bounty Hunters. Tang and Bike have been dropped off safely enough, and Onyx pulls away without issue, even as Air Force goes over where all the weapons are stored nearby and quickly runs a system check on the shuttle's weapons as well. Everything is on the up and up, and there's enough hardware stored around the shuttle that the real issue will be deciding what level of pain to bring rather than bringing the pain. All right, we're coming up to the main terrace of the Synth Ascendancy, Onyx says, and everyone looks out the front view screen. From white with gold trim to chrome and neon, thankfully they seem to have lightly stained the metal to stop the whole place from being an unending flare in a person's eyes. Unfortunately, it doesn't help anyone spot a decent parking space, and they're all forced to wait for 5 minutes as Air Force grows increasingly amused at the simmering tension. Or at least the tension that would be there if his amused giggles weren't utterly shattering it before it can even form properly. You need to knock that off. Pukey rebukes Air Force after just a minute. Oh, grow a pair. You're going to church, big man. There's a shitter in the back. Take a dump, relax, and then think things through again. You're going into a bastion of extremely friendly territory, and your biggest risk will be getting out without Cindy having some serious competition for your attention. Air Force answers back, and Cindy straightens up with a frown. They better not make a move on him without going through me first. I'm his first wife. I get the say on whether the girl gets to even propose to my Gregory. Cindy steams and Pukey chuckles before leaning over to give her a kiss on the forehead. This calms her down quickly. Right. Well, since the big girl's already pregnant, I guess we don't have to worry about you two fiddling around and scarring poor innocent Scaly too much, Onyx teases. Innocent? I'll show you innocent, Scaly threatens her. What does that even mean? Onyx questions as they sit down. Well, Scaly tries. Sometimes you just flub it. Moving on is better than choking on it. Pukey advises him, and Scaly nods with a sigh. Remember, no further than 2 minutes away at all times, all right? Yes, sir. Code blue for pickup, red for guns blazing. Good man, Pukey states as the door opens. All right, boys, follow me, Cindy chimes as she hops off her seat and exits the shuttle with first Pukey, then Scaly in tow. The shuttle takes off shortly afterwards without even a puff of displaced air as the three enter the plaza. Whoa! Scaly hisses out in shock as he looks all over the plaza. Are you all right? Cindy asks as Pukey scans the area for trouble. The floor, Pukey switched to electrical spectral scanning in your cybernetic eye, Scaly says in awe. Pukey raises an eyebrow under his hood, and his eye shifts to burn bright green, and he sucks in a gasp of surprise before chuckling. Of course they would. What better way to show off how technology can improve things than an art display on the electrical spectrum? Pukey asks, and Cindy reaches into her coat pocket to pull out a pair of sunglasses with some buttons along the bridge. She pushes the leftmost one and gasps in delight. It's a big circuit pattern. That's so clever, Cindy says before pausing and pointing to a break in the pattern that surrounds the area. Is that scripture? Looks like it, Pukey says, scanning it all. Those that obsess of the strength of flesh disregard the strength of the mind and the tools built by hands skilled and savvy, Scaly reads out loud. Indeed, dear child. Oh, it's wonderful to hear the words of the ascendancy spoken by my own people. You are a Greater Plains Nagasha, are you not? A deep but undeniably feminine voice declares, and they turn to behold a gigantic black and chrome Nagasha woman phasing into view one hexagon at a time. She had active cloaking so effective that no one could tell she was there, despite her size easily dwarfing even a Lidris. A great pale green beam erupts from her eye and waves over them all. Oh my! Oh my! What an interesting trinity. When a non-augmented, augmetic surgeon who's pregnant with a son in the earliest stage such things can be detected is the most normal of a group, you have a fascinating day before you. That was supposed to be a happy surprise, Cindy shouts up at the gigantic metal serpent woman who rears back a little at the ferocity. I'm sorry, I thought something like that would be something to be shared right away, she says with a long exaggeration of the S sounds. Pukey turns to Scally, who gestures for him to lean closer. Exaggerating those sounds is a way to show contrition in many languages of the Greater Plains, Nagasha. He explains and Pukey nods. It is indeed, young serpent, the enormous metal snake woman says, but I must know, who is it that hurt you? Your replacement components are excellent quality, but the scarring around them is appalling. Do you need rescue? She asks, slithering forward just a touch, making no noise despite the fact that her massive metallic underside just scraped across the chrome floor. I've already been rescued. I was made an orphan and taken as entertainment by the chaining. Then my new father slaughtered them all as he escaped from them, seduced the woman who is now my mother, and as he broke my chains and delivered me from the deepest hell, she lifted me from pain and weakness. But there's still much to do, Scaly says, and the enormous cyborg Nagasha looks conflicted before she leans down over them and carefully examines all three of them with her fist-sized eyes. Then the mechanical orb visibly shifts in front of them all as she gasps in shock and rears back with her hands in front of her mouth. You, she says, reaching down for Scally. Pukey sinks his hard light arm into his ablator cannon and links it up with his cybernetic eye. It won't do much damage, but overheating critical systems will make any machine woman think twice. As she picks up Scaly, his eye shifts into thermal scanning mode, and he prepares to shoot right at her power core and cause a potential system meltdown. You're a character from Holy Scripture brought to life. Scaly lowers his hood and bandana as he allows the blanket tied around his waist to fall to the ground to reveal the several patches along his tail where chunks had been taken out of him. He peels off his gloves to reveal his mechanical fingers, and with her thumb, the enormous Nagasha cyborg brushes away the small veil of hair he uses to hide the scars around his cybernetic eye. Pukey takes a few steps to the side to get the clearest shot possible if things start going wrong. A tiny trickle of axiom is fed into the cannon through his cybernetics in order to turn the ablator into a melter. It's hell on the weapon, but it's worse on his targets. A cobra hood extends from her neck as she starts beaming in delight. Oh, you're just too cute. She then hugs Scally to her massive breasts that are functionally bigger than he is, as her hood has messages in bright pink proclaiming about how he is the height of adorable and how she wants to take him home and spoil him until he can't even remember what pain is and only knows happiness and joy. Pukey facepalms with the ablator cannon, then disengages the heavy weapon. Woman, I'm not in the habit of letting people whose name I don't even know all but molest my son. Put him down or I turn the ablator back on. She scans him and he re-engages the ablator cannon. She puts down Scaly. Pukey disengages the ablator and slings it back over his back. Thank you. I didn't carve my way through an army and blitz through a ship full of cannibalistic lunatics just for the kid to be randomly molested. Pukey remarks, removing his bandana and lowering his hood. Yes, a human. So close to the Trets, but only in appearance. I've spotted a few only in passing around the station. They avoid this section, likely due to the sheer exuberance of the gravids, the giant cyborg Nagasha says. Hence why this is the first time we've come here after a while. We've fairly given at least mild scouting to all the other sections. Scouting, wait. Bounty hunting vessel. The chainbreaker? Connections to the chaining. Oh my goodness, you're using that blood-drenched ship as a force of liberation. You must have a data network node in you somewhere. Pukey notes calmly. I do. You? You're the first, the chain breaker, doom of the wicked. What? Pukey asked, dumbfounded. When the hell did I get more nicknames? You do realize that brutally fast takedowns of high-profile criminals tends to be noticed, right? Scaly asked in a flabbergasted tone. The first one is for you, Captain Schmidt. The other one is your unofficial team name, the Doom of the Wicked. The giant Nagasha states, "What exactly is publicly known about my team?" Pukey demands, wondering if he has to do some form of damage control. If his team's abilities are too widely known, then it's as much a problem as advantage. A reputation is free advertisement, and the work will roll in. But if the targets know what to expect, things get exponentially more difficult. Oh, this isn't public. I've got backdoors into many, let's call them specialized data repositories. But in them, your team has been noticed. Your trail is short for bounty hunters, but it's a kilometer wide and glowing so bright it can be seen from orbit. Nigh impossible targets tracked in days at most. Infamous escape plans thwarted with ease, and all brought in alive except for dangerous animals that need destruction. Did you really turn down 5 million credits because it was an unexpected extra? The bounty said 10 million. The extra 5 was not part of the job, Pukey says, inwardly smiling. That stunt was still paying for itself. Why, though? A free 5 million is nothing to be sneezed at. And yet, could I have bought the reputation I earned turning down that money with 10 times its amount? He asks, and she pauses. She's utterly still in ways that no organic being can be. Then she twitches and seems to restart as it all comes together for her. Brilliant, she whispers before glancing between the three of them. There is something visibly working in her mind, and she smiles. I just realized I've forgotten to introduce myself. I am Litha Powercoil, the robotic twin of Lisa Powercoil and daughter of Lady Gear. She crafted my body from chrome and wire, and my mind is the scan of Lisa. Why are you telling us this, Miss Powercoil? Cindy asks, and the gigantic robot snake woman lowers her head, which is larger than Cindy herself, and looks the tiny Cobe right in the eyes. We're leaving in a few weeks, and we don't know if we'll ever come back here. Pukey interrupts, and she looks up to him in surprise. You can tell what I'm after? Litha asks in shock. He simply nods, not admitting that he'd been outright staring at her artificial womb to try and make sense of exactly what the hell it was, and had assumed it to be some kind of stomach before her continued interactions with him caused it to warm up and prep itself for use. It took until it was connecting to a lower extremity, however, to give it away. At least you have the decency to ask me, but we need to speak with your mother for a bit. We're trying to get work done on the station, and there's also fact we need to introduce some culture to the crew. Men the Chainbreaker may be full of, but there are times when my son is the most cultured and mature of the lot. Okay, 1, ouch. 2, fair, I guess. You're not even going to deny it? Cindy asks, and Pukey laughs. We refer to each other exclusively by absurd nicknames. We carve childish sayings or things that look cool on our most powerful munitions. Half the reason we consistently use explosives and explosion-based weaponry is because we like the boom. If I'm denying, I'm lying. Chapter 163, The Bounty Hunters. Emergency contact, Bongani Chebalal, contact information. Hang on. Bike says, digging out his communicator and quickly going through it to get the hat's specific contact code. What, not me or the boss man? Tang asks amusedly. You're already here. You'll call the boss if things go wrong, but if things get weird, we need further backup, and the hat will bring it, and likely some local friends too. Bike answers and Tang sighs. What? Too reasonable an explanation? Nah, I'm just a blay mood, blay. Tang remarks. Went through my firing drills feeling numb. You need to get laid. Bike teases Tang, and the receptionist of the Cybernetic Surgery Center is suddenly paying a lot more attention to them. All right, form signed, paid in full, time to get jacked up. You know what? Number 2 easy, Tang says, refusing to rise to the bait. Oh, come on, I sent it right to you. Bike bemoans and Tang fist pumps a little. Sometimes the best gags are the ones aborted, Tang replies. What's your relationship? Family and friends only are allowed to witness. Sworn brothers and co-workers, Closer than mere friends, but not quite family. Bike answers and Tang chuckles. Oh, so you consent to having him at hand and to speak for you? The receptionist asks and Bike nods. Yes, I do. I trust him to have my back in a fight, and for this as well, Bike says. Ah, thanks, man. All right, Mr. Darkingale. Drakingale, Bike says. Dark Angel's not a bad name, but when your actual name means Dragon Angel, you want to keep it. And I'm Bora Tang. Tang says, mentally smirking at the fact that his nickname is just his last name. They couldn't find anything better, which made it a perfect punchline. Very well, the receptionist says, follow the green line and it will lead you to surgery chamber 4. Both men glance up and see that it leads to the left. They thank her for her time as she sort of stares at them while trying not to. So how long do you think you telling me to get laid is going to stick in her brain? Tang asks after they leave the room, and Bike starts snickering evilly. You're an evil, awful man, and I love you like a brother. Thanks, Bike replies as they find surgery chamber 4. Both step in, and there's a large, ominous-looking table in the center of the room and several mechanical arms hanging from above. Tang quickly sits to the side on one of the oversized chairs for quadrupeds while cross-legged and with his long gun in front of him. Well, I can see someone's getting comfortable, Bike says, sitting in a proper bipedal chair. More room on these big honkers. If nothing's happening, I plan to do a quick weapons check on the blanket, Tang says calmly. Subtle threat and keeps you out of trouble. Good combo. Bike compliments just before the door opens. Hello, hello. I'm Dr. Shine. A pleasure to meet you, the robotic rabbi's woman exclaims. Her lower arms are carrying a tray with Bike's implant and a large data pad for programming things properly. Her upper ones are holding up another that she's reading out of the corner of her digital eyes. You don't cop gravid sensitivities, do you? Can we take the masks and such off? Tang asks, and she pauses before smiling. Of course, my goodness, those must be stuffy. Yes, please, take them off. I do need to get past them in order to properly operate after all, she explains and lets out a gasp as both men immediately whip of the syrops and set them aside. Bandanas come down and fingers start running through hair. She turns to Tang. The armor needs to come off as well. I'm Bora, the friend and witness. He's Drake. Tang corrects her and she turns to Bike. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not exactly running around with name tags, but the armor does need to come off. Not questioning why I have it? Sweet circuits, no. Station like this, I'm surprised you're not going around in power armor. We don't have the implants for the military-grade ones, Bike says as he unclips his vest and sets it aside, followed by his personal shield belt. Oh, well, of course not. You're here for an upper spinal output interface implant. You not only need that, but the other 5 supplementary input implants in order to properly use military-grade power armor. Input implants? Isn't that really risky? No, they're too weak to actually control things and can only send in faint sensations. They are, however, powerful enough to give a series of signals that allow a skilled mech pilot to receive enormous amounts of information while fighting. A proper combat mech is a supercomputer, battleship and artillery piece wrapped around the pilot, Dr. Shine explains. Then how the hell did we fight them off so easily after leaving cruel space? Tang asks out loud. Dr. Shine still can't suppress the slight gasp. Yes, the form said human. But to hear of them speak of cruel space so casually, all armor has weaknesses. The ones the pirates had were primed to be used against lightly armed targets, and we're not expecting kinetic weapons, nor the sheer volume of fire we sent their way. Bike answers easily. Speaking of fire, watch my guns, will you? I know nothing's going to happen, but I like to know my guns are either properly stored or monitored. Oh, yay, sure, pass 'em, Tang replies and is handed the bandolier with the partially broken down machine gun from Bike and spare ammo magazines. Neither of them say anything about his hidden pistol or knife. Are those kinetic weapons? Yes, after we figured out that it would take our most powerful toys to break station laws, we relaxed away from the ablaters and bangers. Not to say that these don't make a bang, but it's a very different one from the plasma rifle. Why would they make a bang? Do they break the sound barrier? Dr. Shine asks. Some, but it's mostly a controlled explosion through combustible powder. Fun stuff. Tang replies casually as he sets them down around him. His serape has already been arranged with his rifle over top of it, and with an expert flick, he starts to slowly disassemble the weapon. Bike inwardly smirks. He and J3 had gone head-to-head in dozens of competitions for who could put their gun together and bullseye a target at maximum range the fastest. When the contest was down to less than a minute each, they upped the ante and started doing it drunk or dizzy. There was one memorable occasion they did it drunk and dizzy, but it was agreed to not be the topic of casual conversation anymore. It was, however, still the subject of the occasional bit of friendly blackmail. Right. Very well. That should keep your friend busy for a while. Now I'm going to walk you through the surgery, as receiving a cybernetic implant can be very stressful for first-timers. Captain Schmidt didn't have any issue with it, Tang remarks unhelpfully. He was under duress, had no time to feel nervous. Now shush. Bike scolds him, and he shrugs. Right. Anyways, this is a very, very easy procedure. We're going to place this implant in the transporter. You're going to under a constant active scan to ensure that it enters and integrates properly with your body before we run a simple systems test on a nearby screen, Dr. Schwenning explains. Okay, what comes after that? Bike asks. What? What comes after that? You said this can be very stressful, but it sounds at most like it's mildly confusing then over with. But you'll suddenly have an entirely new portion of your body, and it will be right next to your spine. Dr. Schwenning protests. Does it cause pain? Tang asks from where he's unscrewing the barrel of his rifle and checking it for even the slightest amount of dirt. No. Then what's the problem? Bike asks. A foreign body in your body. How is that not a problem? By not being a poo, a bi. Is there a species out there whose basic description matches up with the word wimp? The wimperas? Dr. Schwenning offers, and Bike pulls out his communicator and puts the strange new word in. MCO1/100 #6. They look like someone took a lobster, took off the head and welded a woman into the stump before bending her upright. Lobster centaur girls. Wow. How about pansy? Tang tries as Bike shows him the image of the wimperas he brought up. Panceros, she offers, and Bike quickly looks them up and lets out a whistle. Big panther women about the size of a lopen and very widely spread out, reclusive and stealthy. QMC 20 with the standard 1/100 is the designation. Bike reads out loud before flashing the borderline pornographic image of the Panceros at Tang, whose eyebrows go up in appreciation. There's just something about fit woman slinking around with her back curved that does it for him. Yeah, that's not an insult. Damn, I need to start finding some new ones. Tang considers out loud as Bike snorts. Miss, my friend and I are professionals in a violent field. I'm not going to be bothered by a slightly weird feeling, Bike says politely. But this is your first implant. It's always the worst one, Dr. Schwenning insists. I'm sure I can handle you popping my cybernetic cherry. Bike deadpans and Tang damn near chokes on his spit, prompting Bike to fist pump in victory. Your cherry. Hold on, she says, turning away with a finger to her temple as the electronics on her flicker. Your small sweet fruit that comes in pairs? Well, that went into orbit for how above her head it is, Bike mutters as Tang takes a few gasping breaths. What's so funny? Schwenning demands crossly. He's implying that this is a form of virginity you're taking. Tang supplies and she jerks backwards in shock. What? Oh no, 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 no. I would never take a man's virginity from him. Such a thing is utterly appalling and… Dr. Schwenning starts babbling and Bike quickly wraps his hands around her mouth. I know, it was a joke in poor taste. I apologize, he says, and then takes his hands away. Could you please get started on the surgery? Yes, we can. Please don't make jokes like that. On this station, rumors can quickly spiral out of control, Dr. Schwenning says as she powers up the machine. Lie down face first, please, as comfortably as you can. Speaking of rumors, have you heard any interesting ones? Say about a man named Bongani? Bike asks, resting his chin on his arms as the machine's lower and his implant is inserted into the largest arm extending downwards. You heard of that too? So romantic, Dr. Schwenning says as she presses a few buttons and a pale blue beam lights up to highlight the back of Bike's neck. Romantic, Tang asks with an enormous smile. in spite of him giving his attention to the conversation he's still taking apart, and minutely examining his rifle without missing a beat. Haven't you heard? Apparently he and Vex are lovers separated by their jobs. He's some kind of pacifist warmonk thing, and the Crimson Hewers do not approve. There's supposed to be this hidden Tret monastery where they hunt Karneks for meat and materials and never seek to end the lives of a thinking being. Dr. Shine gushes as the machine lets out a humming sound, and there's a sudden bulge in the back of Bike's neck. Oh my, God, Bike says slowly. I get to tell him, Tang blurts out. Only if I'm there with a camera. That one's going on the wall. If you can't make it in time, I'm hiring a crew to catch it. Maybe with the big girl there too. You know them. Dr. Shine is far from stupid, but the conversation only now let her get a word in edgewise. Read through the paperwork again, Doctor. Bongani is in my list of contacts. He's a co-worker, Bike says. Co-worker? What do you people do that needs someone like Bongani around? He's one of the muscle guys. I'm the communications expert, and Tang here is a long-range precision shooter. Hello, Tang says as he starts to put the gun back together. We're bounty hunters, but we respect the station, so we're only testing to see which idiots with bounties are dumb enough to hit first. Those that aren't, we leave them alone. Those that are, we wrap up in tape and throw them in stasis for delivery. Perfectly in line with the rules of the station, and it gets the real idiots out of here. Bike explains. Does this kind of surgery normally make people this chatty? Tang asks as he screws the barrel back on. The question has a bit of a point to it that he doesn't want to emphasize too much, but he does want it noticed. It's noticed. Yes, it's a side effect of the axiom beam that dulls any sensation of pain. It's kind of like smoking a double-sized blunt. When did you get that? Gymnasium, Zurich im Vaterland, Leichtathletic. Man, you should know this. Bike protests, suddenly speaking with a brutally thick accent. I generally regard anyone who starts making claims of the things they've done in high school or higher education to be so full of bullshit that listening will give me methane poisoning. Tang remarks dryly, and Bike laughs out loud. It was not that funny. Is to me. High as a fucking kite. Wait. Zinchven, do you speak German? I don't, but I've heard you talk more than a few times and took a guess. Wait, why was I speaking German? The language is beautiful and strong, but none here know. Oh, wow. This numbing beam is the good stuff, Bike realizes as he forces his accent away. And I'm about to turn it off. The implant is successfully installed. We just need to make sure it's properly calibrated, Dr. Shine says, and true enough, the beam turns off. Who? Woo. Wow, that was really good, Bike says as he shifts to sit upright. He then rubs the back of his neck and feels the small nub of metal sticking out. That's it? Unless you go full body, full conversion, or straight up brain uploading, then all implants are designed to be as unobtrusive as possible. Now yours has an output range of 2 meters and no input, meaning we need a feedback system as all you can do is issue commands and not receive any responses, Dr. Shine explains, before unfolding a data slate from the operating table. Now this is connected to 2 of the arms above you. They contain cameras so you can look at your new implant with them. It also serves as excellent practice to... Dr. Shine is then cut off when one of the arms outright flails and slaps the mounting. Ease up, killer, Tang notes with a smile. A little less aggression next time. Dr. Shine advises him even as Tang finishes reassembling his rifle. He'd taken his sweet time both taking it apart and putting it back together. The arms above slowly come out of their resting positions this time and lower to look at him. He looks to the screen and the arms shift to show the back of his neck, revealing a tiny rounded-off chrome rectangle going sideways. Looks like a piece of jewelry more than anything, Bike says before pointing to Tang. Do not say it. Tang slowly closes his mouth with a devious smirk. The poor doctor has no idea what to make of the interaction. Now, gay, Tang taunts and receives a withering glare from Bike. What's the penalty for brawling in here, Bike asks. Severe, Dr. Shine says flatly. Ha, Tang taunts him. Eat a dog, you Korean prick. Jawohl, mein Führer. Really? You're swinging for the cheap seats? There are other seats to swing for? Oh my God, man, Bike says with a shake of his head and an almost involuntary chuckle. Chapter 164, The Bounty Hunters. This can't be good, Airfarce says as he looks outside to the streets below. It's not. The Gravids aren't normally this aggressive. Something's going on. Onyx remarks looking down. A religious purge, maybe? They might be looking to take the entire section for themselves. Airfarce asks, and Onyx frowns before turning on the privacy mode. You have a plan? A bit of a change of clothes, and you sticking right next to me will get us everything we need, she remarks before taking down the shuttle and frowning as she once more can't find a place to park. Go and change, although do realize that whatever you're getting into, I'm helping you get out of later, Airfarce says, and Onyx's smile is all the answer he needs for how well received that bit of news is. The massive predator woman slips into the back, and there's the sound of ruffling as Airfarce searches for a place to set down. The place is utterly packed, and the populations are absurd. There's also a borderline uniform going on. It's all thigh-high boots squeezing them tight with a push-up corset to exaggerate the already absurd proportions of non-human women, most in white, and the skirts are more belts with clearly visible underwear. However, over the skirts are devices that even at a distance he can recognize as shield belts, functional anti-laser and plasma armor. They're ready for a fight, Airfarce mutters, before a gloved hand tipped by claws wraps around his shoulders. Massive breasts press into him from behind as Onyx leans over him, now dressed like the women in the crowd. It's an army, she says plainly. But what kind? A purging army? A conversion crusade? An exterminating jihad? Can't be the first or the last one. The station masters would lose all patience with them and open all the airlocks. They've vented entire sections before. How do you know? I've been talking to some of the girls. A few of the Hat's new friends had big sisters who survived only because they were in armor when the riots in the brawl yards boiled over. Their suits are atmospherically sealed and pressurized. 2 hours of nothingness and they closed the locks and then started cycling in spare air. The station masters churned all the dead bodies into mulch and used them to fertilize the biodecks. Sounds more like a horror story. We might see one up close if we can't figure this madness out, Onyx says as Airfarce finds a place to land. It could just be a festival of some kind. Not likely, not unless I'm very wrong about what the date is, Onyx says as Airfarce sets the shuttle down. All right, what are the rules for doing this without having to shoot someone? Speak to me first about everything. If someone talks to you, ask me for permission. If someone grabs at you, call to me. If you need to do anything, it goes through me. No one sees your skin and I'll do everything for you. Understand? Onyx says, and Airfarce tilts his head as she can't see his expression through the mask. How do you know so much about the Gravids? He asks as she runs Axiom through her fur, and it shifts from jet black and bright yellow highlights to a slightly off-white with bright blue highlights. She looks like an entirely different Canador. How? Gravids are not a single group of loonies. I was helped out by a different sect when I was younger. They helped me out of a tight spot and taught me how to shift my fur tones. All in all, the less aggressive sects are a good place to hide. They offer a few forms of witness protection, such as the false lists. They give you a fake ID after putting you through a healing coma and shelter you for a few years and then let you leave after you pretend to be waiting for a husband. Most Gravids are actually pretty benign. Out here, though, this sect, as hardline as any I've ever encountered before, the friendliest ones run nurseries, preschools, and make wonderful midwives. Onyx explains and Airfarce nods. You ready for this? Hopefully, he answers and she smiles. Remember, let me do the talking, she says and he nods. In fact, hold on to my tail. It'll make this much easier. Gotcha, love, Airfarce says with a wink nearly audible in his tone. Just try not to get kidnapped, she says and the door opens to the outside. She leads him out, and with the puff at the end of her tail in his hand, he follows her out into an ocean of pushed-up breasts and bubble butts. Come along, beloved. Let's find out what my sisters in faith are up to, Onyx bids him as the shuttle door closes behind them. This should just be a quick visit. Don't want to let our friends down after all. Cindy would be so disappointed if I did. Yes, beloved. Airfarce answers, and she starts weaving through the crowds with practiced ease. A few groping hands has him rush up to be right beside Onyx and clutch at her belt in seeming nervousness as her tail wraps further around him along the waist. She gives a withering glare backwards, and whoever it was decides not to challenge her. She puts a hand on his shoulder and continues to walk forward with a minimum of swaying. Even so, he still has to scramble a little for her to not knock him clean over, as she still saunters even when not trying to. Just as he gets into a pattern to match her movements, she suddenly stops. Dearest mother, blessed mother of many, I too am a mother, and shall soon be a mother of more. I ask of you, from one bearing life to another, what is happening here this day? The alien Onyx is talking to is another type of spider woman, different from the Archna, who are spider centaurs in Arcana, that are women shaped like spiders. This being seems to be sitting on a spider, as if the second half of her body was merely some kind of mount. A third configuration? Whichever way it is, she's clearly heavily pregnant and wearing a very happy look as she takes in Onyx and him. A wonderful day it is, she chimes happily. How is the family, dear Gravid's sister? I have the father of my children here with me. My eldest daughter is caring for the rest of the family at home, and dearest friends are elsewhere on business. Onyx technically doesn't lie, but wow, that was a misleading explanation. Rather bold to bring out your husband with you. Are you not concerned he would be taken? Darling, I'm a Canador. You'd need a crimson hewer to pry him away from me, and I'd make her bleed to try. Onyx purrs, and then the spider-woman's eyes flicker ever so, causing Onyx to turn and growl at a younger-looking version of the Gravid she's talking with to back away. I apologize for my daughter. There's a tragic dearth of men on this station, and she's growing less and less picky, less appropriate as well. The Gravid says, and Onyx nods. I understand. Seeing the sheer potential of a husband, no matter the species, in front of a desperate woman is too great a temptation for many. Thank you for your patience. I am Mother Mailer, High Priestess of the local church of the Gravid Mother. It's been my honor and privilege to have been pregnant more than 90% of my life. Mailer boasts, and behind his mask, Airfarce's jaw drops. Holy hell, the church's babysitting and nanny services must be amazing for her to feel boastful and not worn clean through the bone after an announcement like that. I can't match that. I started far too late and will have to live a great deal longer. However, I have started. Onyx boasts. A little disappointing. To be properly called Gravid, you must have been pregnant for at least half your life. Alas, in this station of sin and drought, there's simply not enough. What husbands there are have been pushed to their limits and to sign their sacred century of brides. Yet still so many go without. A true pity, Onyx replies. Alas, all the men I know of are as wed as they will ever be and are fulfilling their sacred callings to their utmost. I'm just taking a day with my adorable little Bravo, just him and me in a place a bit more holy than others, and just breathing in that purer air, you know? What did you have to do to get him away from all your sister wives? I don't to bore you with the details, Mother Mailer. Not when you're in the middle of... I do beg your pardon, Mother, but what are you in the middle of? Onyx asks. Young Mother, we are merely making our numbers known. For soon we shall march upon the defiled and impure sectors and liberate the abused men that lay there. I've seen the images, men forced to battle in the pits, men kidnapped by common ruffians, men being used as mere decoration. No, the calling of men is a holy and wonderful thing. It is their purpose to grant us daughters and sons. Daughters and sons, the crowd cheers, and Airfarce both grabs on tight to Onyx and starts charging himself with Axiom. He has a few flash grenades if they absolutely need it. And we shall purify the filthy, stagnant waters of the first deck, where they attempt to drown their men for punishment. Above her, a still image of Dong being dragged out of his walking sub by Mers the Lidris. His eyes are bugging out as he looks panicked. Bring about order to the sands of the second deck, where they force men to battle for their pleasure. This time, the damning display was of the Hat vs. Vexa, with his mocking outfit this time giving the image a very, very dark-looking twist with her commentary. We shall sweep through to the third deck and bring light to The speech is cut off by a thin beam of red light burrowing through Mother Mailer's head as a plasma bolt slams into and detonates her pregnant stomach, shattering the lobotomized woman. The crowd screams, adrenaline pumps with Axiom, following right through Air Force's veins, and he shifts his grip. It's time to move. "Sniper! Get to cover!" He screams for all he can, heaves up with his shoulder, and Fireman carries Onyx at a dead sprint through the crowd. His stride leaves dents in the plating, and they reach the shuttle in seconds. He all but tears the door open, forces Onyx inside, locks it shut, and takes off at the fastest burn he can manage without slamming into the surrounding vehicles and buildings. "All units in the field, this is Air Force. We've got snipers in Section 1. A major religious figure has just been terminated. Be on the alert at all times. I repeat, enemy snipers in the sector. Be on high alert at all times. Get to cover, people." He barks into an emergency all communications frequency, his voice echoing out from every chainbreaker communicator and every internal speaker on the ship itself. "We're going to ground and keeping people down. Still at the pagoda," Bike barks back. "Ich kann meine Gedanken per Kommunikator senden. Erstaunlich." "Hold back on the German there, Bike. Soldier, give me the basics. Who, what, where, when, why, how?" Pukey demands in a stern but otherwise calm tone. "I got this. You steer us straight," Onyx says, scrambling into the co-pilot seat. High Priestess of the conservative Gravid's Mother Mailer was just assassinated no more than a minute ago. We were in the middle of the mid-level public square, and she was in the middle of a speech about an intended purification of the nearby sectors. She was killed first by a high-precision laser blast to the head, and as it struck, it was immediately followed by an explosive plasma bolt to her heavily pregnant stomach, a terror attack and massive insult on a spiritual level to the Gravids. This could start a fucking holy war on the station. All right, priority 1 is the safety of our crew. Get to Bike's and Tang's position. Have them share their expertise in person. Scaly, Cindy, and I will be evacuating the nearby civilians into whatever cover we can. Stay alive, people. That's a direct order. Chapter 165, The Bounty Hunters. "We need to move 10 minutes ago. This whole sector has been primed to explode." Pukey orders, slotting his cannon back into place and pointing to the main church. "Everyone get into cover. A shooter just killed Mother Mailer." "You heard him. Glitches, we heard the announcement from his communicator. Everyone get inside." Litha shouts loud with her hood extending to reveal it's got speaker functions as well. "That means you three too. Everyone into the main church. We've got force fields." Before anything else can be said, she scoops all Pukey, Scaly, and Cindy into her arms and blitzes into the building. "Ma'am, I am a trained soldier. I need to be able to fight the enemy and coordinate with my people." Pukey chides her as she slips out of her grip to take a position with the doorframe as a cover as he starts scanning the area with both organic and cybernetic eyes. "And the first thing to do is get to safety so that you're not target number 2, Litha returns. "Fine, whatever. We need all our backup." "Hoagie, you there?" he acknowledges before barking into his communicator. "Got you loud and clear. What's the situation?" Mother Mailer was just publicly executed by sniper fire. The Gravids are about to, if not already in the process of rioting. Tell the captain that my crew and I are at her disposal for quelling the situation and already have 5 combat-trained soldiers in the area. "You're counting me as..." Scaly begins. "I'm counting Onyx, you're half-trained at best." Pukey answers. "Confirmed. I'm heading toward the captain now to speak to her in person. Contact me if you figure anything out, Captain Schmidt. If this turns into some kind of war, then thousands will die." "I know something," Litha offers. "Excuse me?" Pukey asks in shock. "Put her on," Hoagie orders. "I'm fully synth. I'm in the network." Mother Mailer was hoping to use some recent unrest as an excuse to open further temples of the Gravid Mother across the station and attempt a push. She phrased it as saving the soul of Octaran Spin. I don't know if she was sincere or pushing for power. It could go either way. She's lived here a long time and had many, many children, all of which still live on the station. If she intended to clean up the worst of the worst, Then she would have targeted decks 2 and 3. She always hated the arena and the nightlife. How do you know this? Pukey asked right away. She offered to allow the ascension to follow after the hard work was done. She was angling for allies to hold the area, I think. Who else knew this? Pukey asked. Me, Mother Mailer's 3 oldest daughters, Sister Clapperclaw, who's been Mother Mailer's right hand for centuries. Mother Tearclaw of the Astral Guides was invited, and so was Prelate Rashigal of the Unseen Order. 9 suspects, no offense, ma'am, and that's not counting possible spies or simple listening devices catching these plans. Pukey says with a grunt of frustration, if it's related to these plans at all, we need information. We need the killer. Hoagie hisses and there's the steps of boots hitting deck plating as he's clearly running. According to Onyx and Air Force, there was first a high-precision laser that burned through Mother Mailer in the head, followed by a plasma blast that destroyed her pregnant stomach. Pukey says, his voice devoid of tone. There's a silence from the other end of the call. Captain, trouble in Sector 1. Someone just assassinated a woman named Mother Mailer. The guys in there think there's going to be a riot. Assassins? Shit! Who are you on the phone with? The boys on the ground. I don't know what they're up to, but Hoagie begins, but there's an audible sound of something grabbing the communicator. If I find out you're responsible for causing a riot on my station, I will personally throw you each into the nearest star. We're witnesses, not perpetrators. How important is our victim, Mother Mailer? Mailer! Oh! Manisi snarls before devolving into a language that Pukey can't recognize, but he's going to assume it's very, very foul. Keep yourself and your people out of sight. Do not make things worse. As the station master, I'm ordering you all on the defense. Hunker down until we can sand out whatever's going on. Sand out, Pukey asks as the call disconnects. A saying of her species, to reveal things that use axiom for camouflage without ink hiding everything. Letha offers. Everyone, we must remain calm. In these trying times, we must rely on not only one another, but the strength of our force barriers. We must see clearly from as many angles as possible to make the correct decision. A booming and matronly voice announces, and Pukey turns to see the very woman he's here to speak with. Lady Gear, we were looking to speak with you. Unfortunately, the station decided to go fall into chaos. Have any time in your schedule? Say tomorrow or the day after, Pukey asks calmly as he glances out a window to scan the rooftops. You are an odd one, but yes, I have a few hours open tomorrow. Do you think things will be solved by then? I think that you don't do something this big if you're not willing to move very, very fast. Whatever this assassination was about, it will either take place in the next 3 to 6 hours, or it's just the first step of many over the next few months. Either way, we need to strike while the iron's hot, Pukey answers. Okay, what do we do? Ladies, we need our best hackers and security experts front and center. We have a mystery to solve, and I have a suspicion. Pukey orders, and Letha gives him an odd look. I know my way around a network. What do you need? Security footage of the square where the assassination went on. If we can trace the blast back to the killer, we're already taking a huge step forward. Everyone else will be doing the same. Everyone else is also alive. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop being alive just to be different. The security footage, please, Pukey requests before his communicator goes off. Captain Schmidt, you can stand down and relax. The killer is dead. Hoagie says there is undeniable bitterness in his tone. Excuse me. Get into the network and go to security camera 1412. Minici's saying this is over. I don't think it is, Hoagie says grimly. Nor do I. This is too clean and too quick, Pukey says. Shit sorts out really fast on Octa and Spin, but this is way too much and way too clean. From the first look, the killer committed suicide right afterwards. Apparently, she had a grudge against Mother Mailer for forcibly opening up her marriage where she fell to the wayside, Hoagie says. But that doesn't make sense. It's way, way too vicious a retaliation for that. Killing Mailer is one thing, but the babies in front of her daughters? Way too vicious, Cindy says. Yay, but the official policy is to stay the hell out of it if we can let it sort itself out without damage. So we're releasing the information and backing off. Great. I'm not going to let this one go, you know. I need to understand just what the hell is going on, Pukey says. So do I. I'm sending you the password and username for a temporary admin account. It self-deletes in 24 hours. It doesn't have root access, but you can play merry hell with the security cameras. It also can't make more accounts. Do not violate my trust on this one. I will make you pay in blood. I read you. Thank you, Pookie says, and he receives the information. Did you have a look through things, big girl? Yes, here's what I found. Letha replies, and a video file shows on Pookie's phone. It shows a young rabbis taking aim with 2 guns and firing the shots towards Mother Mailer in the distance. Bullshit! There's no way those connected, Scaly says incredulously over Pookie's shoulder. Keep going, Pookie says. Her stance was wrong. Plasma has almost no recoil and lasers have none. But to get that kind of distance, you need specialized long-barreled weapons and special axiom techniques. The only way around that is to use kinetics. But she didn't. Scaly puzzles out as Pookie watches Lady Gear saunter over to take part in this little scheming session. Good, Pookie encourages him. Also, she was using the wrong weapons. That was an ablator and banger. They're non-lethal, especially at those ranges. Unless Axiom can make them lethal? They can, but it severely and visibly damages the weapon, Pookie supplies. There's something else, but I don't. She fires the banger second. The plasma hits second, but it takes time to travel. The laser is almost instant and was only a heartbeat before the plasma, Letha says. She didn't give it enough time, Scaly realizes. Good. There's another big one. Zoom in on the murdered woman, Pookie says, and Scaly does so, as Letha makes a sound of understanding. The angle's wrong. This girl's to the side a bit, but the laser goes in between the eyes and comes out the back of the head. If she hit between the eyes, then it would have come out closer to the ear, Scaly says in an awestruck tone. Good man, as you can see. We found our scapegoat. The what? Lady Gear asks curiously. Old tradition in more savage days. A goat would be condemned, and a priest would lay all the sin a village had done upon it. Then the goat would be cast out and exiled, in theory carrying out all the evil and sin with it. It means to blame someone undeserving for your actions, to shift the blame to the undeserving. Pookie explains as he thinks about things. He then brings up his hard light hand to stroke his chin and think, reminding himself that he needs to shave as he's starting to get some stubble in, and that is against regulations. Loose leash protocols be damned. So we have a killer that uses the style of an infamous but never found mercenary on the station. We have a popular public leader dead by this style and a scapegoat offered up. Station policy takes the scapegoat at face value and moves on for the sake of expediency. But it's so blatantly not the scapegoat that anyone that looks at it for 2 seconds will know that. So it's not a secret that the killer's at large. Meaning everyone's still angry, but they don't know where to put it, Cindy says. Meaning the possible riot and rampage isn't canceled, just delayed, and looking for an excuse, Pookie says with a look of focus on his face as he churns through the idea. It's a political scale frenzy patch, Letha says in a tone of awe and horror. A frenzy patch? Pookie asks. You wouldn't know about them, darling. Your biology gives you better. Think adrenaline cut with immense rage and then have it directed. It's a popular trick for assassinations. Undirected ones are combat drugs that are kind of like your adrenaline, but not quite, Cindy explains and Pookie nods. So what's going on is that someone has created a situation where a huge number of gravids are really, really angry and need to find who to be angry at. That sounds like a bomb, Scaly says. Then the questions are who the target is and who is setting it off, Letha says, and Pookie thinks, well, you set a bomb for a target you can't normally reach, or for a great number of them. So who are the untouchables? Pookie asks. That's easy, the station masters. They control the airlocks, the atmosphere, and are able to move around easily. But if you don't care if you die, they're just people, Letha says and her mother nods. So we've got a possible target in the station owners. Pookie considers. We've also got possible perpetrators among them too. They drop the case stupid fast even with their policy. Also, they might want to have an excuse to reshape this part of the station to specialize in something else. If a big enough riot kicks off, then no one will blame them for just opening this part up to space. They wouldn't. We bring too much profit to the station and cause the least amount of trouble out of all 8 sectors. Why would they attack us? Lady Gear protests. We're just theorizing. We don't know anything for sure, but we need our minds open to all possible possibilities, Pukey says as he rubs his chin with a frown. This may also be a personal attack, a very messy one, but getting an angry mob after someone is a good way to get them killed without any blood on your hands. This could be a coup of some kind, a coup aimed at any of the 8 sections or even the station overall. This is insane, my head's starting to hurt, Scaly complains. Welcome to politics, young cyborg. Until you get a good taste for it, everything is suspect, everything is cause, everything is suspicious, and it all goes in circles endlessly, Lady Gear says in a consoling tone. Do you have any advice, madam? To understand these bits of madness, one must know the patterns. But I'm afraid I have not been here long enough to see them, Pukey says, and Lady Gear nods. I can't give you names, but I can give you an important pattern. The heads of each sector are both very secure and insecure in their power. Many are looking to ascend with a knife in the back as a handhold, but those who are in a position to benefit from such a thing are usually watched very, very closely, Lady Gear explains. Then could all be a distraction, get everyone looking at Sector 1 and stage a coup elsewhere in the confusion, Pukey realizes as he straightens up. So is it a weapon or distraction? Scaly asks. I don't know. Chapter 166, The Bounty Hunters. This isn't over, Bike says, and Tang nods even as he scans the area through a spare sniper scope he brought. Of course not. We don't have all the information, but a public execution is how you send or reinforce a message, not how you end one. Unless the galaxy at large has no idea what a martyr is. Tang responds. Hold on, something's up. The assassin? Maybe. There was an explosion a few blocks off, a trail of smoke and a blown window. Tang says, moving his head to the side and letting Bike lean in and look through. Something's there. Bike confirms before he focuses on his communicator, and the machine seems to go through a seizure in his hand. Gem Grove Apartment Complex, room 827. It had been rented 2 weeks ago to an anonymous party, and he lets out a whistle and Tang leans over to look at the screen. Use the upper head, not the lower one. I was thinking more the gun-wise guy. Where were you looking? Bike asks, and Tang turns away. Read you loud and clear, coming in for the pickup. Air Farce responds to Bike's silent question, and Tang gives him a look. What? I don't have to speak to communicate over technology now. I'd appreciate it if you would speak when it's just allies, Tang remarks as he continues scanning. We may have movement. I think there are survivors to the blast. Then we need to be there yesterday, Bike remarks. I'm telling Air Farce to break the speed limits. Lives depend on it. Sure enough, the shuttle pulls out in front of them as Bike finishes sending an email to everyone, still in the building, to hunker down and stay safe. The door on the shuttle opens and both men barrel in. Where's this apartment? Air Farce's question is answered by a beacon on the small screen that gave a readout of their surroundings that he glances at, then glances at Bike. That's going to take some getting used to. A smirk is all the answer he gets. The shuttle closes up and blasts toward the apartment and opens again for Onyx, Tang, and Bike to jump out, weapons ready. Inside are 2 tall women in armor that is fading into and out of view and broken guns nearby. One plasma, the other a laser, and both massively modified along the barrel. No doubt to give them longer reach. Captain, I believe we've found the killers, Bike sends to Pukey as he speaks out loud. What's their status? Backstabbed, sir. Their safe house had a bomb in it, and they're both barely clinging to life. What's your call? There's a few moments in background noise as Pukey speaks to those around him. Bring them to my location. This temple has a medical wing. We can at least stabilize them, and if they have head jacks, then we can interrogate awake or not. I bet that's going to go over well with the church, Bike replies. Baby killers are never popular. Bring them in. Pukey orders, and there's a nod. Both women are swept up and placed in the shuttle with their broken guns brought as well. Bike starts experimenting, and his communicator goes wild before settling on a pair of images, one of the 2 killers side by side, and the other of their guns. Interesting, those are some very difficult modifications. The mech and deck might be able to pull that off, but it would be hard. Broken or not, those guns are cutting edge, Letha says over the line, and Bike requests exactly who the hell this is. He gets a quick introduction and nods in response. The shuttle pulls in fast and is directed to the garage behind the temple, where the assassins are quickly carried to medical. The buttons on the suits are found and stripped off to reveal a pair of panseros out cold and quickly scanned. Nasty concussions for the both of them, shrapnel in their limbs, thermal damage consistent with plasma burns, and electrical burns from when the main battery of their suits shorted. Lady Gear says, looking over them personally. No trace of augmetic enhancements, but they do have medical chips in their left forearms. Who are these girls? Pukey asked, glaring down at the women. Eras and Vegas, no registered last names. They're both the other's emergency contact. I'm pulling up info now, sir. They both showed up on the station 2 decades ago, and they have a pattern of moving from apartment to apartment that match when double shots like the one that killed Mother Mailer happened. So we have our killers. Maybe not. The twin-shot assassination style predates their coming by a very wide margin, but if they matched it perfectly afterwards, I think we may be dealing with an organization rather than just a pair of killers. Lady Gear answers, thinking deeply. So we've got 2 loose ends we've kept from getting snipped. But the question is, will this be the one that knocks it out of the park, or is the loose end a trail to nowhere? Scally asks, and there's thought. Is there a faster way to wake them up? Pukey asks. Head injuries are funny things, and you can bet the concussion will confuse them. Trying to force heal something like that can wipe out memories entirely. Lady Gear says sadly, damn. Bike, you said they were in an apartment. Trace back its money trail as far as you can and get into the cameras. I want to know who was in there before them, and I want to know if anyone so much as cut a fart in front of the door. He gets a salute in return, and Bike sits down on an empty bed with his communicator propped up on the small table beside it. Its screen is flashing by at an absurd pace, but clearly the man can make sense of it all. The hell? The room was set aside by station staff for 2 days before these girls got it. The money for it also goes right to station control and stops dead. The data was sent by an internal terminal that has neither account nor password, but hardware override into the system, something that apparently all station staff has access to, even our guys on the inside. Why would they need that? Tang asks. Intimidation. Just an account that lets you know someone with control of the station isn't happy with you or wants something done. It can be anyone from a mid-level administrator to the captain herself, but one of them is paying attention, so be on your best behavior is the message, Lady Gear says. All the trails begin and end at the override access terminal on the main bridge. Literally everyone with access to the bridge has access to that terminal, Bike says as his communicator stops freaking out from the sheer speed of his data searching. What about cameras? Pukey demands. I've been doing that, Litha's voice says, and she appears in the room in a wave of decloaking hexagons, somehow even smaller than a normal Nagasha. Shrinking tech, because the ship isn't hard enough to secure with invisibility, teleporters and people who can shatter anything solid. Pukey groans, rubbing a hand over his face before focusing. You have the camera feed? Yes, the only person seen coming and going from the apartment was someone wearing the unseen order garb, or rather a fetish outfit based off it. Litha explains as her eyes projects the image of a woman wearing a bedlaw outfit with a veil and hood. Let me guess, the actual ones cover up more? The unseen order is very private about their affairs. They conceal their bodies and all aspects of themselves so that any amount of charity or good deeds they do or is done for them is between them and the greater spirit. A sort of gestalt being, they believe, is born of the souls of all beings. Lady Gear explains. Really? Sounds like something that can be taken advantage of. It is. The most casual thing they wear when doing good deeds is a veil at least. The unseen order was created as a reaction to the gross overindulgence and obsession with appearance along the more wealthy parts of the galaxy, repudiation of it. Damn, what can we get from the image? Pukey asks as his eye adjusts to zoom in. Her eyes are a single color, jet black. What races in the command staff have that feature? Angla and Arumenta, BPH 1100 number 6 and BMO 1100 number 55. There are 7 known Angla in the command crew. They generally stick to deck 1 as they can breathe underwater. The Arumenta aren't jet black, but the water-based ones are dark blue. That ties all this to deck 1, though. She was planning to go there, Onyx says. What? Lady Gear asks. She had some plans for Deck 1. She even had an image of one of the men off the chainbreaker struggling in the water to rouse up the crowd. Dong, wasn't it Itchy that had some trouble in the power armor? It was. The image was manipulated then. But why? There would have been a legit one with Itchy trapped underwater. Why fake it? Onyx asks, and there's a pause. Right when we're figuring it out, we've got another 5 questions. Pukey groans. Bike? You want me to go into the middle of a square about to riot filled with misandrous bondage nuns? Bike demands incredulously. I'll go. Not only will they not bother me much, but I have stealth and more practice than you, Litha offers. You'll do no such thing, Lady Gear protests. You will send a drone to boost your signal and use that to get the information. I will not have you torn apart by an angry crowd looking for an excuse. She's right. One of the first things about high-pressure situations like this is to not take risks you don't have to. There's enough danger and problems to go around. Looking for more is just stupid, Pukey says, and Lady Gear nods empathetically. Fine, drones are less fun, but fine. Litha begins before Pukey, Bike, Air Farce, Onyx, and Tang all visibly tense up. Then there's the slight sound of a laser charging. Hit the deck! Pukey shouts, pushing Cindy under a table as he jumps to and pins Litha to the ground. Onyx grabs Scally and shoves him to the ground as Air Farce and Bike tackle Lady Gear down, as Tang drops to his knees and brings up his long gun. A pair of laser beams erupt into the room and bounce from wall to wall to monitor screen and bury themselves into the heads of Iraz and Bagus. Tang slides across the floor and spins before quickly letting off a massive shot at the base of the nearly imperceptible trail of smoke rising from the air. The recoil sends him skidding back and slamming into the wall as he pulls back on the bolt action and ejects the spent casing to load again. Pukey's plasma sword is out and his cannon is already slotted in as he lets off a trinity of ablator blasts as he rushes the nearest source of the lasers. Take him alive! We need answers! He roars as slashes at a ball of plasma, and to his delight, the movie's got this bit right as the bullet of burning fire is sent back like a baseball to hit the gun it was shot from. Huntress! The plasma shooter screams in shock as her weapon twists into slag, and she throws it away before it detonates. No! The other one screams as Onyx leaps onto the wall and then hurls herself at her opponent. Tang's shot was on the money. Her weapon is destroyed. I've got you covered! Tang shouts as he rises to a knee and steadies himself to thread the needle if he has to. Bike's on the defensive with Air Farce, but makes use of his newest toy and sends out a command to the fire suppression system, and a suppressing foam is shot down from the walls and ceilings to put out any potential flame. But in this case, it completely outlines the 2 no longer invisible attackers. Stay down! Air Farce orders everyone with his rifle up and ready in case the fighting moves into the room with the civilians. Litha blurs into movement and charges Pukey's opponent to tackle her and wrap her in her coils, expanding as she does so to completely overwhelm the assassin and getting a nod from Pukey. Looky what I caught, Onyx says as she gleefully walks back into the small hospital. The assassin is over her shoulder and utterly limp. And those crimson hewer hacks think that forcing people to sleep with Axiom is useless? Ha! Shows what they know. No. This isn't supposed to happen. We're the best of the best. We work in perfect teams together. We're stealthy. We're skilled. We can do what no one else can. We shouldn't lose. We can't lose. The one wrapped up in Litha's coils protests out loud as Pukey tucks away his cannon and sword. Everyone loses eventually. It's how you lose that determines your character, Pukey says, grabbing the larger alien around her neck with his hard, light arm, and then dragging the alien out of Litha's coil with a grip that leaves the woman choking for air and flailing to try and dislodge an arm that only seems to exist where it's outright strangling her. He marches into the hospital room, slams her onto a bed, and quickly Air Farce and Bike strap her down. Now then, miss, we have some questions, and unless you want today to get even worse, there better be some good answers. Chapter 167, The Bounty Hunters. All right, madam, I am Captain Gregory Schmidt. My crew and I make sport of prideful murderers that think they're untouchable. You are going to tell us exactly who you are, how you got in here, why you killed these two, and who sent you. I am informing you of the facts, madam. Any amount of resistance on your part merely means that this will be progressively more unpleasant for you, as we are forced to ask in harsher and harsher ways for our answers. Do you understand? And if I'm the queen of the station who walked in the front door, shot them because I didn't like their stupid faces, and did it all at the behest of a random whim, she asks, then we throw you out the airlock and take bets on how long until you stop thrashing. Go ahead, you don't have the tits, she snarls. I don't need the tits, Pukey trails off as Tang puts a hand on his shoulder. I got this, he says, and Pukey raises an eyebrow. You sure? Yes, you stay on the back burner. I'll go in sweet rather than sour, Tang says. Really? They just smoked 2 girls in their own team. They're cold. Going in warm might just get your tongue stuck to the pole. Air Farce notes as he helps Scally up, and Pukey lifts up Cindy to make sure she's not hurt at all by anything that's happened. Really? Seduction? Not that I don't appreciate a little man-ass waved in front of me, but it should have been tried before the threat of gruesome death. The still invisible assassin states, and Tang nods, before reaching down past the foam and finding the latch for the mask portion of her camouflage suit. He then peels it back to reveal the face of a Panceros. Madam, there's yet to be an alien that hasn't underestimated humans. You're just one more, Tang says, and she takes in a huff of air, and he blows a lungful of air right at her as she does. What the? Why? Oh no. Oh yes, Tang says, leaning over while swishing around in his mouth to gather up a lot of spit, and then kisses her full on the mouth. She outright moans into it, and it grows deep and full as her suit's cloaking disengages and her tail whips out to wrap around his waist. He pulls away and she outright starts to whimper as he smiles down at her. Only the first taste is free. You want some sugar? Give us some answers. That, she begins in a gasping, breathless tone. That's unfair. What's your name? Tang asks, and she stares at him, licks her lips and squirms. He runs his hand down her tail and she shivers. No, I won't. I can't betray them. I won't, she protests. I understand. Onyx, the other one. Can you stop her from fully waking up? Tang asks. What? Can you stop the other one from fully waking up? He asks softly. Yes, I can keep her from fully waking up, but what will that do? Hypnotic interrogation? Pukey asks, and Tang snaps his fingers and points at him. Think your new trick will make her trust you? It should help. What are you doing? You sister-in-arms that doesn't have her defenses up, so I can just dose her like I just did you, and then, while she's still mostly asleep, I can get all her secrets out. Unless you want to spare her such a fate, Tang says. What did you do to me? Why did I? The assassin stammers out, trying to figure out what was just done. I'd like to know too, Lady Gear says, and Tang smirks. I'm human, therefore I'm in season. I've got a lot of pheromones in my body, and one of the higher concentrations is in my mouth. A bit of axiom, and they're even more stupid powerful. First was a breath over that pheromone heavy madness to get you ready, then a kiss full of it. You've got enough of my pheromones in you that as far as your body's concerned, we're already married, and now you've got millions of years of evolution working against you. Your mind wants to say no, but your body's going, yes, yes, yes. But that means your sister halfway between awakening and sleep will trust me without question. Everything she knows she'll tell us, unless you prefer she just gets a solid nap and doesn't wake up having been made into my unknowing lover. And wouldn't that be interesting, to pine for someone you've never even gotten a good look at, to burn with need for... Enough, the assassin snarls before letting her head flop down in defeat. Enough, I'll talk. A wise decision, Pukey says, stepping forward. Now that you understand just how nasty we are when we're playing nice, let's get to those questions. Oh, like you could do worse. I could still have a full brain scan of you ripped out of your skull and then decompile it into base memory to get literally everything you know. Do not push me, girl, Pukey snarls. That's appalling. Lady Gear gasps, as is murdering helpless opponents or purposely detonating the pregnant stomach of a woman. What the fuck is going on? Pukey answers Lady Gear before snarling at the assassin. I don't know. All I know is that Eras and Vegas went completely insane. Their mission was to scare that crazy gravid bitch, not kill her, and certainly not to kill her children. Our employer detonated their safe house in response, and we were sent to make sure the bitches were dead and get the gear. You guys showed up way too fast, and we had to follow you. Fuck this rabbit hole, it keeps going deeper, Airfarce moans. Your employer is, Pukey presses, a man with access to the main bridge. Told us to call him Mr. Sandvich, she says slowly, pronouncing it in English, and then looking confused as every man in the group groans. You know him. Yay, fucking hoagie. Why is he tied into this? Pukey demands as Airfarce starts massaging his temple at the sheer frustration. Because he's an idiot warrior that made things worse? The assassin offers suddenly quite chatty. That's going to need some explanation, Pukey says. Don't you know how this station works? 9 sectors with the main bridge and the 8 hubs. Each one offers something different, with the bridge controlling the power, airlocks, and all the things the rest need to survive. Each has a different environment and political landscape to navigate, with what are effectively minor lords in each one that need to be appeased if you're going to make big moves in the area. Pukey says quickly, and she blinks. Yes, but it's also unstable. Okay, Pukey says, not knowing where she's going with that. Meaning that it's routine for someone to push out on another part of the station. What Mother Mailer was doing was completely normal. It would have kept her busy for a few decades, and the station would have had a lot of movement and shifting around that would have meant a small economic boom as they build temples and do outreach programs and things like that. We tried to tell Mr. Sandvich this, but he wanted someone in place just in case. Then they went and killed her. They weren't supposed to do that. Do you know why? Did someone pay them? Is there something you know that we don't? I don't care. Neither me nor my sister there know why Bagis and Eris went over the edge. But the second they did, they were dead women. You stupid bitch. There's no way to get information out of a cooked corpse, Pukey hisses. Oh, yes, there is. Oh, this ought to be good, Pukey responds. There's a black box in the rifles. It has the mission. It has everything. It's there, so if one of us gets killed or kidnapped, we can rescue or avenge them, she says, sounding defeated. You girls really care for each other, don't you? Pukey asks, and she nods. We work in pairs, sisters by choice instead of blood. They betrayed the sisterhood. They needed to die for that, the assassin says. Family of choice, that's familiar, Bike remarks. It is. Miss, if your targets are the crazy pieces of shit making things worse, then we're not enemies. Quite the opposite, in fact, Pukey says, and he unlatches the assassin. This was supposed to be one person being overly paranoid and the easiest of the easy jobs. Just sit down, watch a stupid show, and leave to get paid. Then they open fire. Okay then, can I trust that you want to figure out what the hell is going on as badly as we do? Pukey asks. Yes, now give me one of their guns. It's already been broken by the explosion, but the memory core is heavily reinforced, she says. Men, Pukey says, holding out his hand, and Tang slaps one of the 2 broken rifles into his hand. He holds it out to her, and she disassembles a lower part of the stock and pulls out a pure black bar with a tiny shining nub on it. Scan through that metal tail, she says, tossing the data bar to Litha. She snatches it out of the air and scans it intently with a beam from her eyes. A proxy account from Uptown provided a huge payment. Sector 5 is involved in this. Or being used as a diversion, god damn it. Excuse me, Pukey says, stepping to the side and pulling out his communicator. Everyone gear up and get ready for a fucking field trip. We've got horseshit going on in the whole of the goddamn station. I need a man in Sector 5 and grabbing information. Our trail leads there next. They'll just find another proxy, Litha chides him. Everyone makes mistakes. We follow the trail until they do. We're going old school. We follow them until they make a fatal mistake, Pukey says. What kind of race hunt's like that? The assassin demands. Humans do. It's a time-honored classic. Bike says as he narrows his eyes, then he holds out his hand to Litha. May I? The data bar is passed to him, and he holds it against his communicator. The information starts to flash by quickly. It then pauses on a screen full of data in German. All right, gentlemen, you need to get one of your communicators to the Nebula View Hotel, then open a line to me. I'll dig in as deep as I can and hopefully get the information out. Right, we're setting up a team. Mr. T. Mustard, J3, and Itchy are heading out. Jade reports, sounding like she's trying to force seriousness. Despite the situation, Onyx can't help but smile with pride as Airfarce nods appreciatively. That's a lot of power. Are the Hat and Dong holding down the ship? Bike asks without missing a beat. That's the plan. They're moving out in 5, Jade says. By the way, I'm holding down the ship too. I can fight. I'm a Canador. We're made to fight. Not without training, you're not little Missy. You are on defense until I know you won't make a mortal mistake on offense. Onyx snaps. Yes, Mama. You're doing fine, kiddo. We just want to be safe when the world's going crazy. In hostile territory, no one goes alone unless they absolutely have to. Airfarce offers, and the assassin gives him an odd look. Bike hangs up the call and tucks away his communicator. Captain, if she's going to be working with us, then we need something to call her. A code name, if nothing else. I'm Nui, that's swear, the assassin says as she reconsiders the room. And there's a price for our further cooperation. And that would be? Pukey asks. Him, she answers, pointing directly to Tang, who grins. You want to threaten with sugar? Fine, I'll take that bait, but I want a shipment's worth, not just a sampler. My pleasure, Tang remarks with an eager smile. Keep it in your pants, soldier. Pukey scowls at him. If he does that, then you're out, me and Swar. Nui says, and Pukey groans in frustration. Fine, fuck it, whatever. I need to talk to Hoagie and get his side of this madness. Excuse me, Pukey says before stepping to the further side of the room as he brings out his communicator. Yeah, hey Hoagie, we've been looking into things. Now why the flying blue fuck didn't you tell me that you initially hired fucking snipers to watch over the fucking rally, you fucking incompetent? They were ordered to observe only. They must have been subverted, Hoagie protests. I gathered that, but in situations like this, communication is really fucking important. I already killed them anyways. Set off the backup bomb and everything. The yield wasn't enough, they had concussions but were alive. Their sisters had to clean up the mess, and that was after we rescued them to try and get answers. You want to make up for this mess? Get your ass down to Deck 5 and meet up with my team there. We've got Mr. T, Mustard, J3, and Itchy heading to the Nebula View Hotel. You are to offer your full cooperation as the station man. Be loaded for war. We don't know if more violence is ahead. Right. I suppose that with my own stupid nickname, I'll fit right in. I'm heading out, Hoagie says, and the call terminates. Bike, inform the team that they're going to be getting a +1. Chapter 168, The Bounty Hunters. Checking in. Dude, you do know you're not on vacation, right? J3 asks Hoagie, who lowers his sunglasses with a grin as he walks over, then starts to unbutton his Hawaiian print shirt. Whoa, 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 I'm sure the girls say you're cute, but not to me, you're not. Then Hoagie opens the shirt to show that the oversized garment is casually hiding a massive bandolier of modified explosives, body armor, 2 pistols, and likely more around the man's back. That makes more sense. Why the shades, though? Itchy asks, and one of the explosives is tapped. These are flashbangs. I've got enough on me to give the whole sector an epileptic seizure if I don't outright burn out their retinas. I want answers as much as you guys. Who the fuck sidestepped me with my own damn forces? What fucking idiot thinks they can get away messing with the station staff? And most importantly, who the fuck do I have to skin alive for trying to start shit when I'm trying to keep shit calm? You're taking this personally, Mr. T notes. The first time I saw a dead body was when a stupid teenager took a pot shot at me in a horny daze. One of the other station staff sent her hurling into space, and that's all she wrote for the dumb kid. I have worked my ass off since that day to keep the casualties down, but I've still seen and made enough corpses to give the killer and the fucking coroner in any snuff film a run for their money. Now this shit is happening, and someone's trying to stack the bodies up in the most disgusting ways imaginable. I don't like seeing corpses, but this is one I intend to make myself. After we get answers out of it, Mr. T says, and Hoagie nods. What's your heaviest toy? I got an auto shotgun loaded with buck and a plasma pistol on my back, in addition to a standard ablator and banger that you saw on my chest. I've also got override authority for most major systems and the credentials to get us anywhere but the captain's personal chambers. After that is a solid 20 flashbangs, a K-bar in my left boot, and a 9mm in my right. Sounds good, but if you start speaking like a surfer, I will deck you. J3 remarks, Don't worry, dude. It's just a radical Michelangelo impersonation. Hoagie taunts him and then leans away from a swing. Not going to ask, but please don't talk like that. I wanted to take a swing at you myself, Mustard says, and Hoagie nods. All right, we've met up. We've said our hellos. Where is the Nebula View Hotel? The map says it's near here, but I can't find it. The entire level has a sort of fakeness to it that is normally associated with the inside of a casino, but it's goddamn everywhere. Everything matched and coded just so to seem to radiate smug and wealth while hiding the fact that you had a camera and likely a gun on you at all times. It was setting most of them on edge, at least somewhat. You're about 8 levels too low for the main entrance, but we're damn close to the service entrance, which I prefer. We're going in the back door where they pay less attention. This way, if they want to pull a fast one, they've got less time to properly set it up. Everyone down with that? Hoagie asks, and there's nods all around. He leads them up a level to an unassuming back door with a loading station next to it. The door is predictably locked. Skriak Muriak! He glances back and sees the whole group staring at him as his high-pitched bit of sheer nonsense is accepted as a password. It's in the captain's home language. It's really fucky sounding. No, we get that, but did it have to come out so high-pitched that it sounds like your balls are in a vice? J3 asks, and Hoagie nods. Really? The meaning changes entirely if you try to lower the pitch. It's one of those languages that does not translate well. Still, a voice recorder couldn't? Mustard begins to protest before Hoagie grins viciously. The password itself is half of it. The other half is here, Hoagie says, leaning his head back and exposing his neck. He taps a tiny, clearly unnatural square in the middle of his throat. Anyone who gives the right password without one of these will just trigger a priority 1 alarm. There's also a different inflection to the same password to let security know that there's station staff in need of rescue. Captain's on top of things. Yes, she is, Hoagie says with a rub of his neck. There's a reason you're not allowed in her chambers, isn't there? Mr. T notes, and Hoagie looks away. Forget it. We need to focus. Thank you. And for the record, I was aiming for being the power behind the station, but the captain's already got a squeeze. Bet that went over well, Itchy remarks. She was flattered and amused. Thankfully. Hoagie says, opening the door and bidding them in. Now be ready for trouble, but don't look like you're ready for trouble. The fuck? Walk casual. We got every reason to be here. I always wear bright, eye-gouging colors on official business. It's kind of my thing. Dude, just use your uniform, J3 says. Uniforms are fetish wear only around here. May as well go around in assless chaps, Hoagie remarks, and there's a lot of snorting. What he says next causes a round of laughter. And yes, we did learn that one the hard way. The internals of the Nebula View Hotel are plain and unadorned. Makes sense that they'd spend their money on squeezing more out of their customers than on staff. All right, the main server room should be nearby. Let me do the talking in... And you'll what? A voice asks, coming around the corner, and Hoagie finds himself face to tits with a gigantic, pissed-off woman bat hybrid that's walking on her knuckles. Daniel Eastman, Station Command. We're investigating some idiot who thought it was a good idea to subvert my own forces and try to kick off a riot in Sector 1. Hoagie says, pulling at his collar and revealing a badge there. Oh shit, the massive sonar says, backing up a little. We just need to get to your data storage and we'll be out of your hair. Hoagie continues and she nods. He offers her a toothy smile that she flinches at somewhat. Fantastic. Now you just step aside and look pretty while the scary humans get shit done. The sonar straight up retreats and the group stares at Hoagie. Number 1 rule of working station staff is that if you're disrespected, you got to set an example. I don't like doing it, but I've written more than a few obituaries if you understand my meaning. The bright shirt's like a poison dart frog's skin, a loud fucking warning that you've got one chance to obey. Jesus, Mr. T mutters and Hoagie shrugs. You do what you have to, and on Octron's spin you got to body the bitches that disrespect you or they'll never stop. Which is why you want to get your hands on the person we're tracking. That's why you sent assassins to watch. Stay in line or get one in an obituary. Mustard remarks and Hoagie nods. Yeah, places like this run on respect, and respect comes from how big the heap of bodies you're sitting on is and how willing and able you are to add to it. He explains as he leads them down a bit more, checks his communicator, and quickly barks that weird password at another door that pops open. Inside are entire towers of data, and he looks around a bit. You guys know what you're looking for? No, hold on a moment, Mr. T says. Bike? Yes, we're in the main server room of the Nebula View Hotel. Where do you want the communicator? Easy enough. Set it on to the nearest one and give me a minute or 3. Bike orders, and Mr. T does so, leaving the men to stand around. So after you start to build reputation, things get better, right? Mr. T asks, and Hoagie lets out a mirthless bark of laughter. That's a no. Even if I have the entire station pissing their panties at the sight of my flamingo print shirts, there's still some new idiot with some new trick showing up every 10 minutes. The temporary population of the station is easily 100 times the size of the permanent residents, and while word is getting around that disrespecting the Tret-looking psychopaths covered in weapons is a bad idea, by the time most people figure it out, they leave this place and some new idiot needs to be taught. Love the idea that you have keep giving people hell, but speaking of, what's the deal with the bomb? Asking for a friend, Bike asks from the communicator. I don't fucking trust these people. The only way to get them to take you seriously is for them to know that you can kill them at any time. And the bomb was because I'm not getting into a sniping contest when I can't proper distance and they can bounce their attacks off the fucking walls. Fuck that. I fight the twin shots from the next sector over, if not further. The bitches have an advantage in this station, with the consistent atmosphere and often shining walls. Dodging a laser coming around the corner is just unfair, Hoagie protests. Yes, because fair fights are a thing, Itchy says with a grin. Hey, bombs are fun and practical if you've got your eyes on the area and a detonator in hand, Hoagie protests. I wasn't arguing. Hell, I love seeing a well-made beast go boom, but yours left them alive to talk about it. A bomb that doesn't do its job is just sloppy. There was a load-bearing wall nearby. I didn't want to crack it open. Not to mention I had to run around in disguise to deliver it, and so it had to be fairly small. That Anglo-looking girl in the fetish outfit was you, Bike demands in shock. A bit of makeup, pheromone blockers, and the right clothes and contact lenses, and you can disguise yourself as anything. More like a lot of makeup and fucking basketballs. We were wondering what the fuck was going on. I had the bomb in parts and stored in a bunch of balls I was carrying around in bras, Hoagie says, and there's laughter. You may laugh, but you can get all sorts of shit done if you don't look like a dude. The girls around here are in the habit of flat out ignoring each other if they can get away with it, and that has let me get up to some serious shenanigans. I mean, hell, half the blackmail I've got is because no one thinks the shy girl covering up is in fact packing an entire arsenal of spy gear in the bra. If they don't sense Axiom being twigged oddly, they don't even think you've got a weapon. Really? Oh yeah, most of the girls don't seem to notice consciously, but they sense Axiom to judge how dangerous something is. It's one of the reasons why they keep underestimating humans. Every other race has an Axiom signature that gets more apparent as they get agitated, and technology has its own feel too. We're just blank, whether we're calm or homicidal. Makes it hard to intimidate as they think it's an endless bluff. But then if you follow through, you really scare the shit out of them because they had no way to be ready for it at all, even if you were sending every signal you could that they were looking death square in the eye. All right, we've got the next step. Whoever this is clearly wants to move around. The room the command was sent to is connected to an account that leads to Section 4, a place that cashes in valuable metals for credit in the station, Bike explains. We're on our way, Hoagie says before grabbing the communicator and tossing it to Mr. T. Not sure how this is going to help. A cash for gold style place will have a record of who it sold credit to because this is a fucking pirate station. And if you don't think the local businesses are looking to blackmail and get out of their dues, then you're naive as hell. Hoagie replies and Mr. T smiles. Well then, the hunt continues. I wonder when our fox will make its fatal mistake. Who knows? I'm starting to wonder where the faked image and the scapegoat come in. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. Thankfully, we've already got people on Deck 8 because a fair amount of those questions can only be answered by the victim's family and friends. Mustard says before cracking his neck. Still think things will be... Don't say it! Don't you dare start looking for more trouble. Otherwise, you'll jinx us, and we'll have entire graveyards to fill before this is over. Hoagie warns. Shit sorts out fast here, and often lethally. Hey, were you being honest? Mustard asks as they start to leave. The security guard from earlier watching from a wary distance. About what? The axiom sensing. Are we really throwing them off that hard? You don't really notice it because most girls are about as subtle as sledgehammers around humans. They can't sense the axiom in us, so they go ham to make up for it. So we don't really notice that we can sense their emotions. But yeah, you can judge their moods if you just pay attention and learn what feels like what. They can't do it back because we're blank. They can also sort of sense axiom-reliant tech, but not ours, meaning we can carry our weapons almost anywhere, and no one notices, and no one can tell if we've got intent to use them until we do. All in all, we're not so much in the uncanny valley as building an underground bunker there for some of these girls. Damn, if it weren't for the sheer horny factor, we'd be something out of a horror movie. J3 notes. We kind of are. Give it some honest thought and you realize we're basically the incubus species of the universe. Yes, because I wanted to think of myself as a sex demon. Wonderful, Mr. T states dryly and getting the group around him to snort in amusement. Chapter 169, The Bounty Hunters. All right, before we go into the next section, you boys have to be well and truly prepared for the sheer amount of fuck you're about to see. Hoagie warns them all as the bulkhead door to the next big chunk of the station opens wide. Out of the farming section, the hivers, the food production center of the station, Mustard asks as they all walk in. You remember how I said that a uniform is fetish wear around here? Yes. I got my stupid self turned around early on and was wearing my formals. I was heading to the posh place and ended up in the hivers. You got jumped without backup, Mr. T says in a horrified tone. I got a 200-strong train pulled on me by an unending conga line of psychopathic midgets. By the time I got through all 200, the first bitch recovered and wanted another round. It took me 96 hours to finish up with them, and I can tell you I've taken softer hits from meteors. Hoagie explains, and all four men stare at him. The fuck? Bike demands over the communicator. Oh, so everyone heard that? Hoagie asks. Yes, soldier, do you need rescue? Pukey demands. No, but if your boys react badly, they might. The girls are much calmer now, but they've claimed every inch of my ass as private property, meaning they will jump me the moment they know I'm in the section. Furthermore, it's a Charbis hive, meaning that when I called them psychopathic midgets, I was neither misspeaking nor exaggerating. These girls got a mean streak as long as the range of their guns, and they go nowhere without enough firepower to ruin your day. Holy shit, J3 says. It's not all bad. Charbis are aggressive to the point of parody, but loyal beyond death, and all 200 of them will jump in front of a bullet for me without a second thought. A solid 25 of them work internal systems in the station, and the rest run a massive food-producing industry that provides a full 2% of the station's nutrients. It might not sound like much, but remember, we've got millions. 175 girls are feeding one out of every 50 people here. Nice, so what's the plan? Mr. T asks. We'll be jumped on the way to the metal exchanger. Just let it happen. Don't go for your guns, keep your voices level, and don't be an idiot. You can fight back if they start throwing punches, but if you start something, the whole gang goes hostile, and they'll bring the entire extended family, so you gotta deal with thousands, and my in-laws are fucking evil. We're going to be jumped, Mr. T asks, stressing the word we're. I'm going to be jumped, Hoagie corrects as the bulkhead to the hivers slowly opens. It's not bad. It's Charbus, or these ones, at any rate, have two settings which are asleep and completely insane. You're about to see insane. Oh, please, you're just exaggerating at this point, J3 says. I'm calling bullshit. Oh, well, get ready to eat your words. We're a few blocks away from the exchanger anyways, Hoagie says as the slightly warm and very breezy atmosphere of the hivers washes over them all. There's a huge number of scents on the breeze, and it reminds more than a few of them of both farms and forests. Homie, Itchy remarks. Not a bad place, Hoagie admits, especially if you want the good food. There are a lot of things that only need a little salt and pepper to be amazing, and most of it's available in bulk here. He leads them to a public lift, and they go up 5 stories, and then the path starts to go across numerous walkways with flowers hanging over the side. What are these for anyways? Cross-pollination. All sorts of plants in the agricultural deck can use flower pollen to trigger reproduction. There's also, Hoagie begins explaining before a yellow and black blur tackles him to the ground. The blur reveals itself to be a 3-foot woman with her tongue down his throat and rapidly buzzing wings. He pushes her back and grins. Hey, babe. Husband, she coos while kicking at his belt buckle to loosen it. You boys better get moving. 3 buildings down on the left, Hoagie tells them. You sure you're... Mr. T begins before a massive, ominous buzzing fills the air. They're here! Run! Hoagie exclaims as the determined midget gets his pants off and recaptures his tongue in time for another 10 to dogpile them both with a cheer of excitement. The rest of the guys slowly edge along the far side of the walkway and then break into a dead run when another 20 show up and dive in before going for their guns to present a wall of lethal hardware. A safe distance away, the gangbang cranks up to an utterly surreal level as what looks like a tornado hits the walkway, composed entirely of short-stacked bee-women, each and every one of them visibly and unquestionably armed with something deadly. The pile rapidly overtakes the entire walkway and grows to be at least 1.5 stories tall as the 4 men watch in utter shock. Well, shit. Glad I didn't make any kind of bet because that would have been a loss for me. Mustard remarks as he looks down the way and sees a store advertising a trade of metal for credits exactly 3 buildings down. His directions are good at least. Yay, but should we go back for him? I mean, Jesus, Itchy says, scratching the back of his head as he vaguely watches the buzzing, shifting swarm, even as clothes are being thrown out of it. He's a grown man. I'd get the feeling that if he really wanted out, those flashbangs would have already put those girls on notice. J3 says, and there's just another's moment hesitation before they turn and walk towards the currency exchange. They're not 2 buildings down when a flash of white light gets them all to turn. The buzzing hive of horny bee women are staggering away from the figure rising up from the center. Several fall off and more buzz away into the air in a daze. Hoagie's saying something to them as he collects his clothes and calmly dresses himself before slowly walking over to the rest of the guys. Dude, you are officially in an abusive marriage, Itchy says. I swear to God, it's not as bad as it looks. Hoagie insists. I don't believe it, Mr. T says. Dude, they like it rough, and to be honest, if it wasn't for the bad timing, I'd be giving them all surprises as they're stunned, because that's the kind of freaky they go for, Hoagie says. I do not want to know and resent you bringing it up in any capacity, Mr. T says, and Hoagie just rolls his eyes. Fine, you virgin. Let's just get things done so I can get to nail the bitch fucking with me to the wall and get into my next 201 way. I said I do not want to know, Mr. T half shouts at him and receives a cackle in return. God damn you. You're not the first and won't be the last to say that, Hoagie replies as he strides past everyone and all but shoulder checks the door to the exchanger open. Hello, Mitch. Yes, it's me. Yes, it's bad news. Fuck. Yes, indeed, Hoagie exclaims, and everyone else piles in to see a Tret woman beginning to bang her head on the counter. And what is the history here? Mustard asks with a fascinated eyebrow. A long streak of bad luck with me as the messenger. Mitch, some stupid bitch bribed the twin shots I hired to watch the possible riot in Deck 1 to take the shot regardless. They bounced the money through Nebula View in the next deck over, and we tracked it back here. We need your customer list and cameras, please and thank you. Fucking hell and... Wait, who the hell are those guys? My bribe? No, this is your bribe. Hoagie says, flipping a coin over to her. She grabs it and her eyebrows go up to see the Kutha coin. These guys are the ones running the actual investigation. I'm here to make sure they don't have to wade through a river of blood to get their answers. All right, bribe and threat out of the way. Hey, you with the stupid face, press the yellow button and everyone follow me into the back. Mitch orders, and a bemused Itchy elbows the big yellow button, and she walks into the next room. Well, I'm not back here for my own entertainment. Yeah, keep your tits in. We're here for business. Hoagie says, all but waltzing into the back. I wouldn't touch your crazy ass with the business end of a plasma spear. Mitch screeches, and something goes through the air, only to be caught by Hoagie. He pockets whatever the hell it was. Well, come on. Hoagie beckons them, and they march into the back to find Mitch poring over a computer and growling. I think she's planning your murder. J3 says, noting some of the curse words under Mitch's breath are aimed squarely at Hoagie. Oh no, if she wanted me dead, I'd be dodging plasma already. This is Deck 4, where no one's being respected like they deserve. Some girls are mellow enough to take it, but it would wear a saint down to the bones. Ah, so just a shit day. Since I'm bad news on legs for a lot of these girls, it was ruined the moment I walked in the door. You damn straight it was human. Stupid sex apes stinking up the place. Do you guys got someone that can sort data in your little friend group? If not, you'll be assaulting my nose for a while, Mitch says. We've got a hacker on the team. He's listening in through my communicator. Mr. T says, holding it out, and Mitch grabs it from him before hooking it up to her computer and uploading a file. There, I've got about a week's worth of business in there. Now get out. I need to spray this place down, or there's going to be messes all over, Mitch says, and they all turn to leave. Put some hustle in it. Out. She shoves them all out the door as a unit and leaves them on the street moments from laughter. Is the whole sector like this? No, I just personally know all the fun people. There's a mellow population that outnumbers the interesting ones 30-1, Hoagie replies. It's something all right. Bike, you got what you need? Mr. T asks into his communicator. Yeah, there's just a lot to sort through. I'm tagging in some help to try and speed things up. So what's going on and who's the swarm bait? A voice asks, and Mustard flinches away from the midget bee woman that was hovering an inch over his head, and he did not sense. The fact that she's dressed like she came off stage of a heavy metal band, complete with chains and a cartoonishly huge rifle holstered between her wings that somehow doesn't impair her ability to fly, is disconcerting to say the least. The twin shots I hired to keep an eye of the possible riot in Sector 1 got paid off by some bitch who had them open fire. Now we've got a potential riot that may end up with a whole section opened to raw space, and we're trying to find out who's responsible so we can stick their head on a spike and hopefully calm everyone down with a little blood sacrifice. How's your day been, babe? Made some sales, kicked some ass, got some sugar, pretty good. Any idea who you're going to be throwing out an airlock? Not yet, we're still hunting. Unless they've already left the station, then they're dead. They just don't know it. Oh, so Hoagie's some great hunter? Mustard asks, and she looks at him weird. No, but my man doesn't stop till he's done. Says it's a human thing. That it is. When humans think great hunter, we think about someone who doesn't have to wait, because if we have to, everyone will just keep hammering away at a problem until we have an answer. There we go. We got a name, a face, and a ship. Katniss Evergreen, a BFC 0 out of 100 number 1. Also called a Floric. Looks like someone crossed a fly trap with a jack-o'-lantern and shoved the gourd onto some poor woman's head. She came in on the Deep Desire, which is still docked in Sector 7. If this is because Plant Bitch got hungry, I'm going to roast her over a spit, Hoagie mutters with a twitching eye. Hungry? Mr. T asks, not sure if he wants the answer. The plant bitches eat people, Hoagie's wife replies. They just don't get it that meat that can talk isn't to be eaten. Hell, I asked my baby daddy here what it would take for him to touch one with anything but a weapon, and he said a blood alcohol level so high that his breath would cause it to wither. And I meant every word. You want me to touch that thing with something other than a knife or a bullet, then I'm going to need a full barrel of whiskey first. I don't blame you. Why would a plant alien even be shaped like that anyways? J3 asks. 'Cause they're like any woman, they like to fuck. Problem is that they don't discriminate between love bites and bite bites. Only safe way to do one is to rip off the head, the Charbis remarks. The fuck? They can survive decapitation, and it's actually their main method of reproduction. The body grows a new head with a new personality in a month, and the head grows a new body in a year. The body can even sustain and start the growth of a baby during that time. And can you even imagine how messed up this gets? Hoagie demands. I don't want to keep talking about this, J3 says. Did you know that the only way to make more Floric is to rip the head off? If they get the big D, then they'll just produce more members of whatever was stupid enough to fuck them. Meaning that most of the time, the baby needs to be rescued after it was born, because as we said before, Floric think all meat is for munching. Mrs. Eastman says, and there's a shudder that passes around the collected men. Hoagie included, because that's something you do not like to be reminded of. Fine, I get it. We followed the trail and found a complete psychopath from a species of complete psychopaths. Let's just hunt the bitch down, put her to the screws, and see if it goes any further, or if we're throwing her into a wood chipper. Okay? Itchy demands and Hoagie nods. Can I come? This looks like fun. You guys are staying put. We're going to be taking a look into Miss Evergreen. We're closer. If the trail bounces again, we'll let you know. Pukey orders and Hoagie lets out a groan. Fine, standing by. Nah, his Charby wife groans. Chapter 170, The Bounty Hunters. Okay, so is everyone clear on the plan? Pukey asks, and Lady Gear, Nui, and Swar all just stare at him as if he's completely insane. You want to fly out of the station, go on a spacewalk to invade the Deep Desire, and forcibly open it from the outside before docking your shuttle with it and going on a low-key invasion, Lady Gear states, and he nods. You're going to do this with special Kutha badges that will keep an atmosphere around you and allow you all to move through the vacuum, bypassing most, if not all, standard station warnings and checkpoints to catch the Floric off guard. Yes, that's the plan. I've ordered more badges if you want to join us. I'm space-worthy, Litha notes, and Lady Gear gives her a frown with her hands on her hips. You boys are crazy, Nwit says. Absolutely nuts, Swar adds. Well, if you girls are too scared to come along, we're in it, if only to see how far you people go, Nwit says. Not to mention we don't like people screwing with our contracts. Those two excommunicated sisters are dead and forgotten, but if our reputation takes too much of a dip, then we run out of business and our way of life goes away, Swar mentions. The twin-shot assassins had gotten themselves completely up to speed once both were awake, and were now effectively interchangeable with the way they acted. When pressed, they admitted it was as much part of the fighting style as anything, as you get a bond sister and you basically work at becoming one person in two places. Tang was already trying to work out how to tell them apart and was mostly going by eye color, as they had slightly different shades of brown. Sounds like we've got some volunteers. Boss, if we're moving, we want to do it quick. We need to get this plant bitch under control fast. Thankfully, we can go in way more lethal than normal. Floric can survive decapitation, and it's actually part of their reproductive cycle. We can blitz in, rip off her head, and run. We can then interrogate it at our leisure. I never thought I'd see the day where the interrogation follows a decapitation and not the other way around. Floric are just freaky that way, especially if it's young, Onyx notes. It probably is, Airfar says with a sigh. How do you know? The name Katniss Evergreen is very close to the main character of a set of teen novels. My sister would not shut the hell up about them for a long time, and I got into more than one argument about how stupid the book was. Okay, granted, I started more than a few fights about how stupid it was, but it was really stupid, Airfarce remarks calmly. You think she's a fan of human literature? Pukey asks. Possibly. It could be an insane coincidence. The galaxy is easily big enough for it, Bike remarks. The hack copied everything off the Dauntless, and it had a gigantic central server that contained an obscene amount of data, a great deal of it entertainment of all kinds, to see if it could be offered for trade. The book series could easily have been part of that. so it could be the sign of a fan. Wonderful. Please tell me that it's not some kind of twisted snuff series. Kind of? I didn't pay much attention, but a death match where children are forced to slaughter each other is a central point. I think I mostly paid attention to the fact that, for some reason, the government in the book was so retarded that it forced massive stretches of a country to specialize. One area produces food and other minerals or lumber, things like that, and not allowing anything to take advantage of the natural resources around them. I told her that if any country actually worked like that, it would last however long it took to reach winter or until the capital crumbled under its own incompetence. Then my little sister started screaming at me. I started laughing at her, and it all devolved from there. Air Farce explains, and Pukey blinks for a moment in confusion before shrugging. Whatever. We're going in heavy and hard and taping the bitch to a chair for some questions. These two want in, do you two? I'm staying here, Lady Gear says. As am I. I'm not combat trained, Cindy says, and Pukey nods. I'll keep them safe. My training's not done, so I doubt I'm rated for raiding an enemy ship, Scaly says. We'll move up breach and clear training. It'll be interesting as you can't put the boot in, but we'll figure it out. Pukey assures him and Scaly nods thankfully. I'm going, Litha says. Excuse me? Lady Gear demands. I liked Mother Mailer. We didn't agree on a lot of things, but I liked her. She was a friend, and I'm going to see this to the end, Litha says, and Pukey nods. Very well, between you and Bike, we should be able to turn the ship's computer inside out. Dear, do you have to? You're not a violent girl, and I mean, if I don't stand up for what I think is right, who will? Litha asks. Someone getting a paycheck for it? Nuit asks, and receives a baleful glare from the size-shifting cybersnake woman. Calm down, calm down. I'm just saying that popular people tend to be liked. And if someone who's liked has been killed, then there's usually money to be made in killing the killer, or at least some way to grab favors out of it. Enough chatter. It's time to go. Those that are coming, come. Those that are staying, stay. Move out, people. Pukey orders, and in less than a minute, every man, Onyx, the twin shots, and Litha are all in the shuttle and moving out. Litha's compressed herself down to the point she's actually smaller than most of them. All right, everyone have their personal atmosphere? Air Farce asks as they move out. Onyx, Pukey, Tang, and Bike all tap their chainbreaker badges, and Litha just grins as she doesn't need any. Nui and Swar press a button on their stealth suits and they seal tight. We're ready? Sounds good. We're just arriving near the airlock to the outside now. We're going to be over our target in less than 2 minutes, and I want everyone to know exactly what they're doing. The station has a level of gravity so that if you miss or get knocked off, you'll fall to the ship and can get to an airlock. Make sure you've got at least an hour of... We get it, human? Swar hisses. Hey, it takes 2 seconds to check your safety, and if you don't, then that's all the time you've got left to live when it comes to some of the shit we deal with, Air Farce remarks. Oh, please, Nuit mutters. Oh, honey, these humans are the last people whose bluff you want to call, mostly because they don't like to bluff, Onyx says with a wistful smile. Remembering how we met? Air Farce asks. You scared 7 kinds of hell out of me, and I had never been so turned on before that day. Onyx purrs, and there's a sound similar to a scoff from the twin shots. All right, we're pulling up on the ship, Air Farce says as a vaguely V-shaped vessel looms below them. It's covered in an absurd amount of crude paint all over the place that makes it look like a hippie commune was given an industrial quantity of the stuff and allowed to let their imaginations run wild. Hey, why is it that we haven't painted the chainbreaker? Because if you'll recall, it was painted dark red and purple when it was the chaining, so I'm divorcing it from that image by leaving it bare. Wait, you people control the chaining? One of the twin shots asks. Yes, although we've rechristened it the chainbreaker. I'm impressed. Hacking a ship like that and hijacking it isn't easy. Hijack nothing? I wiped out the previous owners, rescued the slaves, and took it as booty, Pukey says. So who did what on the team? There was no team then, Pukey remarks. Found the nearest airlock. We'll be over it in 10 seconds. Air Farce adds. What are you implying? One of them asks, and Litha's eyes begin projecting a series of images showing Pukey as killing the captain of the chaining and a few highlight moments of his rampage through the casino. including how he lost limbs during it and only grew more dangerous. Well, damn. Still got that sword. It's the one I used earlier. Airlock opening in 5. Air Farce warns them and Pukey nods. Everyone activate your protection. We're going in, silent and strong. Doors opening, Air Farce says, and the cabin has a rush, and Pukey's arm snaps out to catch Litha before she can be swept out in her smaller form. She tries to thank him, but without air around her, nothing can be heard. He nods, understanding the sentiment, and walks to the open door. He pauses only briefly to look straight out into the galaxy with nothing between him and the sheer vastness of space. Then he carefully judges the distance between himself and the deep desire before throwing himself down on it. He lands silently on all fours and calmly stands. Beside him, Tang lands with his rifle already out, and Bike 3 points it while scanning the area with a terrifying intensity. Onyx lands on all fours and stays there, as do Nui and Swar, as all 3 of the bestial women start outright stalking towards the airlock. There's a momentary concern, and Pukey looks up to see Litha calmly floating in space before she zips along. The woman really is space-worthy. Go figure. Well, plant girl's certainly at home here. Keep your eyes open for movement. She's basically got camouflage, Pukey says as he stalks out near the front. Onyx, I want you and Tang near the back. Litha, you're sticking with Bike near the middle. Nui, Swar, flank Bike, and Litha. Eyes and ears open, people. We're going for the bridge to get into the main computer. We're not hunting down the Floric? Tang asked from the rear. She's a target of opportunity. A lot of the information will be on computer anyways, and if we're really lucky, she'll have some of it recorded. If we spot her, we grab her. If not, then we're ripping everything out of the computer, and that's by no means a consolation prize, Pukey says. I've got some access, sir. Give us a minute and we'll be able to crack it open, Bike says. Can you do it while moving? There's something up and I don't want to be suddenly jumped on. Yes, sir. Good, we're getting to the bridge and fortifying. Something isn't right. I can feel it. Losing your nerve? Nuit asks in a clearly false friendly tone. No, he's right. Something, I can't really put my finger on it, but there's something supremely dangerous going on, Tang says slowly. This might just be what Floric are like, but we're being hunted. We need to move. It is what Floric are, and you both made the right call. Keep your eyes and ears open. They like to ambush prey. Onyx confirms as she holds up a pair of full-power plasma pistols. She is not messing around. It's a damn plant. What can a plant trap? Pukey says before taking a wide step over a tripwire partially buried in the dirt. Where? Swar asks, and he points right down to it with his hard-light arm. It could just be a divider, more likely just an alarm if it's inside her own ship. Otherwise, she'd have to dodge and dance around. Bike begins before a crashing sound in the distances causes everyone to ready their weapons and point down the way. A bright orange head with a crest of leaves flops around the corner, and it turns to regard them with sunken eyes that look carved in. What? No one moves at the question the creature asks. Food, I'd thought about getting delivery, but it came. That's great service. With that, she scrambles away and screams something about hunting. Are we taking her alive? Tang asks after a moment. We're taking the head alive at any rate, Pukey answers. We're still going to the bridge, but I want your shots to go for center mass. Do not pop the head. I'll call for surrender, and if she gives it all the better, but I doubt it. Why even try then? One of the twin shots asks. You never know, he remarks with a shrug as he activates his plasma sword. Ha! The Floric suddenly exclaims, and he brings up his hard-light arm and catches a particularly slow-moving arrow. It's a stick with a bit of sharp metal literally taped onto it. He just gives the idiot plant woman an unimpressed look. Ha! He catches the second arrow even more easily than the first. Tang kneecaps. 2 bangs later, and the alien girl is screaming on the ground. Chapter 171. The Bounty Hunters. All right, little lady. You and I are going to be having a bit of a chat about what the hell has been going on, Pukey says as he looms over Katniss, and she whimpers on the ground in pain and fear. Or you could take her 2 doors down, and someone who actually knows their gourd from a board will answer your questions freely. A voice says from over the ship intercom above them all. Grandma, they shot me, Katniss sobs. Yes, they did. They did because you attacked them. But they were supposed to defend themselves as everyone does. I told you those books would rot your brain, Katniss's grandmother barks back. I'll be down shortly. 2 doors down, please, and follow my daughter's instructions. I will willingly explain everything. All right? But if this is some kind of trick, we're walking away with your granddaughter's head and burning the body. At this point, that may be the best possible result. Please go 2 doors down as I head down and try to figure out how to take out the weeds in this delicate situation. The grandmother states, and Pukey looks down at the sniveling alien and pockets his sword. Ow, 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 it hurts. She whines as he carries her bridal style 2 doors down, with the rest of the team somewhat at ease but still ready behind him. The door opens to reveal a large room with the head gourd of a Floric in the center. The eyes open. What the withering rot happened? The head demands. What happened to your knees? Who are you people? Why are you in here? Katniss screwed up big time. I'm heading down. Keep things calm, Josie. The grandmother orders, and the now-named Josie sighs, even as the leaves and vines sprouting from the top of her gourd shift to form tiny arms with leaves for hands. It's true. Daughters are the galaxy's revenge on their mother? Josie moans into her leaf hands. Bury her up to her waist, please. What has my idiot daughter been getting up to? We traced a money trail back to her. This money trail's opposite end resulted in the brutal public execution of Mother Mailer, a very popular high priestess. Section 1 is on the verge of riot, and although a person to pin the blame on has been found, few people are fooled and the violence could kick up at any moment. She's another victim. Katniss is way too young to even understand half the things you just told me. She's 2 months newly budded, Josie protests. She also tried to kill us when we came in for answers, Pukey says as he puts the still sniffling and sobbing Katniss down and grabs a spade leaning against the nearby wall. This a good spot? It's fine, Josie says, looking over the others. There is no trust between your team and me, is there? Ma'am, your species has a reputation for cannibalism. We're not going to risk it. You're also making it tempting to just eat you so my problems go away. Weren't you just told to keep things calm? Tang asks in an amused tone. Josie growls in annoyance, and there's a shifting under the earth as if she wants to move but can't. She lets out a sigh of defeat. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate it. She screams, just in time for the door to open. Another Floric who looks decidedly unimpressed. It's part of growing up, you little fool. I would have thought 3 months of thinking would be enough for some manners. But daughters are a galaxy's revenge on their mother, the grandmother says. Excuse me a moment. This is a bit of a learning moment. Learning? Learning. Heavily armed aliens have broken into our home, and you're worried about me learning. Katniss has been badly shot, and you're worried about me learning, Josie protests. The grandmother glances towards where Pukey is helping Katniss lower her legs into the hole he dug, then scooping the earth back over. How terrifying, she states calmly before crouching down to be closer to her daughter's level. This is a lesson that should have come to you earlier. This is a truth that should have been apparent before. But sometimes you can do everything right and still have everything go wrong. You waited until you had plenty of everything before having a daughter. You made sure I was up and moving to help you. You were smart and pragmatic, and it's still gone wrong. Welcome to life. You've been an excellent mother, and Katniss still went off and had to learn about consequences in a brutal way. Welcome to life. You have a situation you hate, but have to work with anyways. Welcome to life. The grandmother stands up as her daughter is left grumbling in annoyance. She offers a smile that doesn't show off her fangs and gives a tiny dip of a bow. I am Arutha, mother of Josie and grandmother of Katniss. What has my newborn granddaughter been up to? We traced a money trail from the brutal execution of Mother Mailer and her unborn daughters down to your granddaughter. A riot is threatening to break out, and if we can find who's responsible and throw them to the crowd, we may be able to prevent thousands of deaths, Pukey says, and Josie makes a noise of protest. You didn't tell me she was pregnant, Josie answers. I had thought her well known enough to be understood as effectively always pregnant. Pukey answers. I was wondering why so many people were going crazy. If you traced it to Katniss, then I've got good and bad news. The bad news is that the trail continues. The good news is that I can help you. You see, Katniss tells me everything. Not everything, Katniss whimpers, such as how her friend who showed her all sorts of neat money tricks and even lent her some to practice with is on the ship, Erutha offers. I told you that crazy bitch was bad news, Josie barks. She's not crazy, she's my friend, Katniss protests. She uses fire for everything. No race like that is right in the head, Josie volleys back. She's nice and funny. She led you around by the nose in order to get a few degrees of separation and kill someone she doesn't like. Erutha backs up her daughter. If you could use a name, I'd be deeply appreciative, Pukey remarks. I'm not selling out Shaymari, Katniss protests before covering her mouth. Oh, Katniss, Josie sighs in disappointment. Wait, the Apok Battle Princess? Pukey demands. Oh shit, Nuet says. This just went way over the pay grade, Swar continues. Why would an APOC do these things? Don't they highly value things like fair combat, honor, and forthrightness? Letha asked curiously. There's a reason she's among pirates. Katniss may have made friends with her, but I did a bit of digging. She's got a mean streak wider than the station and never forgets a grudge or insult. No doubt Mother Mailer did something to anger her in the past and she never let it go. I'm not sure what, though. With that woman, there's no telling what. Oh no. Erutha begins explaining before trailing off as the local temperature starts climbing aggressively. Gossiping behind a girl's back? How very, very rude. There's a flash of movement and a yipe of pain as Onyx is sent staggering to the side as a delicate-looking woman with tumbling golden locks, a heart-shaped face, and tiny horns walks in. She's wearing a gorgeous bright pink dress, made of naught but lace and bows and scanning the room under her tiny crown. Nui and Swar simply vanish. Are you going to deny these allegations? Pukey asks, tapping his thigh 3 times. Behind Shaymari Bike nods and he steps out of the room to bring out his communicator, while out of sight and begins immediately making a plan. Now Pukey just needs to keep her attention. Allegations? Murder, infanticide, subversion of station assets, attempting to start a riot. Considering Katniss's situation, we can get you on reckless endangerment of minors as well. That's cute that you think you're going to be in any position to do anything, little Tret. She answers with a smile and Pukey nods while cupping his chin. A double tap on his neck with the ring finger. Tang and Onyx both recognize the sign and quietly drag out Litha. Interesting, very interesting. You know, trying to understand the mind of an alien has been one of the fascinations since my race crawled out of cruel space. Are you interested in answering more questions? He asks, pacing around to get the line of fire well and truly away from the Floric. He needs to lure her away bit by bit. You're from the humans. Oh dear, anything like that Vernon character? Similar training, but he's Nerd Squad. His mind works differently from mine. A pity. That might have saved you, Shaymari says calmly as she follows his gentle pacing out. You know I'm not stupid. I've seen all your companions. If you think offering yourself up will buy them time enough to escape, then you're sadly mistaken. Oh? So you're just humoring my self-sacrifice? Pukey asks as his mind whirls as he tries to find an answer. Everything he does will have to be axiom-enhanced, and heavily, because Shaymari is going to hit him like planetary impact. He saw the Shellcracker tournament. Of course, after all, you're just you. You've already admitted that you're no sorcerer, and that's what would be needed to best me, she says, following him down the corridors, and most importantly, away from his men and those with him. He can see Bike, Tang, and Onyx keeping a respectful distance in the reflection of her over-the-top jewelry as Bike is furiously trying to make a plan. Well then, as a final request, might I ask for a bit of clarification? It would be a shame to meet my ancestors without knowing a few things. Of course, tell you what. If you amuse me, I might even use your corpse to help make my daughter. Few beings can look death in the eye so calmly. Practice, ma'am, practice. he says, jovially tapping his cybernetic eye with a hard light finger as he gently leads her towards the airlock. After all, I saw it quite close once. What was it? It's too rough for a molecular weapon. Wrong pattern for plasma or laser. A snake's claw, actually. Shortly after I lost my arm to this very plasma sword. Pukey says, casually pulling out the weapon. He starts slowly pumping in axiom into the hard light of his arm and into himself for stability. He knows this is going to be bad. Ah, there you are. You know that's quite freaky to see that it takes this much to actually frighten a human. You're a very stubborn species, aren't you? We are, but you haven't told me anything about the modified images or the false shooter. I don't know a thing about either. I just wanted the bitch dead, and when I noticed 2 less than subtle snipers already in place, things lined up like magic, and I used the account I helped Katniss set up to get them to shoot. Why? 3 years. What? Pukey asks, and she closes her eyes in furious remembrance. He points to the airlock vigorously behind his back, and in one of Chez Marie's gaudy earrings, he can see Bike nod. For 3 years straight, that annoying bitch hassled me every single day. Every single. Day Chez Marie begins before sucking in a deep breath. Oh, you would look so much better in traditional garments. Oh, what a frumpy dress. Here I got you something. Oh, a girl like you needs a husband to really complete her. Any children yet? Oh, this and oh, that. I'm on and on for years. I wanted not only her dead and gone, but her entire cult. But then some stupid bimbo decided to get her revenge, as I'm getting mine, and it cools everything off. Looks like I'm going to need to get actually bloody to finish this one off. You are one petty piece of work. You know that, right? It's just some idiot talking to you. Ignore it and move on. You don't need to kill them. Oh, but I do. No one tells me how I live, and no one disrespects Chez Marie the Horn Gouger. Is that gouging people with your horns or gouging out other people's horns? Pukey asks. Both, she answers before smiling at him. And that gives me a great idea. Does it? Bike now. Bike, she asks, and both halves of the airlock suddenly open, and they're sucked out into the vacuum of space. His badge works as they tumble through nothingness with the initial acceleration of the decompression carrying them over the station. Gravity begins to hold and he slowly falls down. He turns to see where her possible corpse went, only for his eyes to widen in shock, and he starts to brace. She slams into him like a missile. He deflects with his hard light arm, and for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. He hits the outer hull of the station and bounces twice. Green light fills the area, and he dives away to avoid the crater leaving impact of Chez Marie jetting down on raw warfire. Her face, previously delicate and almost angelic looking, is now twisted in absolutely insane rage. Her eyes are bloodshot, and there's a look of definite strain. Perhaps he does have a chance after all. Chapter 172. The Bounty Hunters. There is no atmosphere between them, and so there is no sound. The pumping of his lungs, beating of his heart, and mild humming of his cybernetic implants are all he hears as Chez Marie launches herself at him on a rocket of green flame. He shifts his holographic arm and shapes it into an angled shield at the last second and bounces to the side. The crashing of himself against the station as he's sent flying, sounding immensely loud to his ears. He catches some of the edges on the station and forces himself down before hauling himself to the side to avoid a blast of green fire. His cybernetic eye sounds as loud as an engine as he zooms in to see that the cruel princess is struggling in the microgravity. It's so weak that there's only a vague sense of where down and up are, and a very slow, very weak pull. If he weighed even 10 pounds in this gravity, it would be a surprise to him. He grabs a large rivet and pulls himself along to soar along the surface of the station as he pulls the ablator cannon off his back and slots it into his holographic arm. Link between weapon and eye establishes a heartbeat later. He literally hears the heartbeat in question, and he starts taking aim as Chez Marie begins to steady herself. She quickly getting her space legs, so to speak, and is learning how to rocket around on her blasting warfire. She seems to be a quick student of the concept that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Still, she also seems to have rather bad aim at a great distance. She zooms in as he feeds axiom into the ablator cannon, and he launches himself to the side, in a way, turns as he moves and launches a singular blast that launches him backwards, laterally like a corkscrew. He hits, but now he's got too much spin to really see what he did. His thin micro-atmosphere, thanks to the badge, lets him know that the ablator is completely wrecked from that stunt. He contemplates throwing it away for a moment before sheathing it instead, and then kicking to the side to touch down on the station and stop the spinning. As a result, his head spins for a moment, and he shakes his head to try and bleed away any dizziness. Green light approaches, and he hurls himself to the side with all four limbs and dodges an enormous blast of the epic warfire. He grabs onto a large rivet and turns himself around to get a good look at what he's done. More than anything, she seems upset with him. That's it. A hypercharged ablation blast, and he made her jewelry go runny and scorched her dress. She doesn't look happy, but that's it. The vacuum is what's doing the job, not him. He has to move sideways, huge leaping strides carrying him away as she's walking, an enormous sweeping beam of energy. Then a burst in front. He has to go up to avoid being reduced to a char. He can see her smirk in the distance. She thinks she has him pinned, which, to be fair, is a fair assumption. At first glance, it looks like he has nowhere to go. At first glance only, though. He pulls out his backup pistol, aims for the vastness of space, and as his world becomes filled with green light, he pours in axiom to enhance the power and pulls the trigger. The blowback launches him backwards, almost as fast as the bullet itself is launched out into the great black vastness. One bullet down, the extra from maintenance to be exact. There are 11 more in the magazine, and he has 2 reloads on him. 34 is now down to 33. He grunts as he impacts the side of the hull and rolls with it, dodging a spear that seems to have been thrown by instinct. He glances to the side and sees absolute fury on her face. She really thought she had him and would probably be screaming in rage if there was anything to scream with, which is likely not helping her mood. "Shit," he says as her patience seemingly snaps and she rushes at him on jets of warfire. He takes aim right at her and pulls the trigger as he pours in some axiom, launching himself backwards and away. Miraculously, she actually flinches as the bullet connects, but she only flinches as the bullet connects. The psychotic bitch treats it more like she caught a bug on her face while running rather than an enhanced bullet. God damn, why do Apuk have to be so freaking tough? 33 has gone down to 32. He fires off 2 more shots, 30 left total with 8 in this magazine, and keeps ahead of her as his mind whirls into his options. They're not good. He doesn't know how long she can last in the void, but this bullshit seems to range between bullshit and goddamn. He can only hope that his buying time is actually meaning something. If she goes after his crew, his resolve resolidifies and he starts pulling in on the local axiom harder. He pours it into the gun and concentrates it much more densely into the bullet. He takes aim once more, carefully this time, then shoots the charging bitch. Her eyes widen as she senses the danger and pulls to the side to dodge the attack. There is no atmosphere between them, and so there is no sound. The pumping of his lungs, beating of his heart, and mild humming of his cybernetic implants are all he hears as Chez Marie launches herself at him on a rocket of green flame. He shifts his holographic arm and shapes it into an angled shield at the last second and bounces to the side. The crashing of himself against the station as he's sent flying, sounding immensely loud to his ears. He catches some of the edges on the station and forces himself down before hauling himself to the side to avoid a blast of green fire. His cybernetic eye sounds as loud as an engine as he zooms in to see that the cruel princess is struggling in the microgravity. It's so weak that there's only a vague sense of wear down and up R and a very slow, very weak pull. If he weighed even 10 pounds in this gravity, it would be a surprise to him. He grabs a large rivet and pulls himself along to soar along the surface of the station as he pulls the ablator cannon off his back and slots it into his holographic arm. Link between weapon and eye establishes a heartbeat later. He literally hears the heartbeat in question, and he starts taking aim as Chez Marie begins to steady herself. She quickly getting her space legs, so to speak, and is learning how to rocket around on her blasting warfire. She seems to be a quick student of the concept that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Still, she also seems to have rather bad aim at a great distance. She zooms in as he feeds Axiom into the ablator cannon, and he launches himself to the side, in a way, turns as he moves and launches a singular blast that launches him backwards, laterally like a corkscrew. He hits, but now he's got too much spin to really see what he did. His thin micro-atmosphere, thanks to the badge, lets him know that the ablator is completely wrecked from that stunt. He contemplates throwing it away for a moment before sheathing it instead, and then kicking to the side to touch down on the station and stop the spinning. As a result, his head spins for a moment, and he shakes his head to try and bleed away any dizziness. Green light approaches, and he hurls himself to the side with all four limbs and dodges an enormous blast of the epic warfire. He grabs onto a large rivet and turns himself around to get a good look at what he's done. More than anything, she seems upset with him. That's it. A hypercharged ablation blast, and he made her jewelry go runny and scorched her dress. She doesn't look happy, but that's it. The vacuum is what's doing the job, not him. He has to move sideways, huge leaping strides carrying him away as she's walking, an enormous sweeping beam of energy. Then a burst in front. He has to go up to avoid being reduced to a char. He can see her smirk in the distance. She thinks she has him pinned, which, to be fair, is a fair assumption. At first glance, it looks like he has nowhere to go. At first glance only, though. He pulls out his backup pistol, aims for the vastness of space, and as his world becomes filled with green light, he pours in Axiom to enhance the power and pulls the trigger. The blowback launches him backwards, almost as fast as the bullet itself is launched out into the great black vastness. One bullet down, the extra from maintenance to be exact. There are 11 more in the magazine, and he has 2 reloads on him. 34 is now down to 33. He grunts as he impacts the side of the hull and rolls with it, dodging a spear that seems to have been thrown by instinct. He glances to the side and sees absolute fury on her face. She really thought she had him and would probably be screaming in rage if there was anything to scream with, which is likely not helping her mood. "Shit," he says as her patience seemingly snaps and she rushes at him on jets of warfire. He takes aim right at her and pulls the trigger as he pours in some Axiom, launching himself backwards and away. Miraculously, she actually flinches as the bullet connects, but she only flinches as the bullet connects. The psychotic bitch treats it more like she caught a bug on her face while running rather than an enhanced bullet. God damn, why do Apuk have to be so freaking tough? 33 has gone down to 32. He fires off 2 more shots, 30 left total with 8 in this magazine, and keeps ahead of her as his mind whirls into his options. They're not good. He doesn't know how long she can last in the void, but this bullshit seems to range between bullshit and goddamn. He can only hope that his buying time is actually meaning something. If she goes after his crew, his resolve resolidifies and he starts pulling in on the local Axiom harder. He pours it into the gun and concentrates it much more densely into the bullet. He takes aim once more, carefully this time, then shoots the charging bitch. Her eyes widen as she senses the danger and pulls to the side to dodge the attack. It still grazes her side and tears through her dress and part of her skin. Droplets of blood shoot out and she seems to scream in shock, before clamping her jaw shut and shooting him a look of utter wrath. He's got first blood, and he's already done more than she imagined possible. He has 29 more pistol shots, 7 in this magazine. She erupts into a towering inferno of green warfire and launches herself after him. Apparently very much done with his bullshit. Whatever grace or kindness she was offering is gone. He starts charging Axiom into his hard light arm. It's the only thing he's got that's effectively immune to fire. He shifts its configuration into a shield, and he gets it up just in time to catch a punch that overloads the cybernetic limb, launching him across the station in a lateral orbit and absolutely dizzying speeds. Thankfully, it seems she still hasn't fully got the idea of fighting without gravity, as she was clearly expecting to easily catch him after the initial punch. That's fine. This hurts quite enough without follow-up blows. His arm is shorting out, and the feedback is like having an organic arm in a wood chipper. He doesn't bother screaming. It won't help anything or anyone, least of all him. He forces the arm into an emergency shutdown, and the pain stops as he sheathes his pistol. He places a hand onto the hard light projector and focuses. Cindy had taught him time and again how it was put together and how it interacted with him. So long as nothing was blasted off, he should be able to fix it with Axiom alone. He pictures its internal and external configurations in blueprint form, the walkthrough and building videos they'd spent time together with. He feels something happen and risks a shift. His arm reappears, but hazier and without much definition. But as he reaches down with it, he realizes it's aesthetic only, and it's still as solid as he needs it to be. The ceasing of his momentum caused his stomach to attempt rebellion, but now is not the time, so he flexes his stomach muscles to more or less force his rebelling guts to stop their shit. Holy shit, he mutters as he takes stock of just how far she launched him. There's a vague green light on the horizon of the station as she pursues him. He considers for a few moments, then grins. Time to turn this around, and now that he's thinking with Axiom, he's got an idea. He takes a moment to concentrate on all the times he's run into Cloaken, and his form wavers. Then a haze overtakes his form before settling to erase his presence. Just in time, too, as Shaymari crests the horizon like a burning missile of hate and blasts around looking for him. She can't see him, but she can vaguely sense his Axiom over the sheer pain of suffocation and decompression. It's killing her focus, which is all that's stopping her from killing him. He likely won't get many more shots at her, so he withdraws the pistol again and focuses. Streamlines everything as much as he can, pulls in everything he can, but also tries to match it to the local Axiom as well. She zooms around like a shooting star from the pits of hell, slowly getting closer with her sweeps. She even passes over him a few times as he slowly compacts as much Axiom into the bullet as he dares. He does not know the threshold where Axiom turns to null. Sure, it would end the fight, but it would end it for both of them. He's still in it to win it, and while a mutual kill might look impressive from the outside, he'd rather pass this one around at a bar and earn some drinks from it. He'll need to talk to the nerd squad after this, either that or do some of his own experimentation so he can find that limit. He takes careful aim with the pistol. Leading the shot without atmosphere is going to be a bitch and a half, but he's got to get her center mass at least. Preferably in the head to throw off her concentration fully and kill her with the lack of atmosphere. The Axiom is her life support now. If he can just break that focus, then he's won. He steadies himself and takes a deep breath. His mind is clear. His purpose set and his will has aligned everything together. His organic finger touches the trigger before a blast stops him. His borderline meditative shooting state does not let him panic or even offer confusion as beams of sheer red light lance into Shaymari from the distance. He slowly turns and smiles at the sight of the shuttle that brought him and his team to the Deep Desire, bombarding the Apuk with its laser cannons. How long had they been fighting? It felt like hours already, but in all likelihood was merely minutes at most. Plenty of time for a plan to be made. There's a salvo of burning green spears sent hurtling toward the shuttle even as the laser's constant beams have to be burning into her. It's distinctly unfair that she isn't already dead and has the power to fight a spaceship without weapons. Goddamn freaking cheating as hell Axiom. He hates advantages that aren't his. He realigns everything his slight distraction had cost him and takes aim once more. He focuses. He aligns himself in the gun. The shot is good. The shot is pure. The shot has already happened. He merely has to pull the trigger. 28 shots remaining, 6 in the magazine. He does. His focus lets him see that she manages to sense the danger once more and shoot upwards and away, turning his shot to her chest into a gut shot. But the shot is still good and painful. For the briefest of moments, her focus is shattered. But it's not enough. The raging bitch is so tough that even without her, while reinforcing her, she can still survive the deprivation of a vacuum while being bombarded with vehicular-scale laser cannons. She glares right down at him, and he doesn't have time to brace as she slams into him, and reality shatters, swims and goes runny at the edges. It refocuses, and they're elsewhere. Somewhere dark and woody. He refocuses his hard light arm to have a spiked mace rather than a hand and slams it into the side of her head. She tosses him away and he hits root and soil. He rolls with it and darts away. There's gravity and atmosphere. He needs distance and a few moments to reassess. There are trees and he deactivates the glowing arm and orders his eyes into ultraviolet to kill its lights. They're in a dark forest. Up above are webs and creatures scuttling around. Strange plants are growing between them that have an almost circuit-like Deck 7, the biobarn, hunting ground and playpen of the huntress. Could she take Shaymari? He doesn't know. I am going to rip out your entrails and force-feed them to you. Shaymari hisses out in burning wrath as Pukey considers things. He brings up his communicator and puts it as low as possible. Bike, she's teleported us to Deck 7. I'm in stealth. Confirm understanding. Confirm, sir. You were only in the void for 2 minutes. Bike whispers back. Felt longer. Please tell me you have a plan. Pukey mutters as softly as he can. Just about. I need 1 more minute. Bike replies just as the tree is torn off its roots and there's nothing between Shaymari and Pukey. I think I can give you that. In fact, take 2. He says before deactivating the communicator as he looks the fuming bitch straight in the eyes. Her hair is gone, just a burnt patch of frizz remains. Her dress is burnt and shredded. She's covered in blood and looks like she's gone a week without a drop of water. Round 2, he asks her, charging power into his plasma sword, even as he turns it on his belt with Axiom. No one does to me what you... She's cut off by his plasma sword igniting, and he quickly thrusts it in as hard as he can. Instead, the beam of burning destruction that's eaten through solid walls parts as it makes contact with her skin. She smiles. Out of tricks? Inspired, after all, we wouldn't want to finish this bit of fun too quickly. Would we? He asks before suddenly tripling the amount of Axiom he's channeling down the sword, and she screams in pain. She backhands him, but he knew it was coming and catches it on his reactivating holographic arm. She shorts it out again, and he's sent tumbling. But he twists the Axiom around him to erase his visual profile and darts into the woods. Soldier or sorcerer, I'm going to break you. Do you hear me? I will break you. She screams, even as fire erupts around her and begins to consume the deck. To her side and slowly moving behind her, Pukey grins even as he readjusts his hard light projector to both repair it and to give it a field upgrade. He's got an idea. Chapter 173, The Bounty Hunters. I will kill you. The scream is punctuated by an explosion of flame from the Apuk, whose mood is quite literally apocalyptic. There's little point to being stealthy, at least not in the conventional sense. Shaymari is beyond furious that he had heard her up close, at range, and outsmarted her in a single fight. The stinging lashes to her towering ego made her blind to the fact she was blinding herself as she hurled warfire around with reckless abandon. The Axiom was getting more and more scrambled, blurring what little presence he had in it to begin with, and the sheer brightness of the flame meant that if he kept one between him and her, she couldn't see him, hear him, or smell him. But he could easily hear the cursing, stomping, swearing monster that refused to shut the fuck up. You will scream your throat to ragged meat. But at this point, fighting her was like trying to shoot a forest fire, a waste of ammo if you do it conventionally. He has a plan, and as he thinks, he refines it. I will eat your craven heart. He can hurt her. If he charges enough Axiom into a bullet, it penetrates, and a heavy enough concentration in the plasma of his sword had left a painful burn across her torso. He also has a limb he can sacrifice again and again. Even now, he's reshuffling the internal components of the prosthetic arm to manifest it again. His eyes are used to the brightness, and he's low to the ground. The fire suppressant systems overhead are spraying in vain, as warfire is not something they're equipped to handle. It does, however, cover him fairly well with a thin layer of fire-retardant foam, and that's a big help by itself. Nothing can save you. The problem is that she's no doubt looking for that signature of him empowering his weapons. She's paying attention to that as she rampages, and when she senses it, she'll focus on him. But he has to do it to do any damage. However, even if he's right behind her, she's so fast that he can't charge things up in time. He's used all his grace periods, and if she falls for the same trick again, then it's because she hemorrhaged something in her brain and has literally gone retarded. Your soul will bleed. And to be frank, hoping your enemy has suffered sudden and acute brain damage is a bad plan. I will pull out your entrails through your asshole. Evidence of spontaneous retardation aside, his best bets are the heart, brain, or base of the neck. She moved to protect her upper torso, so there's no way in hell there aren't vital organs there. There's a brief moment where his overclocking mind muses that, with how large the asses of most aliens are, they could fit the vast, vast majority of their vital organs within them. Your ship will be reduced to slag. He focuses again. The adrenaline is catching up, and he needs to use his axiom, I will crush your children to a pulp. He had heard of men using adrenaline cut with axiom to accelerate to the point of absurdity. If he can use it hard enough, he should have at least one good shot. He also considers that while she might be able to sense a bullet being made unstoppable or a plasma sword being made more intense, an infinitely sharp boot knife is something new. He sheathes the plasma sword. It's only good for a straight-up fight, and that'll kill him right out. I will maim you so thoroughly your ancestors won't recognize you. So he has two things he can imbue to catch her. Good. He glances at his communicator. Bike has used 20 seconds of his allotted 2 minutes. He tucks it away and draws out his boot knife. He focuses the axiom along the blade, creating a projection from it, thinner and thinner until it stretches out by an inch and narrows down to an atomic scale. A quick swing and he grins. Good, it didn't cause a nuclear explosion. That's a relief. I will rend you to a paste one fingertip at a time. It goes next through his body to reinforce it to resist the hell he's about to put it through. It doesn't matter how fast you are. If your initial burst of speed rips your skin off, you done fucked up. What are you doing to my home? A new voice demands from not too far away from Shamery. A distraction? There is a god, his bones, muscles, organs, nerves, skin, and equipment. His cybernetics, too. Everything gets axiom running through them, primed to reinforce him. Back off or be burnt to ashes, you pathetic whore! He takes a deep breath of the axiom-infused air around him and holds it still. It won't do for his lungs to collapse after all. What is... The second voice begins, and Pukey rams as much axiom as he can into his adrenaline. The world stops and color dies. He races through the fire as hard as he can, the plating buckling under his footsteps. The fire is solid enough to offer resistance, but he shatters it like sugar glass. The fire retardant foam spraying from above is frozen in pale sheets that are flung out of his way even as he races forward. Shay Mari is screaming at a massive Zedin, huge and voluptuous even by their standards and clearly both pregnant and pissed off if her stomach and the bright axiom glow along her tail mean anything. He brings the knife up and swings for the Apoc's neck. She melts out of the way of the attack. He's failed. He failed and now he's going to die. His last gamble came up snake eyes. But he's not going out without as many pounds of flesh as he can carve as he slams into the deck with his feet to turn as hard as he can, suddenly pressing against what feels like a waterfall made by his own wake. He can see that the warfire he ran through is shattering in a circular pattern as if a bomb went off in the middle of it. The knife comes up, a wake of impossibly sharp axiom following it as Shay Mari starts backing up, her eyes wide in shock at the sudden turn. The Jaunt is moving as well. Apparently, his sudden dash and attack has put her into fuck-it mode, and she's going for a shanking. Fine. Hopefully, she chooses the Apoc whore. He thrusts and makes contact. She tries to catch it and loses her right thumb and index finger. He sends the knife towards her heart, and the carved hand comes for him. He raises his hard, light arm and throws in as much axiom as he can. The arm for the briefest of moments is utterly indestructible, and it stopped her blow. However, he's overclocked it so hard that the prosthetic detonates like a hand grenade, right next to his face and welded to his left shoulder, no less. The unimaginable bitch then dodges completely out of the way of the stabbing knife, and he races forward only for her to slam his back with her other hand. His adrenaline pumps again, and he pours in more axiom, even as he feels his skin ripple and the blood vessels burst. A couple ribs are broken, but luckily she missed the spine. Reality somehow slows further as he tumbles through the air, just in time for him to see the massive black blade brimming with axiom, erupt through the chest of Shaymari. Something grabs his leg, butt, back, and head all at once, and reality moves out of super slow motion. He's suddenly dangling upside down in the grip of the massive Xueting. The sound of sizzling as the fire-retardant foam suddenly works. He breathes in gulps of the rapidly cooling air and tries to orient his thoughts, but the deceleration, while mostly bled out by his captor, is still enough that he's going to be shocked if he doesn't have a concussion from it. Shaymari's corpse, still impaled on the massive black tail blade, is dangled in front of him. I normally strive to be a gentlewoman to men. However, when this kind of madness makes its way into my home, endangers my daughters, and results in my needing to murder no less than an Apuk war princess, I need some answers to keep those manners. Fair. Pukey pants out as exhaustion hits him hard enough for his vision and thoughts to swim. A sense of sheer discomfort overtakes him. His stomach revolts and he forces the bile back down, up, and into its proper place. He then points at the corpse with the knife still in his hand. The joints seem to have locked into place unwillingly. Getting that knife out of his grip is going to be a bitch. She's the reason Deck 8 is about to riot. She had Mother Mailer killed in public, and her babies too. Do you have proof? The Jideen asks, and he shakes his right hand. Can't. My hand. Too much axiom. Need a minute. He grunts and is slowly let down. The corpse of Shaymari is flopped down in front of him. He then sits cross-legged and starts to use his half-melted boots to try and force the knife out of his uncooperative fingers. After a moment, a trinity of hands reaches around him. One grabs his wrist, the other the knife, and the last one pries his fingers open. Thank you, he says, rubbing the numbed hand on his knee. There's some movement. He reaches into his shirt and grabs his communicator and painfully gets bike on contact. Boss, J3 and Tang are almost in position. We just need another 30 seconds. Belay that bike. Bitch be dead. Sending image, Pukey says, and there's a pause. How did you do that? I had assistance. It was still a near thing. I need video from the Deep Desire. Please tell me we got her confession on record. We do, but these things are far too easy to fake. No matter what, someone's going to spiral into paranoia. Send it anyways. I need to see it, the Xueting says from behind Pukey. That the one who helped? Bike asks. I'll be the one who does something very different from helping if I don't get some evidence into what is going on. All right. Stand by for a moment, Bike says. And then the conversation that was less than 5 minutes ago, but feels like days ago, plays right in front of him and the Xueting. Pukey then looks up to her, and he can't decipher Xueting facial expression. Her body language says shock, though. Good job, Bike. Make sure that, and whatever security footage of this place you can get, is sent around the station. Hopefully the building riot will be quelled. Already on it. We're also pulling up some images from you in space. With all of it together, things should have a nice little bow on them. We're not done yet. We still need to find out where that fake image and the scapegoat came from. Pukey reminds him, and Bike looks concerned. How about you hit the sack? You look like you tried to kill Lawnmower with your teeth, Bike says, and Pukey scoffs before wincing as it agitates his ribs. Yay, stand by for Tang, and J3, they're going to get you out of there and into a hospital bed. Fine. Miss Isma, is it? Do you need anything else? Pukey asks, looking back, and has the distinct pleasure of seeing a Xueting's jaw drop in incredulity. She visibly tilts her head to look at the dead Apuk before tilting it back to him. She does it twice more and then leans back a little. So that fight was a lot more balanced than I thought? She asks in an amused tone. No, the fight was distinctly unfair. So I had less than zero interest in fighting fair. He returns with a wide smile that she gives back. She's really gone? What? Larissa Mailer. We weren't the closest, but she was my friend. I'm sorry you had to learn this way. What happened to the assassins? Killed by their own organization. They don't tolerate people breaking contracts. Who put them there? A paranoid station manager who's new here. He sent them to observe and intimidate. He helped with the investigation. He? Daniel Eastman. I've heard of him. He's known to bring bad news and worry himself in circles. But he gets things done, Isma says just before a very familiar air van sets down. Holy shit, boss man. Did you get thrown through a meat grinder? J3 asks, and Pukey lets out a pained chuckle. Something like that. Help me up. The sooner I can get on some morphine, the better. Morphine? Isma asks. Painkiller, ma'am. For humans, at least. For a Zetan, it's just a straight-up killer. Gotta go, ma'am. If you want to talk, contact the chainbreaker docked at Section 3. Boys, bring me home. I need a bed. On it, boss, Tang says as he closes the door behind him and rushes in. See you around, Missy, J3 says with a cocky salute at Isma, who seems to chuff in amusement as the air van takes off and smoothly rockets away. Sit rep, are the riots quelled? Pukey asks the moment the window is closed. Litha's broadcasting now. All our evidence is in it. Everything we caught on camera is in it. The only thing we're missing are small chunks of your space fight. Good, good. What was Bike's plan? The pop guns are in the back. 3 shells each. First round would be dry, then some Axiom in the second, followed by all we could fit into the third. We figured it would either kill her or the station. Either way, the fight's over. Okay, 1, we should try to avoid collateral if it includes what we're trying to protect, Pukey says, and there's a round of chuckles. 2, that's all he had? Get our biggest guns and shoot the bitch? I had like a 2.5 minutes since you were blown out the airlock. I could have held my breath for that whole fight, Bike protests over the van's radio. You can hold your breath for 2.5 minutes? Pukey asks curiously. Not the point, Bike barks, and despite the agony of his busted ribs, Pukey laughs out loud. Chapter 174. The Bounty Hunters. All right, Captain's not only going to live, but he should be making a full recovery soon enough. No doubt he'll be debating with Cindy about whether to use a healing coma or not, but he's not doing anything until he knows for a fact he doesn't have to get up off of that bed and whoop some ass, Mr. T says. They were in Sector 7, poking around and soothing egos. The fires were out, and already repair crews and drones were moving to get things done. You think he would? Hoagie asked curiously. Pukey seemed like the kind of stubborn that might, but he also didn't seem the kind of stupid that will. He might. I think he's trying to egg us on with the threat alone. But he may follow through, Mr. T says. Still, we need to wrap things up. We can probably leave things as is, but you never win by doing things part way. We still need to figure out that modified picture and where the hell that second shooter came from. You know you could just fucking ask, right? Hoagie's main wife, Zabriza, notes wryly. Everyone pauses and glances to her with the exception of Hoagie, who's chuckling into his hand. What? Shit started the next sector over, and even if the girls give hell, my man here is not only married, but I'll be with him. We'll be fine. Not to mention I'm station staff. I have cause to be anywhere whenever I so please, Hoagie remarks. Oh, come on. Who do you need to talk to again? Sister Clapperclaw. She was right there when things happened and was close to the victim. She might know exactly what's going on, short of her daughters, who are likely more than a bit of a wreck. So hopefully her right hand, who's not family, might be more together, so to speak. Hoagie explains and Zabreza shrugs. Sure, whatever. Either way, there's no way the mother will be finishing that project we sent her. You had Mother Mailer working on something? Mr. T asks, and Hoagie nods. I wanted to make things more official for my girls. You know, something stronger than the guy they have a room for that they fuck on the regular. Something, I don't know, more like a marriage? Mr. T, Itchy, and Mustard are just plain staring at him, no, as Zabreza is hovering above him and outright blushing with a dopey smile on her face. Just bringing it up has clearly made her day, no matter what comes next. So, I'm going to be here a while. Running solves nothing, so trying to make it work seems at work the best. Lucky the girls in the galaxy want it to work just as bad, but are fine in letting you give out ideas. Well, yeah, duh. What girl doesn't want her man to feel comfortable just plucking her out of the air and planting a big wet one on her? Zabreza's comment is extremely unsubtle, but Hoagie obliges by hopping up, grabbing on, and, with a great big handful of her ass, kisses her deep. Like that? He asks. Oh, yay, that's the good shit. You humans want to play lovey-dovey. You want to play romantic. No girl with a working brain is going to say no to that. I guarantee it. All right, you two, get off each other and get moving. We need more information. Mr. T orders and Hoagie nods. Wait, Zabreza says before buzzing out of Hoagie's arms. I don't get it. Why are you guys so afraid of the Gravids? Yeah, they're pissed, but you'll need to try to kill them before they even think about hurting a man. What's going on? Most of them are unmarried or only have one or two wives. They're not afraid for their lives, but their chastity, Hoagie says with a grin, and Jabrissa starts laughing, then laughs harder and harder until she loses her ability to stay in the air and hits the deck before choking on the humor and getting control of herself after sputtering. Big bad bounty hunters, blushing virgins. Ha! She cackles. More we don't want to be tied down too much. Our job is a little on the dangerous side for the poor delicate maidens of the galaxy. Mustard remarks and prompts another gale of laughter from Zabreza. Shall we? Hoagie asks as his wife picks herself off the ground and she holds up a finger before leaning against him to steady herself. She huffs air like a tiny pair of bellows, then buzzes up to grab onto his back. Okay, go pony, go, she calls out as agreed. Hoagie fights down the smirk at the brief look of shock that crosses the faces of the other men. The hell do you people get up to? Mr. T demands. More than you ever will, little boy, Hoagie says to the man who's got at least a half a foot and 50 pounds of raw muscle on him. The sheer incredulous look almost makes his poker face break. Zebra's collapsing in laughter again does not help. He makes it 3 steps before the tickling, giggling mess that is his wife forces Hoagie to break, and he turns back to the others laughing like an idiot. It takes a moment, and then a flurry of verbal abuse is thrown right at him, prompting even more laughter from the man. Okay, but seriously, people, I need a straight face for this. Dude, a chunk of the station the size of a city park has been burnt to shit. People have died in horrible fucking ways. Pukey was almost one of them, and none of us are getting paid for this shit. If we're not laughing, we're raging, Itchy says, and Hoagie stops and considers. Right. There is the issue of payment. Don't be so sure about that. I'll pull on some strings and see what I can have shakedown for you all. Don't get your hopes too high, though. I'll be lucky just to get some discounts for you guys, Hoagie says, and the laughter peters off and the men look surprised, then smile. That'd be great, dude. Even if all we get is a damn trophy, we'll at least have something for all this hassle, Mr. T remarks. I'll see what I can do, Hoagie promises before grinning. What's so funny? Just how fucking word salad today is. I'm going off with a bee to talk to a lobster about a Photoshop job that might or might not have something to do with an abortion caused by a pumpkin at the behest of a local princess with a penchant for arson. He's right, Mr. T notes. Oh my God, Mustard says with some laughter. This isn't just nuts. It's bolts, screws, and rivets too, Itchy exclaims. And with that, I bid you all adieu. I'll hopefully next be in contact when I've got some kind of information, Hoagie says before offering them a wave and walking towards the bulkhead separating Section 7 and 8. Wish us luck. Good luck, they all call. Ignorant of what he's walking into, the arms, claws, and legs of an inconsolable lobster woman large enough to pop every part of his back in the first part of the hug and keep squeezing. Sabreza is no help, as the moment she determined Ajuri, that mother, formerly sister, Clapperclaw, was in fact not going to actually hurt him, she simply backed off to enjoy the show. Miss. Hoagie tries to get her attention. The wail that answers him almost gets his ears ringing. Apparently the term close was an understatement and a half for the two. He had by this point managed to wriggle in the grip so he was facing outward between her breasts rather than being smothered by them, and although he couldn't move his shoulders for how hard he was being pressed into the fully organic crash couches, he could crane his head out and look around. There are a great number of other sisters of the faith trying to be of assistance in this trying time, but the second highest rank after the dearly departed and much lamented Mother Mailer was indeed Sister Clapperclaw. If some of the extremely fast, extremely slurred, and very, very much broken blubbering can be properly interpreted, Mother Clapperclaw is not only blaming herself, but damning herself for her part in the whole affair. What that part is hasn't come up yet, but certainly had Hoagie interested. There was also a great deal about how this was piss-poor payment for her adoption, when she had been found at scarcely larger than Mother Mailer's hand, and had been adopted and adored for all these years. Blah, 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 boo, 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 hoo, hoo, hoo. The gist is that the woman has something to do with it, but didn't want any of this. Loved the woman more than life itself, and damn near worshipped the ground she walked. Scuttled, chittered, skittered. He'll just stick with walked. Worshipped the ground she walked on. Darling, Hoagie asks after a bit, and a smirking Zabreza buzzes up to him to smile in his face. Shut her up. What's the magic word? She asks, and he leans forward to French her hard and wrestles her tongue for a moment. Then she breaks away with a happy smile. Consider it done. And I, Clapperclaw bawls before a pair of legs wrap around her head and lock her mouth shut. She instantly reaches up in shock and then feels the man that she had been cuddling for comfort fall away. She catches him and takes a moment to sort out what to do before passing him down to gently hold him in her claws and remove the legs with her hands and arms. Excuse me, Hoagie asks, and she pauses. I'm Daniel Eastman with Station Support, also known as Hoagie, he says, flashing a small badge on his collar that matches his claim. I'm here to get the whole story of everything that happened earlier today. You have a piece of it. I need to hear it for the record. What? I got Mother killed. Ma'am, I highly doubt that. She was killed by 2 subverted assassins. This person used someone else's identity to make the payment to their accounts and then nearly murdered another man, as well as causing a lot of damage to Deck 7 before being killed. Really? Really? I hired a band of mercenaries I trust to help with the investigation. She used the identity of a young Floric to be accurate. Not even half a year old. When her identity was uncovered, she was in the immediate area and overheard things. The leader of the mercenaries, Captain Gregory Schmidt, was there, and he diverted her by forcing them both out an airlock. He was able to hold her at bay for nearly 2 minutes outside the station before she brought him into Section 7. She then proceeded to nearly burn it to ashes in her rage, and this drew the anger of Hunt's mistress Isma, who straight up executed the madwoman for endangering her children. Is Mr. Schmidt all right? Mother Clapperclaws asks in horror. He's banged up and his cybernetic arm has been reduced to scrap metal. However, he's a tough piece of work and will not only live, but is refusing both painkillers and sleep until he knows that this issue has been resolved. Oh dear. So if you could please tell me everything you know about this tragic mess of a situation, I'll be able to get him to healing all the faster. Hoagie says, and she blinks once, twice, 3 times, then shudders. You're right. You are right. I must. I need to be strong. Mother would not want me to weep, but work to ensure that her legacy lives on. My part. Yes, my part in this horror. Mother Clapperclaws mutters to herself before taking a deep breath. I doctored one of the pictures during the presentation. I wanted both an excuse and a way to galvanize the people to help me establish a temple in Section 1. Moving to Section 2 or 3 was supposed to be a bluff to get people to think we were making a big play rather than a small one. But the original picture of the man being ripped out of the power suit? It wasn't good. He was too angry, too in control, and ready to fight. He may have been smaller than the Ligerous and in clear danger, but he also looked like he wanted to skin her alive. It's hard to motivate people to righteous anger if the only victim you can see looks like they're about to kill someone. I see. Did everyone get that? Hoagie asks his communicator. Loud and clear. It's a non-issue though, so it won't go much of anywhere. Bike responds. I got a question, Dong adds in. Why did you use my image? Oh my goodness. Mother Clapperclaws, Hoagie asks. You have a face that kind of, well... What's wrong with my face? Dong asks. I just want to pinch your cheeks and then give them a squeeze, then... She trails off. Ma'am, I don't know if you want to adopt me or fuck me, but either way, please don't pinch my cheeks. And I actually just said that. I need a drink. Wait, you said the assassins were subverted. Where were they going originally? Clapperclaws suddenly asked, bringing Hoagie up to eye level. He looks her straight in the face. I sent them there originally. I feared a possible riot or a small-scale war with a gathering that big. Then things were wrenched out of my control and my worst nightmares damn near came to life with the most brutal case of irony I've ever seen, which is why I'm going to keep hammering at all of this until it all makes complete sense, even if I have to literally take a hammer to some places and people. I love it when he gets all angry. He goes from almost a tret to definitely not a tret. Jabreza purrs. Eyes wide at that revelation, Mother Clapperclaws leans in a little and takes a sniff. Her eyebrows go up in surprise. Powerful pheromones secreted from glands all over the skin. A nearly perfect race of husbands with a culture that values competition and cunning alongside a history dripping in war. Those images. Those men. You're all human, that new race, aren't you? Yes. You know, you're baffling to those like me, to those of the gravid faith. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. A whole race filled with men, born in the most brutal place in the galaxy, a species of those who must be protected and loved, born in a place where no one is safe and hatred is abundant, she says, and he shrugs. Not only am I not fit to, nor informed enough to debate theology, I'm simply not in the mood to even try right now, ma'am. 2 pieces of the puzzle are laid bare. Now comes the third, the false shooter, the one offered up as the assassin who could not possibly have been the assassin. Where does she fit in? Chapter 175, The Bounty Hunters. Pukey answers the call with a grin. The final part is in place. If anyone else is pulling strings, this is the part where they threaten or brag. Everyone is hearing this one, but only he and the caller are going to be heard. Hello? He asks, putting the phone on speaker, so he has at least one arm available. You can all stop now. The issue is resolved, Manisi says over the line. He pumps a fist as he mentally congratulates himself for guessing right. He brings a finger up to his lips to shush Cindy before she can say anything. How so? We may have found the actual killer and the person responsible for the false images, but there's still the issue of the attempted killer found dead. She's just that, the station captain says, and Pukey raises an eyebrow. Look, I'm not going to bullshit you. If Mr. Hero of Deck 7, as your friends are spinning things, gets caught limping through the station chasing leads, the maybe riot will be a definite riot. Then maybe an explanation of what's going on. There's nonsense like this so regularly around the station that you can set your calendar by it. Your admiral got in contact with me in the middle of one, and the men arrived just after it was quelled. An idiot with more money than sense decided she wanted authentic Crimson Hewer armor, and when she couldn't buy it, called them out on insult and ordered an extremely powerful suit of power armor to fight them in the arena. The collateral actually dented the outer wall of the station from the inside, and the Crimson Hewers not only killed her, but then fought one another for the scraps of the armor for personal use. Pieces were stolen as they fought, and that led to further shenanigans, and in the end, 50 people were dead, and 10 times that number needed medical treatment, all because of one idiot. So you'll pardon me for being a little blasé about this. I see, and the false shooter? Laser-focused, aren't you? She was, as she appeared to be. Agenda Cottonback was a spiteful little idiot who couldn't build a relationship with her husband, and then was pushed to the side when more gracious, gentle, and compassionate women were introduced. She was an idiot drunk before Mother Mailer got involved and ensured that her husband had enough women to take care of him, and she was an idiot drunk to her death. She heard of the twin-shot assassins, as most do, and tried to be a big shot in a drunken stupor. Years of self-abuse, neglect, and the sudden spike, as well as a huge amount of alcohol in her system, gave her a minor heart attack when she fired the shots with the piece of shit guns and zapped herself and missed. The second shock of her target dying anyways finished her off. For the love of God, Pukey groans. Is there proof? The body's going to be held for another 10 hours. I'll send you the coordinates so you can take a sniff and confirm. Minnesy says, and Pukey lets out a humming noise in his throat. What now? Something's not adding up. The pieces fit, but there's something still missing. There's too much satisfaction in your voice. You won something. Something important. Pukey says, and there's a pause. Then Minnesy starts laughing. I'm kilometers away. How can you sense my emotions? Oh, you humans are fascinating. Apex category life forms for sure. Minnesy laughs out loud. It was in your tone. What's going on? Oh, nothing. Nothing overt at any rate. I'm just seeing how the boys your admiral sent me react to the station. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, and they'll be really useful in the near future. How? In what way? Simple. I'm looking to retire. Octor Spin, however, has to stay in the family, and while I've got a few heirs already considered, they will need a loyal command crew. Just as I was starting to consider how to train them up, I had 25 men from a new species offered to me. How could I not take advantage of my good fortune? You're training the men to be your replacement command staff. I'm testing them. If they fail, then I send the corpse back to the Dauntless and get a fresh recruit. Those that succeed, those that thrive, 10 years at most, and I not only get to retire, but it'll be the smoothest transition of power in generations. Keeping control of the station is very important to you. Of course it is. It's a breadbasket. We get the sweetest treats from simply owning the station that my entire family line wants for nothing. We're disgustingly rich, and only one girl has to put any work in. Not that the work is bad, mind you. There's a lot of fun to be had in being the pirate queen of Octor and Spin. But I've been here so long, even more entertaining days like today are getting monotonous. My breakfast held more of my attention. Really? Oh yes, I still can manage a few years before sheer apathy overtakes me about this place. By then the boys should be effectively able to keep the station completely under control. Heck, little Daniel's already one of the major players in Sector 4. Not in control of it, but recognizable and known to be dangerous, Minnesy says, and Pukey can hear a tinge of pride in there. Something you, of course, had nothing to do with. Clever. I know he's listening in, by the way. Listening in with one of his wives. Hey, girlie, you better be thankful I was the one that purposely got him lost the night you met him. If not for me, he'd have tried his seduction routine with some desperate bitch in Sector 5. May I ask why you arranged that? Pukey asks. I was taking his measure. Man or not, he had the damn tits to try seducing me. Me! Little fucker wanted to be the power behind the throne. My first instinct was to send him out an airlock, but the more I thought about it, the funnier it got. I mean, really, the shameless little shit took a shot at the prize, then acted like it was nothing when he missed. I had to see if it was empty bravado or something else. Something stronger. How much of our interactions are tests? All of them, this one too. You humans are a new thing in the galaxy, so I'm seeing how it all clicks. I've been liking it so far. You've been keeping things interesting. I expected Daniel to run from his 200 wives. Instead, he's forging them into one of the most internally loyal hives I've ever seen. He's turning their home sector into his personal fiefdom. You sound proud. I am. He's a wonderful example, and so tied down to the station now that he'll extinguish stars before he lets it stop spinning, and crazy enough to try. I'm not sure if he'll be flattered or insulted to hear that. It could go either way, Minnesy replies before chuckling. So yes, you all did good. The problem is solved. Go to sleep, you torn-up sack of meat, before some stupid gravid decides that the fact there's a hurt man gives her cause to crusade. I'll wait till the report gets back from the boys I send to the coroner. The hat, dong, get moving. Pukey replies, and Minnesy giggles. You humans, always more than is reasonable. I'll meet them both myself. Speed things up so you little lunatics can relax already. Bye-bye, she says and disconnects. A few taps and Pukey opens the call to anyone. That conniving bitch! Hoagie's voice suddenly roars out, and there's a huge swell of laughter in response, in addition to several women directly next to him laughing hysterically. Oh shit, the voice is going through. So I take it you're upset? Pukey asks with a grin. More than somewhat. I understand her being cross with my flirting with her, but throwing me into Deck 4 is a bit much. But you seem so happy with your wives, Mr. T taunts him. Making the best of your situation doesn't mean you don't resent being forced into it, Hoagie growls. Hoagie, she's testing you. How much trouble have the other guys got up to? They've been poking around a lot, but I've been one of the most blatant. Mostly because, when I got married to the whole hive, I figured I only had violence to fear, and I would welcome it at that point. Yay, I suggest you let it go, soldier. It will only bring you grief to hold a grudge. Just make the best of your situations and move forward. I need more training. I'm out of my depth, clearly. There is no training for posting men on a massive pirate-run space station in a galaxy that values the soldiers more for what's swinging between the legs than the death they can deal. If there is any to be had, then you'll be one of the men pioneering it through raw experience. It's much like my men and myself when it comes to running a bounty hunting outfit. Right. You're right. Speaking of bounty hunting, I've sent out some feelers to see if you guys could get compensated for what's going on. So far, I've got some people who are grateful and have favors owed to them. I'll keep pushing, but it looks like I can get a refurbishment for a lot of your ship's internal components if you want it. There are a lot of women that like Mother Mailer, and a shift of work is something they consider a fair trade for her killer to be smoked out and reduced to a corpse. That's awesome. We're only using a small piece of the ship. Too much of it is just baked with the pain and misery those slave-dealing wretches dealt in this place. We just don't have the manpower to clean all of it at any decent pace. Well, I'm scaring up a lot of woman power to make the difference, and yea, I am calm, I just needed to shout. That was a bitch of a revelation. I can imagine. Although I'd like to know why she's so blasé about everything. I understand getting bored of it, but there has to be more. No matter what she wins, Hoagie answers. Excuse me? The systems on this station, the division of the sections, the separations of goods, services, and locations, it's all more than just the districts of a city. She gets a small cut every time money changes hands. Not much. Negligible on the individual trades, in fact. But it adds up fast, and with her spreading everything out to get anything made, she gets paid time after time after time. A rapid shift causes more equipment and supplies to be bought, sold, used, replaced, and so on. No matter the outcome, unless someone fights against her directly, she's in the winner's circle, and fighting against her directly is more or less suicide. If she's got things that well locked down and you know it, why did you hire our former sisters to watch things? Nui, or perhaps Soir, asks. They even sound alike. I thought her lack of concern was due to her own stable position and the money that would be coming in. I was worried about loss of life and things potentially spilling into Section 4, where my wives, many of which are testing as pregnant, live. Oh shit, congratulations, Mr. T remarks. I am the Swarm King. Soon there shall be heirs to the throne. Hoagie deadpans, there's a sound of protest, and he lets out a laugh. Missed! Clearly one of his wives just took a swing at him. So have we learned anything today? Pirate queens rule their kingdoms with more than just a quick trigger finger? Tang asks. If I'm going to recon a situation, I need someone I have absolute trust in if I don't go myself, Hoagie asks. Cybernetic implants that let you project your thoughts into digital format are a great deal of fun. Bike sends, or perhaps says, it's hard to tell which means he's low-key fucking with everyone. Floric are really fucking weird, Mr. T asks. Epic battle princesses die really fucking hard, J3 asks. You know what? Fuck it. Clearly we haven't learned a damn thing. The hat dong, step on the gas so I can pass out in peace. We're going. Keep your pants on. Dong protests. Actually, I'm going to have to ask that you take them off. Cindy says, there's a raise of jeers. We need to make sure we didn't get a hidden injury and that you're not bleeding out. That sobering realization cuts back on the taunts, and the call is quickly ended. This leaves Pukey to relax and let Cindy fuss over him and try to work out how to make him a better cybernetic arm. The discussion is cut off by a quick message from the hat and dong. It's legit. We even gave ourselves a crash course in Rabbi's biology, heart attack, and longtime drinker. Everything's wrapped up. That's a relief, Pukey says before scooching into a more comfortable position and letting himself pass out. Seconds later, Cindy tugs the blankets over him and smiles. My silly brave man. You sleep tight. I've got a cyber snake woman to talk to.